This audiobook is Space Dragons, Book 6 of the Orion's Odyssey and Galaxy's Embrace series, written and created by John Roberts in 2024. This particular book was not rewritten in the pen name John Robinson and is John Roberts' version. However, the spicy scenes have been erased from this YouTube audiobook. If you are interested in reading the spicy version of the Orion's Odyssey series, Galaxy's Embrace 1 to 6 are all available on Amazon and Kindle Unlimited. Chapter 1. Dragonfire. Captain Orion sprinted through the narrow corridors of the Amethyst Pyramid, the light of his headlight reflecting off the shiny walls. His team was close behind. Their footsteps echoed through the passageway as they escaped the angry priests and guards. They had stolen their precious dragon eggs. Jaxon glanced back, catching sight of Damien's determined face, his grip tight on one of the 5 Astracore orbs they had plucked from the roots of the pyramid. Behind Damien, Maftati moved with agile grace, her cat eyes sharp and alert. Jaxon's pulse thudded in his eardrums as he urged his team to pick up the pace. The pyramid's guardians would be upon them at any moment, and they had to reach the extraction point before it was too late. The roar of plasma reverberated through the chambers, and the sound of the guards' pursuit grew louder. Jaxon tightened his grip on his plasma rifle, the weapon's hum a comforting presence. He led his team down a series of twisting passageways, navigating by memory. The amethyst walls seemed to pulse with energy, the pyramid awakening to the intrusion. They rounded a corner and found themselves in a gigantic chamber, where the ceiling disappeared into shadows above. Jaxon noticed the narrow ledges and platforms. They were perfect spots for an ambush. He raised his rifle, scanning for movement. Maftati was beside him, her elemental powers already at work. She extended her paws, and a gust of wind stirred the dust, revealing the faint outlines of invisible enemies. The dust unveiled Sira and Lyra, too. He could see the shapes of their afros and made sure not to aim at them. Captain Orion fired at the other silhouettes, though, his shots finding their marks as the Guardians materialized, their stealth compromised. He waved Damien, Morel, Maftati, and the twin sisters forward. They darted through the chamber, heading for the far exit. Behind him, Damien and Morel shifted into their combat forms. Their bodies morphed into sleek, armored shapes, and they moved as one. Their military training was clear in their synchronized attacks. The Guardians faltered under the assault. Sira and Lyra dashed ahead, their forms flickering in and out of sight. They moved like shadows as their hands brushed against the walls to guide their path. The exit was in sight, a narrow passage leading upward. Jaxon gestured for a retreat, covering his team's advance with bursts of plasma fire. The priests in their purple robes and turbans edged behind the guards, who pressed forward, their numbers swelling as reinforcements poured into the chamber. As they ran, Jaxon's mind flashed back to their briefing. He remembered the urgency in this mission and the stakes involved. This mission wasn't just about the eggs, it was about survival. He pushed the thought away, focusing on the here and now. Maftati unleashed a wave of flame, her elemental powers scorching the ground and creating a barrier between the egg thieves and their pursuers. Her green cat eyes burned with concentration.
"Stay back,"
she yowled, the words almost lost in the roar of the flame. The heat was intense, and the flames roared with a life of their own. The Guardians hesitated, their path blocked by the searing wall of fire. Jaxon and his team reached the passage, scrambling up the sloped corridor. The pyramid shook around them, the ancient structure reacting to the disturbance. Crystal shards fell from the ceiling, shattering around them on the ground below. They emerged into the blinding light of the surface. 2 harsh suns beat down on them, one small white sun and one large blue. The extraction point was just ahead. The Manticore waited with engines primed. Jaxon's breaths burst in and out as he waved them onward. Then came the shadow. A colossal dragon swooped down, its scales glistening like molten gold, ridden by a figure clad in dark armor. The dragon's roar shook the ground, its wings creating gusts of scorching wind. The rider was only small. He looked like a human boy of 11 or 12. He had black hair and dark eyes, which glinted with cold fury as he spurred the beast toward them. The dragon unleashed a torrent of flame, the searing heat making the air ripple. Jaxon barely had time to shout a warning before the fire engulfed their path. 2 harsh suns beat down on them, one small white sun and one large blue. He was closest to the flames and screamed as the fire burned him. Fiery slices of pain seared his arms, the fire catching the metal and human limbs. The smell of burning flesh and fabric filled the air. He fought to stay conscious. The agony was overwhelming, but he kept moving. His mind flashed to the colonists on Microxus and his friends in the Milky Way, the promise to keep their world safe from the celestial architect's wrath. "Not today," he muttered through gritted teeth. Mafdati thrust her paws forward, summoning a barrier of swirling air to deflect the dragon's fire. The flames parted, but the heat was still intense, and Jaxon staggered, his skin blistering. Damien and Morel shifted again, their forms becoming sleek, scaled beasts. They leapt toward the dragon, their combined weight slamming into it. The dragon roared in surprise, its rider struggling to regain control. The twins, Sira and Lyra, vanished from sight. They reappeared beside Jaxon, lifting him with surprising strength and dragging him toward the ship. The dragon lashed out with its tail, catching Morel on the side. Her shape-shifted form crumpled as the dragon swiped her against the ground. Jaxon clenched his teeth through the pain and fired his plasma rifle, aiming for the rider. The shot struck true, and though the rider had an energy shield, he recoiled, losing his grip. The dragon bucked, trying to shake Damien off its back. Mafdati's eyes blazed as she summoned a vortex of wind and sand, swirling it around the dragon's head. Blinded and disoriented, the beast roared in frustration, its flames sputtering out as it struggled against the elemental storm. Damien leapt clear and shifted mid-air to land beside the team. Jaxon saw their opening. He fired a final burst at the dragon's flank, forcing it back, then turned and sprinted for the manticore. The ramp lowered, and the team staggered aboard. Mafdati followed, her winds finally dissipating as she arrived at the ramp. With a lurch, the manticore ascended, the ramp closing just as the dragon lunged. The beast's jaws snapped shut on empty air, its roar fading as the ship soared into the sky. Jaxon collapsed against the bulkhead, his breath coming in ragged gasps. His burns were severe, but he was alive. Mafdati and the others gathered around, their faces haggard with exhaustion. They had escaped. The dragon eggs were secure. While Jaxon was in the hangar, he entered the Golden Intention craft and tried to teleport the manticore to a safe place, but he couldn't. Sira, Lyra, Damien, Morel, and Mafdati also could not transport them back to their universe, even with a clear location in mind. After placing the 5 eggs into the Quantum Dreamweaver for safekeeping, Damien and Morel encouraged Jaxon to get his burns treated and escorted the captain to the medical bay for Anika's attention. When they arrived, the ship's doctor was sitting on the floor of the med bay, her eyes glazed. She giggled, reaching out as if to catch invisible butterflies.
"So pretty,"
she murmured, a dreamy smile on her face.
"So many colors."
Jaxon rubbed his puckered brow, and when he cast a glance at his companions, they too seemed out of it. He encouraged them all to follow him to the bridge, but on the way, the manticore shuddered violently, throwing Captain Orion against the wall. He winced as his burned biological arms smashed against it. He braced himself as alarms blared. The turbulence threw him against the wall again, a sharp pain shooting through his severely burnt shoulder. He bit back a cry. He and his friends tried not to fall over from the swaying of the starship. Once on the bridge, the view outside the viewport was a nightmare. A twisting funnel of colors and shapes, spinning wildly in ways that made no sense. It reminded him of the terrible hurricane which had destroyed his colony on Microxus. It was as if the laws of reality were being rewritten before his eyes. Jaxon's breath came in quick gasps as the gravity kept changing, alternately pressing him down and lifting him off his feet. He forced himself to stay focused, all the time scanning the chaotic readouts on the console. The ship's systems were going haywire, reporting impossible data. Atmospheric composition changing every second, temperatures spiking and dropping unpredictably. Seer's screams cut through the chaos as she entered the bridge with her terrified triplets all hugging her legs. Her long silver hair was twisted in a messy top knot, there was vomit down her white jumpsuit, and her dark green eyes were wide with desperation.
"Make it stop. Someone make it stop."
The Aqua woman clutched her triplets, their faces twisted in terror. The children wailed, their cries piercing through the tumult, their small bodies shaking with fear. Sia's eyes darted around, wide and unseeing, as if she was battling invisible demons. The bridge was in chaos. Consoles sparked, screens flickered with incomprehensible data. Damien and Morel, the shapeshifters with military training, were desperately trying to regain control of the ship's systems.
"Damien, stabilize the gravity field,"
Jaxon hollered. Morel, reroute power from non-essential systems to shields.
"I'm trying."
Damien's voice was strained, his hands flying over the controls.
Nothing's responding the way it should.
Morel cursed under her breath, her fingers a blur on the keyboard.
Everything's scrambled. I can't make sense of this data.
Jaxon's vision blurred as the ship lurched again. A deep groan reverberated through the hull. He could feel the manticore straining against the forces tearing at it, the metal creaking and groaning in protest. The artificial gravity failed completely for a moment, sending him and the others floating off the deck before slamming them back down as it re-engaged. Sierra and Lyra clung to each other, their faces a paler shade of brown and their eyes wide with terror. They flickered in and out of visibility, their powers uncontrollable in the chaos. The Martians' bodies shimmered like mirages, their outlines blurring as they struggled to stay grounded in reality. The manticore shuddered again, more violently this time, and a console exploded, showering the bridge in sparks. Jaxon shielded his face, the heat singeing his skin. He forced himself to move, to act, as the ship veered wildly.
Captain Orion,
Kaida yelled.
the ship's structural integrity is failing. We can't hold together much longer.
Jaxon had to keep them together, had to find a way out of this madness. But as he stared into the writhing chaos beyond the viewport, he felt the grip of despair tightening around him. The manticore's hull groaned again, a sound like a dying animal. Its systems were failing. He clenched his fists, fighting against the rising tide of fear. Hold on. We're not done yet. But as the manticore twisted and buckled, lost in the madness of the parallel universe, Jaxon wondered if they were already too late. Kaida seemed to be the only person who had a grip on reality. She left the bridge, calling behind her.
I'm going to meditate on a location in our universe on the golden platform. Look after Seer's kids.
Chapter 2. Dragon Rider.
Jamie clung tightly to the reins as they neared the dragon farm. The dusky sky glowed faintly, streaked with the purples and oranges of the twin suns setting on the horizon. Wisps of lavender clouds floated lazily above, a deceptive calm against the turmoil churning within him. The air was thick with the earthy scent of the fields below, mingled with the acrid tang of Aris's sweat and the metallic hint of blood from his wounded wing. Aris's laboured breathing filled Jamie's ears, each beat of the dragon's wings a painful reminder of their shared failure. He felt every shudder and strain of Aris's muscles beneath him, the dragon's body struggling to maintain altitude. Jamie's heart pounded in sync with Aris's flaps, each jolt sending waves of anxiety through him. They descended toward the farm, the lush expanse of dragon pastures stretching out below. Rows of stables lined the edge of the clearing, their wooden frames weathered but sturdy. The scent of hay and earth wafted up, usually a comfort, but now overpowered by the biting stench of sweat and fear. As they landed, Aris stumbled, and Jamie tightened his grip on the reins, steadying the dragon as they hit the ground. The impact jolted through him, grounding him in the immediate need to tend to his friend. Dust rose in clouds around them, clinging to his clothes and mixing with the smell of singed scales and the faint, bitter scent of dragon blood. "Easy, Aris, easy." Jamie's voice was a strained whisper as he slid off the saddle, his legs wobbly beneath him. He ran a hand along Aris's neck, feeling the heat radiating from the dragon's injury. His fingers traced the torn scales, sticky with fresh blood. The connection between them pulsed with shared pain and exhaustion. Jamie led Aris to a shaded corner, grabbing a rough cloth from a nearby hook. He wiped the dragon's wound with gentle strokes, his movements mechanical but careful. The cloth came away stained and warm, and Jamie's stomach twisted with guilt and helplessness. The farmhouse door groaned open, and Jamie's 3 older brothers emerged, their faces shadowed against the fading light. The clearing seemed to constrict around them, the usual hum of evening activities replaced by a heavy silence.
What happened to Aris?
Liam's voice sliced through the still air, sharp and demanding. Jamie's throat closed up. He struggled to find his voice, the words sticking as he looked into his brother's accusing eyes. "The eggs? They're gone, stolen from the pyramid."
What?
Callum's disbelief turned to fury.
You lost the eggs?
Jamie's mouth was dry, his heart hammering against his ribs. "I tried to stop them. They were too fast. The magic. It's gone."
"I don't care about your excuses,"
Rory snapped.
"You were supposed to protect those eggs. Now the pyramid's dead and the wayfarers can't."
"I know." Jamie's shout echoed through the clearing, while Aris whimpered pain. "I know what's at stake." Hot tears threatened the corners of Jamie's eyes. "The pyramid's powerless, and it's my fault." Liam's gaze softened, but the tension remained.
This affects everyone, Jamie. Without the eggs, we're all at risk.
Jamie's knuckles turned white around the reins. I'll fix this. I'll go to the other pyramid in Odyssey. I'll take the space tube and beg them to let us use it.
Our kingdoms have been at war for ages.
Callum scoffed.
They won't just let you waltz in.
I have to try, Jamie insisted, a fierce resolve hardening in his voice. It's my only option. Rory's anger melted into weary acceptance.
Fine. But if this fails, we're in deep trouble.
Jamie nodded, while Liam led Aris away to tend to his wounds.
Take another dragon to the palace and tell the Emperor what you plan to do. You may need to take some water wayfarers with you too, unless the Emperor imprisons you,
Callum said. His brothers walked away, their footsteps heavy with doubt, leaving Jamie alone with his thoughts and the fading light of the evening. The scent of blood and dust lingered in the air, mingling with the familiar smells of the farm. He would find those eggs, restore the pyramid, and make things right. After Jamie retrieved a small box containing a jeweled flower from his bedroom, he went to the nearest stable. Once inside, Jamie stripped off his armor piece by piece. The metal felt heavy in his hands. As he placed the armor on a wooden bench, his gaze drifted to the rows of stalls where the dragons rested. Aris needed to heal, and Jamie couldn't ask more of his wounded companion. He walked down the row, scanning the dragons, their eyes glinting in the dim light. He paused before a stall where a silver-scaled dragon lay curled. Her violet-coloured eyes opened, meeting his with a knowing glint. "Era," Jamie said aloud, though his words were meant for her mind. "We have to go to the Emperor's palace." He told her what happened through the images of her memory. "The space tube to Arathis is my only hope." Era rose gracefully, her scales shimmering like moonlight.
I'm ready.
Her soothing voice echoed in his mind.
You're not to blame, Jamie.
Jamie's shoulders slumped. It doesn't feel like I'm innocent. The eggs are gone, and the pyramid is dead.
It's not dead. It's just sleeping. The blame doesn't rest on you.
Era's mental voice wrapped around him like a warm blanket, easing the tightness in his chest. Jamie placed his hand on her snout. The cool touch of her scales contrasted with the warmth of her breath. He felt the gentle pulse of her thoughts mingling with his, and they reassured him with their presence. He grabbed a lighter set of riding gear from a nearby rack, the soft fabric a relief after the constrictive armor. He slipped on the tunic and breeches, fastening the boots securely. With a deep breath, he led Era out of the stable and climbed onto her back, feeling the sleekness of her scales beneath him. The suns had quickly set, and the large full moon poked its head up on the horizon. Era's wings unfurled, casting long shadows across the lavender-coloured grass, which swayed gently in the evening breeze. Jamie tightened his grip on the reins, feeling the smoothness of the leather beneath his fingers. "Let's go," he murmured, though he knew she could hear him without words. Era launched into the air, her powerful wings slicing through the cool twilight. The stable and the farm dwindled below, the once bustling haven now a patchwork of darkened fields and twinkling lanterns. Jamie glanced down as they rose higher, the familiar shapes of the dragon enclosures and the wooden fences shrinking into miniature. The wind rushed past, a brisk, invigorating force that whipped through Jamie's hair and tugged at his clothes. He leaned into the flight, his body moving in harmony with Era's rhythmic wing beats. The sensation of soaring through the open sky filled him with a fleeting sense of liberation, a momentary escape from the burden of his thoughts. As they climbed higher, the landscape of Elderswar unfolded beneath them, bathed in the soft glow of the moon. The fields of lavender grass stretched out like a rippling ocean, their gentle waves catching the moonlight. Pockets of dense, emerald forests dotted the terrain, their canopies blending into the shadows of the night. Silvery rivers wound their way through the land like glistening threads, reflecting the moon's pale light. Jamie looked toward the horizon, where the twin suns had recently dipped below, leaving a canvas of deep indigo and purple. The last traces of their light lingered on the edges of the sky, a faint blush against the encroaching darkness. Stars began to emerge. In the distance, the rugged mountains of Elderswar's central Alps stood silhouetted against the twilight. Their peaks were capped with snow, which gleamed faintly under the moon's rays. Beyond them, the faint outlines of more distant lands beckoned, realms that Jamie had only glimpsed on rare journeys. Era banked to the left, and Jamie felt the shift in her muscles beneath him. He caught sight of the Ley River, a shimmering ribbon winding through the valleys.
Show me in more detail what happened.
Era prompted, her voice gentle inside of his mind.
Show me what the thieves looked like, what world they came from.
Jamie closed his eyes for a moment, letting the images of the theft flood his mind. They came out of nowhere. I tried to stop them, but they knew exactly what they were doing. I failed.
You didn't fail.
Era countered, her tone firm.
They came prepared. They would have taken anyone by surprise.
I need to get to Arathis. The space tube is the only way to fix this, but convincing the Emperor won't be easy.
The Emperor values the ley rivers.
Era reminded him.
He'll know the importance of getting those eggs back. It's not just about our world, it's about the entire multiverse.
Jamie nodded, though anxiety still gnawed at him. I hope you're right. She asked the 4 words he'd been dreading.
Whose eggs were they?
Marv's eggs, he replied regretfully. Ahead, the Emperor's palace came into view, its spires piercing the night sky like ivory daggers. Countless lanterns illuminated the towers. The gardens surrounding the palace were a patchwork of silver and shadow. The grand hall of the Emperor's palace was an imposing sight. The high, vaulted ceilings stretched up, adorned with intricate murals depicting the legends of Elderoth. Pillars lined the hall, carved from shimmering crystal, each one casting prisms of light across the floor. The air was cool and carried a faint scent of incense, mingling with the earthy aroma of fresh herbs laid at the Emperor's feet. Jamie approached the throne, his footsteps echoing off the polished marble. His palms were clammy despite the coolness of the hall. He forced himself to take steady breaths, feeling the reassuring presence of Era through their mental connection, even though she waited outside. The Emperor, a tall figure with a regal bearing, sat atop a throne of dark wood and crystal. His robes, deep blue with silver embroidery, flowed elegantly, and a circlet of intertwined silver and gold rested on his brow. His eyes, a piercing blue, fixed on Jamie with a mixture of curiosity and scrutiny.
Jamie the Dragon Rider.
The Emperor's voice resonated through the hall, commanding yet not unkind.
You come to me in a time of great crisis.
Jamie bowed low. Your Majesty, the ley rivers have been severed. The dragon eggs were stolen from the belly of the pyramid, and the magic has faded. I request passage to Arathis to use their ley river. The Emperor's expression was thoughtful, and he stroked his long brown beard.
The ley rivers are the lifeblood of our worlds. Without them, the wayfarers cannot fulfill their duties.
Jamie nodded, swallowing hard. I know, Your Majesty. The Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly.
You seek Arathis's ley river to fix our one. Do you realize the difficulties this presents? It is known that the Arathians are not generous towards Elderoth. They may prefer our wayfarers to become powerless.
A bead of sweat trickled down his back. I am aware, sire. But without access to another ley river, we cannot repair our own by recovering the eggs.
You cannot place another dragon's egg under the altar.
Jamie let out a long breath and slumped. No, sire. The snatching of the egg without words of kindness and without my telepathic touch will have shocked the pyramid. It will need the same egg back that was originally taken. The Emperor sighed.
I thought that might be the case.
Jamie cleared his throat and looked up at those cold, blue eyes. I bring a gift to the priests of Arathis in hopes they will grant us passage. The Emperor raised an eyebrow.
A gift.
Jamie slipped the small, ornate box from his satchel and placed it in an attendant's hand to show to the Emperor. The box was carved from pale wood, inlaid with patterns of silver and azure. It was a box his grandmother had secretly given him on her deathbed, along with instructions for his dive. I came upon this rare flower while swimming in a lake, Jamie explained. Only once every 100 years does this extraordinary plant bloom. It's said to possess magical properties. I think it will prove our heartfelt commitment. The Emperor studied the tiny lotus for a moment before nodding.
A wise choice, Jamie. The crystal lotus is known for its purity and power. It might sway the priests. And look, it's still alive. How is that?
Because I am a dragon rider, Jamie said. The very reason which allows me to communicate with dragons and cast spells on their eggs.
Yes, you are a great asset to us, Jamie. I am worried about your safety.
I am no use here anymore. Now that the pyramid doesn't function, I have no use at all. Jamie took a deep breath of the pungent incense of wood resin. I will try my best to convince them, Your Majesty. I will not return without the eggs. The frown lines on the Emperor's forehead smoothed as his expression softened slightly.
I believe you, young man. You have shown great dedication. The wayfarers you will take are among our finest. High Priest Leo will introduce them.
High Priest Leo, a tall brown-skinned man draped in robes of deep indigo, stepped forward from the shadows near the throne. He wore a purple turban on his head which matched his outfit. His presence was commanding, with silver hair flowing over his shoulders and eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of centuries. He inclined his head to the Emperor before addressing Jamie.
The chosen wayfarers will accompany you to Arathis, Jamie. Allow me to present them.
He gestured gracefully to the first figure, a tall woman who stepped forward with a calm, confident demeanor.
This is Calyx.
High Priest Leo began.
She is a master of astral projection, able to traverse realms with ease and precision. She is experienced in retrieving lost and stolen goods and is an excellent assassin.
Calix's skin gleamed like deep bronze, and her hair, woven like golden silk, cascaded in thick braids down her back. Her striking green eyes held a serene intensity, and she wore a flowing robe of teal and copper embroidered with symbols of the ley rivers. She bowed to the Emperor, her expression composed and resolute. Leo gestured towards a nimble-looking man with a playful smile.
This is Lyron,
High Priest Leo continued.
a shapeshifter of remarkable skill, able to assume any form. His skills are vital for infiltrating and gathering information.
Lyron's hair was a tousled mix of auburn and chestnut, and he wore a tunic of deep green with silver accents. His fingers twitched slightly, as if eager to get going on their journey. The third figure stepped forward, a broad-shouldered man with a mane of dark curls framing his battle-hardened face.
This is Talus,
Said High Priest Leo.
a warrior wizard who wields the elemental forces of water and ice.
Talus's dark eyes bore the weight of countless battles, and his armor, polished like obsidian, was adorned with intricate patterns of silver. Last of all, a slender figure with delicate features and hair like spun silver stepped forward, her eyes a pale violet.
This is Ione,
Leo finished.
a healer of unparalleled skill. Her ability to mend wounds and restore life force is unmatched.
Ione's robes of midnight blue were speckled with tiny, glowing points that resembled stars, and her gentle smile seemed to soften the very air around her. The Emperor nodded in approval.
You have chosen well, High Priest Leo.
He said,
Each of them brings a unique strength to your mission. I will grant you passage through the space tube to Arathis. May the ley rivers guide you and keep you safe.
Jaime bowed deeply, his knees weakening with relief. Thank you, Your Majesty. We will not fail. The Emperor rose from his throne.
Remember, Jaime, the fate of our sister worlds rests upon your success. Go with my blessing.
Chapter 3. Peronis 3. After Kaida rescued Jaxon and the other egg thieves and brought them back to the Milky Way, sweat covered Jackson's body. The captain stood on the bridge of the Manticore, staring into the cold expanse of space. His fingers brushed the cool, slick surface of the console, grounding him as he reviewed the latest coordinates from Andromeda. Despite the familiarity, the touch felt foreign, adding to the unease gnawing at his stomach. The retrieval of dragon eggs from parallel universes seemed like an impossible task, especially without the precise coordinates the quantum Dreamweaver required. Their last astral journey had been fraught with uncertainty, and Jaxon still didn't fully grasp the constellations of these other realms. The prospect of facing the celestial architects again, with their cryptic demands, made his throat tighten. He was at odds with the notion of universes layered in dimensions he could barely comprehend. Jaxon chewed on his cyborg knuckle unconsciously, a nervous habit he thought he'd left behind at the Novatech Consortium all those decades ago, when he had two biological hands. The sharp taste of iron and the faint sting kept him tethered to reality. When Annika's mental health had stabilized, because they'd returned to their own universe. She had healed both his and Mafditi's burns. That didn't calm the tension in his muscles, though. His thoughts drifted back to the ultimatum issued by the celestial architects. They had warned that if he and his crew didn't bring them dragon eggs, it would lead to dire consequences. He wondered what the Church of the Celestial Body knew. If the celestial architects couldn't provide answers about the coordinate dilemma, another visit to the Sol System's Oort cloud might be necessary. The Oort cloud, with its desolate silence and vast emptiness, seemed almost preferable to the unknowns they faced now. Seer's voice cut through his thoughts.
Ready for this.
She stood beside him, her dark green eyes fixed on the starry expanse outside. Her hand on his arm was warm, anchoring him to the present. We have no choice, Jaxon replied with a steady voice despite the dryness in his mouth. The Triangulum and the Milky Way depend on us. He forced a smile. The crew had discussed the dilemma, agreeing to gather as many eggs as possible from their universe before venturing into others. Kaida entered the bridge. Her movements were precise and deliberate, and her presence was as calm as usual.
Annika is in the quantum Dreamweaver, ready to visualize the coordinates on your word.
Let's bring these dragon eggs home. Jaxon's words tasted like sand in his mouth. With a deep breath, he gave the command. The ship darkened, and his vision blurred. The sudden shift made his stomach lurch, and he gripped the console to steady himself. When the lights flickered on again, sweat beaded on his forehead. Seer was crouched on the floor, her face pale. "Are you okay?" Jaxon asked. Worried.
Yes, Just dizzy. I'll be fine. Just caught me off guard.
Check on your kids, Jaxon suggested. They might need you. Seer nodded and hurried off the bridge. Her concern for her children was a constant undercurrent, something Jaxon understood all too well. He watched her go, feeling a pang of empathy for her situation. Kaida scanned the holographic display of the volcanic planet, filling the central viewport.
Atmosphere analysis complete. High levels of sulfur dioxide and carbon monoxide. Surface temperatures range from 700 to 1000 degrees Kelvin. Gravity's 1.2 times that of Earth's.
Her voice was clinical, detached, but Jaxon could sense the underlying tension. Jaxon nodded, his mouth dry. Not the friendliest place. Any signs of life?
No.
Kaida said flatly.
No biological life. The environment is too hostile for most forms of life as we know it.
He nodded, though his hands felt clammy. The data confirmed his fears. All right, who's taking the Dreamweaver down there? Kaida's black eyes narrowed.
I thought some shapeshifters could handle it, but I'm worried about their safety.
Bring the shapeshifters to the bridge, Jaxon ordered. Even Robert and Penny. They've had enough practice. Kaida raised an eyebrow.
They're still new at this.
They're all new, Kaida. Our Anubak refused to come. They had to stay with their families. His voice was a notch tighter, reflecting his frustration. But Robert and Penny are always shifting for fun. They've been practicing since we left Microxus. Teenagers they may be, but they're not children. Kaida looked unconvinced, but complied, calling the shapeshifters to the bridge. Her reluctance was obvious, and Jaxon felt a flicker of guilt for pushing them so hard. He reminded himself that the stakes were too high for hesitation. When everyone arrived, Jaxon stood at the head of the group, the harsh, unforgiving data about the planet scrolling beside him. We've got a tough mission ahead. The environment down there is hostile. Extreme heat, toxic gases, unstable terrain. What forms will work best? Morel, her pale pink face thoughtful, spoke first.
A molten core entity. We'd be tough, heat-resistant, and fluid enough to move through molten rock.
Kaida nodded.
That's imaginative. What about carrying the eggs?
Morel hesitated.
I'll figure it out when we get there. The challenge is how to maintain our forms while handling the eggs.
Robert, full of nervous energy, shifted on his feet.
Basalt golems. Tough as rocks but agile. We could handle collapses or debris and carry the eggs. We'd be able to maneuver through the terrain without too much trouble.
Jaxon's concern deepened. What if you melt the Dreamweaver?
We'll test it first,
Robert said.
The Dreamweaver must handle our forms without becoming damaged.
Penny nodded frantically, her blonde hair tied back tightly.
Silicate spiders, webbing could stabilize loose rocks and cross gaps. We need to navigate the terrain and secure the eggs without risking them.
Damien rubbed his chin, his navy-skinned face thoughtful.
A liquid metal entity. We need to flow over surfaces and adapt quickly. This form could help us deal with toxic gases and move through different environments without being held back by physical limits.
Jaxon nodded, appreciating the thoughtfulness of their choices. And you, Brenna. Brenna's calm presence belied the tension in the room. Her pale blue skin seemed almost to glow under the bridge's lights.
Thermal-plated armadillo. Reflect heat, disperse it, and burrow for safety. We need forms that can withstand the environment and protect us from the extreme conditions.
But an armadillo couldn't breathe the atmosphere, could it? Jaxon said warily.
There's no biological life down there.
Kaida nodded at the diagram, which portrayed an aerial view of the landscape.
We need forms that don't rely on traditional biological functions.
Brenna's cheeks flushed a darker shade of blue.
You're right. I'll copy Damien's idea. We need versatility.
Jaxon's ribcage felt too tight, and he sucked in each ragged breath. The first thing we need to do is see if a magma golem can sit inside the Dreamweaver without melting it. His stomach churned as he twisted his comm band around his wrist. Dean, from Earth's moon colony Delta 7, looked solemn, his past losses clear in his gaze.
I'm thinking a magma prowler. We need something that's agile enough to navigate and tough enough to endure. If things get rough, we'd need to climb out or find a safe spot quickly.
Jaxon gave each of them a serious look, realizing how important the mission was. Remember, this isn't just about collecting dragon eggs. Your safety is paramount. Adapt as needed, stay in contact, and if things go south, we'll get you out. The shapeshifters exchanged determined glances. Their jaws were clenched, but their hands trembled, and Jaxon felt the same tremor running through him.
"We'll try our best, Captain,"
Damien said. Jaxon and Kaida led the team of shapeshifters through the corridors of the Manticore. Panels of silvery alloy lined the walls of the corridor, glistening under the artificial lighting. Jaxon's gaze swept over the familiar environment, taking in the digital displays and status monitors embedded along the passage. As they approached the elevator, Kaida tapped a sequence into the control pad, and the doors slid open with a hiss. Jaxon keyed in their destination, his fingers brushing against the touch-sensitive panel. The elevator hummed to life, descending smoothly toward the hangar. He exchanged a glance with Kaida, noting the steely determination in her eyes. When the doors opened again, the quantum dreamweaver stood in the center of the hangar. Its surface shimmered gold, the intricate hieroglyphs reflecting the soft glow of the overhead lights. "Remember, safety first," Jaxon said. "Test your forms inside the dreamweaver and ensure there's no damage. We must know whether it can withstand the conditions you'll face." The shapeshifters nodded. When the shell opened, the petals resembled those of a golden rose opening to the sun. Every petal became a ramp. The shifters walked up one of those ramps and filed inside. Jaxon and Kaida remained outside, their eyes fixed on the dreamweaver's entryway. Jaxon's fingers drummed lightly against his side, a subconscious rhythm that mirrored the pulse of his thoughts. After an anxious 5 minutes, the shapeshifters grinned as they exited the craft again. Brenna explained what had happened. Inside the quantum dreamweaver, Morel's form had shifted into that of a molten core entity. Her body had become a swirling mass of magma, glowing with an intense, fiery light. Robert's form had solidified into a basalt golem. His skin had transformed into rough, dark stone, his limbs taking on the appearance of jagged rocks. He explained to Jaxon and Kaida that his golem's movements had been slow but deliberate, the heavy stone making a dull, grinding sound with each step. Robert laughed as he told them about his girlfriend. Penny's form had rippled as she morphed into a silicate spider, her body elongated, sprouting multiple legs that gleamed with a crystalline sheen. The spider's movements had been swift and agile, her webbing forming intricate patterns in the air as she tested her abilities. Damien had become a liquid metal entity. His body had shimmered with a metallic luster. The liquid metal had adapted to the contours of the Dreamweaver's interior, reflecting its golden light. Brenna and Dean had transformed into a molten golem and a magma prowler, respectively. Brenna's thermal-plated exterior glowed with a fierce intensity.
"Everything's fine, Captain,"
Morel said.
"The Dreamweaver's interior was holding up perfectly. Nothing affected it at all."
The test had been successful, the quantum Dreamweaver proving its resilience against the shapeshifter's extreme forms. Jaxon's shoulders eased, a slow breath escaping his lips. He exchanged a glance with Kaida. "Great work, everyone," Jaxon said, his voice carrying a note of genuine appreciation. "Return to the QD and prepare for the mission. I've transferred the exact coordinates to your comm bands. Check them first, then take them off and transform. We won't be able to communicate once you're there, so good luck and be careful. You've got a lot of work ahead, but this is a good start." The quantum Dreamweaver hovered over Pyranus 3, its landing struts buried in the still cooling lava. The shapeshifters moved methodically, testing the resilience of their forms against the planet's fierce conditions. Above, the Manticore maintained its vigilant orbit, its sensors locked onto the Dreamweaver and its crew. Jaxon monitored the feed from the command deck, his eyes darting between the live footage and the data streams. "How's the QD hull?" he asked, addressing Kaida at the sensor station. Kaida glanced at her monitor.
"Holding steady. The Dreamweaver's shield is absorbing all the heat. No signs of stress on the structure."
Below, the shapeshifters continued their assessments. Morel's molten form glided over the landscape, her glowing body a different hue to the seething lava. Damien, in his molten metal state, tested the limits of his transformation, the intense heat warping his metallic surface slightly before it stabilized. Down below, the shapeshifters continued their somber task. Morel glided across the churning terrain in her molten form, her radiant glow in stark contrast to the bubbling lava beneath. Damien, transformed into a reflective pool of molten metal, tested his endurance against the relentless heat, contorting and reshaping his surface in defiance of the fiery inferno. Meanwhile, Dean had taken on the guise of a sleek transport vehicle, navigating with precision through the hazardous landscape. His reinforced hull allowed him to glide over the searing magma flows as he extended mechanical arms to delicately retrieve the fragile dragon eggs. Robert, now a formidable multi-limbed behemoth, carefully secured each egg in an armored hold with his powerful appendages, constantly scanning for any potential threats or damages. With his towering mass and deliberate movements, Robert led the way through the molten sea, while Penny darted around his legs in the surging lava. Her serpentine body moved with fluid grace, her shimmering scales glistening in the intense heat as she acted as a guide for Robert and Dean, directing them towards safer paths. In her arachnid form, Brenna scaled across the volatile terrain with surprising agility. Her delicate sensors probed the ground for safe spots and avoided unstable patches of magma as she wove a protective web around each transferred egg. Her multiple eyes scanned for danger, while her spinnerets released a cooling agent to shield the eggs from the scorching environment. The dragon eggs, now safely cocooned in Brenna's webbing, emitted a faint glow amidst the molten landscape. Jaxon could only watch as their mission's limitations restrained him. Damien absorbed each egg into his liquid metal form before passing them to a pouch on Brenna's spider-like body, his head now a grotesque and shimmering mound of metal. Jaxon longed for the ability to communicate, but their lack of comm bands and mouths made it impossible. 4 of them entered the golden orb. But as Damien and Morel slithered towards the QD, a sudden tremor shook the ground. The lava shifted violently, sending up a spray of molten rock. The Dreamweaver lurched, its landing struts sinking deeper into the unstable ground. Status report. Jaxon barked, gripping the edge of his console. Kaitis tapped at her controls.
Seismic activity detected. The ground's becoming unstable.
The screen showed the shapeshifters scrambling to maintain their footing. Beneath them, the lava surged, forming a turbulent ocean of molten rock. The Dreamweaver's engines roared as it tried to lift off, but the shifting ground kept it tethered. Morel and Damien, now resembling molten creatures with 4 legs, made their way towards the craft, but the ground split open between them and the Dreamweaver. A river of molten rock cut off their path. The air shimmered with heat, distorting the view from the Manticore. Brenna, Robert, Dean, and Penny, already inside the Dreamweaver, looked out in horror as their comrades struggled against the shifting lava. Morel's molten form flickered, her glow dimming as she fought to maintain her shape.
We have to get them out of there,
Kaitis said in a tense voice.
We can't leave them behind.
The seismic activity showed no signs of abating. Jaxon's pulse picked up as he searched for a solution. Dean, you've practiced this, Jaxon said through his comm band. Activate the emergency retrieval protocol, he commanded. We need to get the Dreamweaver airborne. The Dreamweaver's engines flared, lifting it off the ground in a burst of energy. The craft wobbled, its struts scraping against the shifting rock. Morel and Damien morphed into shimmering bipeds and reached out towards the Dreamweaver. Extend the landing struts, Jaxon ordered. Give them something to grab onto. The Dreamweaver's landing struts extended towards the struggling shapeshifters. Morel grabbed onto one strut, her molten form stabilizing as she pulled herself up. Damien reached out as well, but the ground gave way beneath him, a torrent of lava sweeping him off his feet.
Damien,
Penny cried from within the QD. The crew on the Manticore and QD watched in stunned silence as Damien's form was swallowed by the molten rock, his silver glow disappearing beneath the surface. Retract the struts, Jaxon shouted. Get Morel on board, now. As the struts retracted, the Dreamweaver pulled Morel up and into its embrace. The golden orb disappeared as it teleported. Hopefully into the Manticore's hangar bay, Jaxon thought. Kaitis stared at the monitor, her face pale.
Damien's signal. It's gone.
Jaxon closed his eyes briefly, a wave of grief washing over him. I must find Annika now and locate him via astral projection. Chapter 4. Space Tube to Orifice.
As Jamie peered up at the Emperor, the golden light of dawn streamed through the tall windows. The smell of burning incense was pungent with blends of intoxicating wood resins and sweeter flower nectars. Beside him, Calix, Lyra, Talis, and Iwan stood in silent readiness. Calix's skin gleamed like deep bronze as Jamie took in her appearance. Her hair looked like ropes of gold as it cascaded in thick braids down her teal robe. If he were older, he would like to ask her out, but Jamie was only 12. That didn't stop him marveling at her beauty. Calix must have felt him staring, for she turned and winked at him with a striking green eye. The Emperor's eyes met Jamie's too.
Your path to Arathis will be dangerous, but this is an important quest. The ley rivers must flow without obstruction for our wayfarers to continue their vital work.
Jamie nodded, trying to ignore the knot of anxiety in his stomach. We are ready to depart, sire. We understand the importance of our task. The Emperor gestured to Leo, who stepped forward and opened the box, revealing 5 gleaming tokens. Each token had been crafted from a lustrous metal called diaphrone that shimmered with the colors of the spectrum.
These are your tickets for the space tube.
High Priest Leo said.
They will grant you passage to Arathis.
Jamie reached out and took them. Ancient runes and the symbol of the ley rivers were etched on each token. He distributed them to his companions, each wayfarer accepting their token with a nod of gratitude.
These tokens are not merely your passage.
Leo continued.
They also serve as a sign of our trust and hope. Guard them well.
Jamie slipped his token into a small pouch at his waist, securing it carefully. He looked up at the Emperor and pressed his lips together. We will not fail, sire. The Emperor's stern expression softened slightly.
I know you will not, Jamie the Dragon Telepath. Your courage and the skills of your team are unmatched.
Jamie bowed deeply. The other wayfarers followed suit, their movements synchronized in a gesture of respect and readiness. As they exited the grand hall, the cool morning breeze greeted them, carrying with it the crisp scent of dew-laden grass and blooming flowers. They approached the space tube terminal. It was in the palace gardens. The gleaming structure pulsed like a heartbeat. Its entrance was a swirling vortex of colors. A guard stood at attention, nodding as Jamie presented their tokens.
May your journey be swift and safe,
the guard said, stepping aside to allow them passage. Jamie took a deep breath and led his team forward, stepping into the space tube's vortex. The sensation was immediate and overwhelming, a rush of energy that enveloped them, pulling them through the fabric of space with dizzying speed. Colors blurred and stretched around them, a kaleidoscope of light and motion. He clung to his focus, thoughts fixed on their destination. Beside him, Calix's eyes were closed in deep concentration. Lyron's fingers twitched with excitement. Talis's face remained stoic, and Ion's features were composed. In a heartbeat, the sensation changed. The chaotic swirl of colors coalesced into a single, brilliant point of light, and with a jolt, they were expelled onto solid ground. As Jamie and his team left the space tube's vortex, the grand courtyard of Arathis' royal palace spread before them. The marble pathways were immaculate, shimmering under the twin suns' light, and lined with crystalline flora that glowed faintly in hues of blue and green. Tall towers rose around the courtyard, their surfaces reflecting the light in a dazzling display of prismatic colors. The air was much cooler here compared to Eldorath's warmth. Jamie's pulse quickened as he took in the surroundings. All right, everyone, Jamie said in a quiet voice. Our goal is to get an audience with the high priests. We need to negotiate access to the Amethyst Pyramid. Calix, her bronze skin glistening in the twin suns' light, nodded firmly.
We should approach with respect and humility. The priests value tradition.
Talis, the broad-shouldered guardian, crossed his arms, his dark curls catching the light.
Respect is fine, but we need to show strength too. They need to know we're not here to beg, but to collaborate.
Ion, with her delicate features and silver hair, looked thoughtful.
Perhaps a combination of both. We should emphasize the mutual benefits.
Lyron, still shaken from the journey, glanced around the courtyard, his blue eyes wide with confusion.
I'm surprised there's no immigration control. It's almost too easy to get here.
Jamie scratched his smooth, 12-year-old jaw. You're right, Lyron. It is strange. Before anyone could respond, a battalion of police emerged from the shadows. They wore silver uniforms with glowing visors. They held advanced weapons that hummed with a dangerous energy, the light from their visors casting eerie blue glows on their faces.
Identify yourselves.
The command echoed through the courtyard, the voice amplified by unseen speakers, causing Jamie's heart to pound even harder. Jamie tried to steady his breathing. We are emissaries from Eldorath. We seek an audience with the high priests regarding the Amethyst Pyramid. The lead officer's visor flickered, scanning them with an eerie blue light that seemed to pierce through Jamie.
You are not authorized to be here. Surrender immediately.
Before Jamie could respond, Lyron sprang into action.
We don't have time for this.
He lunged at the nearest officer. No, Lyron, wait, Jamie yelled. But it was too late. A high-pitched whine filled the air as the officer's weapon discharged. In an instant, Lyron disintegrated into a cloud of ash. His attack halted before it had even begun. The air carried the acrid smell of burnt ozone and the finality of death.
Lyron,
Calix screamed. Jamie's head recoiled from the source, eyes wide and staring. He felt a hollow pit in his stomach, a sensation of everything collapsing inward. He wanted to shout, to retaliate, but they were powerless against such technology. The officers moved in, metallic restraints clamping around Jamie's wrists and those of his companions. The icy touch of the restraints was a chilling reminder of their predicament.
Let us go, we're not your enemies.
Talis roared, straining against the guards holding him.
You don't understand what's at stake.
Inon pleaded.
Silence.
Barked the lead officer.
You will be detained for unauthorized entry.
The police or soldiers or whoever the brutes were guided Jamie and his surviving companions into a disc-shaped hover, which flew them to a remote fortress in the countryside, surrounded by desert. It disembarked in a dusty courtyard. Steel towers loomed above them, cold and unwelcoming. The terrible reality of their situation overwhelmed Jamie. They entered a massive structure, its interior filled with a labyrinth of force fields and energy barriers. The temperature dropped further, and icy tendrils seeped into Jamie's bones. They were shoved into individual cells, the energy barriers sealing them in with a faint crackle. The cell was sterile, devoid of any comfort, the air thick with a metallic taste that seemed to cling to the back of his throat. Jamie sat on the hard bench. He strained his ears, listening for any signs of movement or life beyond his confinement. The memory of Lyron's disintegration burned into his thoughts. He felt a deep ache, not just for his fallen friend, but for the hopelessness of their situation. The cool air inside the cell contrasted with the heat of his rising anger and fear. The silence of the prison was heavy, broken only by the distant hum of machinery and the occasional murmur from the guards. Jamie closed his eyes, trying to steady his breath, to focus amid the chaos. They had to find a way out. They had to reach the Amethyst Pyramid, but for now they were trapped.
Chapter 5. The Manticore Crew.
Queen Brenna sat at the bar on the starship Manticore, a glass of blue liquor in her hand. The bar's atmosphere was warm, with the scent of food. Laughter and quiet conversations blended with the hum of the ship's systems. But Brenna's mind was elsewhere. She swirled the drink as she thought about when she had fled Korod's crumbling hotel. She had turned into an elderly woman by that time, and Korod, the Baron, had disobeyed her. The love spell had worn off. It shouldn't have. She was supposed to return and set the frogmen free. The cat and dog men of Sirius's moons of the Sireth had rescued her in their strange tank-like vehicle. It had tunneled under the ground and taken her and other survivors to an underground community. They had provided her with a bed, clean clothes, and taken to the washing facilities. While in a sauna with other women, the Amphilean spell masters had reached out to her. It was strange because they had never sent telepathic messages to her before, unlike Ongus and Nomo. Talashians were not telepathic. The frogmen said that the celestial architect still imprisoned them in the Indigo Vault. The spellmasters offered her a second chance to live and be young if she would free them. She agreed, shocking the other females in the sauna when she became a young beauty from an old crone, right in front of their very eyes. I must succeed this time, Brenna thought to herself as she scanned the Manticore bar. Stealing the Quantum Dreamweaver is the only way to rescue them. Captain Orion sat at a table with Annika Patel and Kaida Takahashi, whispering, their faces drawn. Brenna felt a pang of something she couldn't name. Their shared grief reminded her of what they had lost. Korod's brother, who had navy blue skin, was lost to the lava. She considered her options. Approaching them for help could backfire. Her past was full of secrets, and gaining their trust would be difficult. She needed a different angle, a way to manipulate the situation to her advantage. Who can I approach, Captain Orion? Too risky? Annika and Kaida are too close to him. No, I need someone more distant from the core group. Her gaze shifted to Dean, a relatively recent addition to the crew. He sat alone with a moody expression. Dean was a stranger much like her, and he might be more susceptible to her influence. She took a deep breath and stood before faltering over to the primary group at the table. Mind if I join you? Brenna asked. Captain Orion looked up and gave a tired smile.
Of course, Queen Brenna. Have a seat.
Just Brenna is fine. She let out a nervous giggle and picked some stray strands of silver hair from her face, tucking them behind her ear. As she sat, Ciela Croix returned, her face tired yet peaceful after putting her 3 children to bed. Cia sat beside Brenna, the strain of the day evident. Brenna's knees buckled. At least there was another Thalassian in the crew.
It's good to see you,
Cia said, managing a small smile.
How are you settling in?
Different from what I'm used to, but I'm adjusting, Brenna replied.
It's good to have you with us,
Kaida said, gripping her cocktail with a metal hand.
We need all the help we can get.
Thank you, Kaida. I hope I can contribute meaningfully. The conversation flowed, but Brenna's mind remained on her plan. She needed to seduce someone into kissing her so she could control them as she had controlled Damien's brother, the Baron. She needed to create an opportunity to speak to Dean alone. He was young and single. Most men were naive. She had the looks and power and scent of Lily. She excused herself after a while and strayed away to the quieter side of the bar, where Dean was still sitting. "Is this seat taken?" she asked. Dean looked up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes.
No, go ahead.
She sat and ordered another drink from the machine, staring at the various bottles lined up behind the bar. After a moment she turned to him. "You seem like someone who prefers solitude. I can relate." Dean shrugged.
Just trying to process everything. It's a lot.
"I know what you mean. Being new here's a challenge." Dean nodded.
That poor guy, Damien. Do you think he's alive?
"I don't know." She grimaced. This wasn't the best conversation for seduction. They sat in silence while Brenna considered her next move. He had to trust her, to feel a connection. "Dean, have you ever felt like you're always on the outside, looking in?" He glanced at her, his expression softening.
Yeah, I guess I have. They're all friends here.
His gaze travelled to the Aquilorian woman who talked quietly to Kira and Lyra in a small alcove.
Morel's new too, though. Have you talked to her?
She followed his gaze to the strange woman from Cyrusar with blue hair, glowing blue eyes, and multicoloured skin. Morel listened intently to the twins, her purple seashells catching the light. Brenna sighed. "Not really. She's quiet."
She's lovely,
he said dreamily. She swallowed and flashed a fake smile. "It's hard to find your place in a world that's constantly shifting, but sometimes you meet people who change everything." Dean seemed to ponder her words. Brenna placed her pale blue hand on his beige one. "Perhaps a direct approach would be better." "I need a man's touch. Are you straight?" His gaze darted between her and Morel.
Sorry, Your Majesty.
He said politely.
I have other things on my mind.
Brenna forced a watery smile despite the knot in her throat. "Of course, Dean. Maybe another time." She stood, her plan foiled. As she walked away, she glanced back at Dean, now fully engaged in watching Morel. Back at the table, the group had grown, and several conversations flowed at once. Syrah and Lyra, the identical twins with distinct hairstyles, Syrah with an afro, and Lyra with braids, were discussing the latest developments in their quest. Robert and his blonde girlfriend, the teen couple, sat close together. Seer spoke of her sadness over Damien's fate, shapeshifted to molten metal and lost to a lava flow. As the stars outside the Manticore's windows twinkled, Brenna felt a flicker of hope. The quantum dreamweaver was in the hangar and would come and go for as long as she remained a part of the crew. She would find her opportunity. Late that night, Brenna sat in her quarters, a cup of steaming tea cradled in her hands. She stared into the liquid, her thoughts a whirl of emotion. The tea's surface shimmered, and an image formed. It was President Niridax, the amphibian spellmaster, his eyes flashing between yellow and purple. A golden yellow turban sat on his head.
Brenna,
His voice croaked in her mind.
you must steal the quantum dreamweaver and retrieve us from the indigo vault in the realm of the celestial architects.
Her breath bottled momentarily in her lungs. She let it out and gasped. President Niridax. I need more time.
There is no more time.
He snapped.
If you do not act now, your heart will fail you. If you cannot seduce anyone to help, you must go alone.
The reflection faded, leaving her alone with the butterflies in her stomach. She set the cup aside and stood. She hurried through the corridors of the Manticore, her footsteps echoing in the silence. Dean was a potential ally, but there wasn't time. She had to do this on her own. Reaching the hangar, she paused and took a deep breath to steady herself. Her pulse thudded in her eardrums as she approached the storage area, but voices reached her ears. She froze.
Jaxon, it's not here.
Annika's voice was tense.
Some shifters took it to rescue Damien on the volcanic planet.
Brenna's heart sank. The Dreamweaver wasn't even on the ship. She needed to think quickly. She stepped forward, revealing herself to the captain and Annika.
What are you doing here, Brenna?
Jaxon asked, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. She hesitated, searching for a plausible excuse. I was looking for something important. Annika's gaze softened.
Brenna, it's late. You should be resting. Whatever it is, we can help you find it in the morning.
She shook her head. No, you don't understand. It can't wait. Jaxon exchanged a glance with Annika.
What can't wait?
There's something I need from the Indigo Vault. Something that could help all of us. Jaxon's expression hardened.
The Indigo Vault.
At the realm of the celestial architects. I heard about it in folk tales as a child.
Thalassian folk tales.
Anika looked suspicious. Yes.
And they called it the realm of the celestial architects.
Anika asked. No. Brenna chewed on a cuticle. But it sounded the same.
The realm of the celestial architects is a dangerous place, Queen Brenna.
Jaxon said.
Why would you need something from there?
She took a deep breath, knowing she had to give them something. Because it holds the key to saving Thalassia. Please, trust me. Anika's voice was gentle but firm.
The realm of the celestial architects is too dangerous. They want dragon eggs. The last thing we should do is steal more items from their vaults. That was how Microxus got destroyed. You know that, right? Damien's brother with the big hotel? He stole the QD and then stole things from them. That was their anger.
Brenna's stomach hardened and she swiped tears from her face. Yes, you're right. That's a silly idea. Sorry. Good night. She turned and marched away, angry at herself for confronting them. She'd have to steal it when she got the chance.
Robert settled into the worn leather booth in the bar. The familiar hum of the Manticore's engines provided a comforting vibration against his back. The bar had lamps dotted around, and their warm light cast shadows over the faces of his companions. Penny, with her platinum blonde hair and infectious smile, snuggled closer to him, her hand resting lightly on his knee. Across from them sat Dean, the astrobiologist, with a haunted look in his eyes. Math Daddy, the twins, and Narelle, the Aquilorian woman with neon blue hair and eyes, whose mysterious abilities had everyone talking.
Nice to have a moment to relax, huh?
Penny said to everyone as she took a sip of her cocktail, her eyes sparkling with the glow of the bar's neon lights. Dean nodded, though his gaze kept drifting to Morel, who was delicately sipping a yellow-hued drink.
Yeah, it's been a while since we had a break,
he said. Robert and Dean had become good friends, and it wasn't only because they were both new members of the crew and been given the power to shapeshift. Both being Earthlings who grew up in colonies within the Sol system, they had something in common which had allowed them to relate. Dean questioned him a lot about the classified scientific breakthroughs on ORT-45, and they talked for hours about their childhoods, including the neurological disease Robert had been born with and how Professor Voss had healed him. Robert had observed that Dean's voice always carried a lingering sadness. The loss of Dean's family on Delta 7, Earth's moon, during the Nanonexus outbreak was a scar that ran deep in the young scientist. Morel glanced up, her violet eyes twinkling with amusement.
You humans and your need for relaxation.
She teased.
On Cyrusar, we are always moving, always learning.
Penny laughed, a light, airy sound that made Robert's heart swell.
Speaking of learning, Morel, you never told us how you're able to mimic anyone so perfectly. What's your secret?
Morel's smile was mysterious.
It's a gift,
she said simply. Robert grinned, leaning back in his seat. Well, we all have our secrets.
Where are you from?
Muriel asked Robert.
I forgot you were so new,
Sierra said to the Aquilorian woman with blue hair and colorful skin.
Robert's from the same colony as us. Our late sister's colony.
Robert nodded. I grew up on ORT-45, the most religious asteroid colony in the system. Spent the first 20 years of my life as a paraplegic before Professor Voss cured me with his neural fix invention. Morel's eyes widened.
Professor Voss? The neural fix guy? The old scientist who had his neural fix prototype stolen and turned into the Nanonexus. Didn't he travel on the Manticore?
We were good friends,
Dr. Patel said.
We went through hell and back together. He even settled on Microxus with us before sadly passing away.
Tears welled in those deep blue eyes and Annika's chin wobbled. She turned away and sniffed, then picked the tears out from the corners of her eyes.
I read a lot of his papers during my primary studies on Delta 7,
Dean said. Robert nodded, feeling a familiar pang of gratitude and awe. Yeah, he's the reason I'm walking today. Changed my life. Morel took a sip of her drink and then tilted her head to the side.
What about your family on Microxus, Robert? You mentioned your sister worked on the Manticore.
Robert felt suddenly cold and his face went slack. Yeah, Kelly is amazing. She worked on the Manticore for 10 years as a cook and later as Captain Orion's co-pilot. She always sent money back to our parents, who were poor miners on ORT-45, and her money paid for my pain relief. Kelly's a new mom now, but she lost her husband during the Microxus apocalypse. A gloomy silence settled over the group. Penny squeezed Robert's hand, offering silent support.
I'm sorry to hear that,
Morel said quietly.
It sounds like she's a strong woman.
She is, Robert replied, his voice heavy with emotion. She's been through so much and she still keeps going for her child's sake. Morel tilted her head again.
And Penny, what about you? How did you end up here?
Robert felt Dean might like her to ask him a few questions, too. He obviously had the hots for the blue-haired, multicolored woman. Penny's smile faltered slightly, but she quickly recovered.
I grew up at South Pole, but my parents, well, let's just say they had their own problems, drugs mostly. I moved away as soon as I could.
Dean raised his glass in a toast.
To new beginnings,
he said, his gaze lingering on Morel longer than necessary. Robert couldn't help but notice the way Dean's eyes followed her every move. As they clinked their glasses, Tweety, Morel's sentient bird, fluttered over to the table, pecking at a shot glass of cocktail. The bird's eyes were slightly glazed, and it let out a series of drunken chirps. Is Tweety drunk? Robert asked, unable to suppress a chuckle. Morel rolled her eyes.
He has a habit of stealing drinks when I'm not looking, but he's harmless.
Tweety staggered on the table, his beak dipping into the cocktail again.
Morel's abilities aren't just gifts.
The bird slurred, causing everyone to look at him in surprise.
It's the serious cypress oil. Her mum's been ordering it for her since she was little because of her ADHD. That's why she's so good at everything. And it made me sentient too.
There was a stunned silence before Dean burst out laughing.
Is that true, Morel?
Morel's cheeks flushed a deep shade of blue.
Tweety has had too much to drink,
she said defensively.
But yes, Sirius cypress oil is the reason. A shaman sold it to my mother, and I'll need to return soon because it's running out.
Her pink face crumpled under her purple seashell accessories, which looked like horns. Penny leaned forward.
That's amazing. You can mimic anything because of that oil.
Morel nodded reluctantly.
It enhances cognitive functions and physical abilities, but it's not something I talk about openly.
Robert grinned, raising his glass again. Well, here's to secrets and surprises, and to the most interesting crew in the galaxy. They all laughed and clinked their glasses once more. The conversation flowed freely, filled with stories and laughter, and Tweety sung some drunken songs on the table, causing several rounds of applause. As the night wore on, Robert felt a warm sense of belonging. Despite their different backgrounds, they had each other. And for now, that was enough. Robert and Penny stumbled into their suite, giggling and leaning on each other for support. The warmth of the evening's drink still buzzed pleasantly in Robert's head. He kicked off his boots and collapsed under the plush sofa, pulling Penny down beside him.
That was fun,
Penny said, her voice a little slurred.
It's nice to get to know everyone better.
Yeah, Robert agreed, his mind replaying the evening's conversations. It's good to feel normal after all the crazy stuff. He glanced at the comm screen on the wall as it chimed. There was an incoming call from Mycroxus. Looks like someone's calling. Probably my parents. Penny nodded, snuggling into his side.
Answer it. I'll be quiet.
Robert pressed the accept button and his parents' holographic faces floated midair. They looked older than he remembered, but their eyes sparkled with excitement. Behind them, the background was filled with stunning structures made of a clear material shaped like pods on stems. The sight took Robert's breath away. Mom, Dad, is that Mycroxus? Mom nodded, smiling proudly.
Yes, it is. The city has changed so much since you were last here. We have new buildings made of reinforced cryglass and even a city in the sky. The eco-communities underground are still here. But everything is so much more advanced.
Robert shook his head in awe. It looks incredible. I can't believe how much it's changed. Dad's face grew more serious.
There's a lot of good, but we also have some bad news, son.
Robert's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong?
It's your sister.
Mom said softly.
She's very depressed. She's been struggling ever since losing Tom. Even becoming a mother hasn't lifted her spirits as we hoped. She has postnatal depression, too.
Robert's chest tightened. Is she getting help? Dad nodded.
We're doing everything we can. She's seeing a therapist and taking care of her baby, but it's been tough. She talks about you a lot, you know? I think she misses you.
I miss her too. I'll try to reach out more often. Maybe talking to me will help. Mom's eyes were shiny with tears.
That would be wonderful, Robert. She loves you so much.
Penny squeezed his hand, offering silent support. I'll call her tomorrow, Robert said. Thanks for letting me know. Dad's face brightened a little.
We appreciate it, son. And remember, we're so proud of you.
Thanks, Dad, Robert said, his voice thick with emotion. I love you both.
We love you too.
His parents said in unison before the hologram faded. Robert leaned back, letting out a deep sigh. I can't believe how much has changed. The colony, Kelly, It's overwhelming. Penny kissed his cheek gently. He wrapped his arms around her, holding her close. I don't know what I'd do without you, Penny,
You'll never have to find out.
she whispered. The next day, Robert sat by the viewport, his mind drifting to thoughts of Kelly. He closed his eyes and the memories flooded back, transporting him to a time when he was still a quadriplegic, living as a native in the Church of the Celestial Bodies asteroid colony. The white walls of the medical facility on Ort 45 served as an everlasting memory of his past state. In his memory, Robert lay in his bed, unable to move, his body a prisoner to his neural disease. His parents stood by his side, their faces etched with worry and hope beside them. Kelly, his big sister, who had returned with rescued slaves, a starship crew, and a fugitive scientist, radiated strength.
We're going to heal you, Robert.
Kelly had promised.
Professor Voss is going to help you, and then we're getting off this rock.
Professor Voss, a short and elderly Telosian with bright blue skin and wild white hair, had entered the room and told them they had to leave.
We'll come too.
Robert's mom had blurted.
Are you ready, Robert?
Professor Voss asked. Ready as I'll ever be, Robert had slurred in his distorted voice. As the ship prepared for departure, Robert had watched his sister take the helm. Captain Orion and his co-pilot had not been with them, so she was the only person they could all count on. From cook and cleaner to pilot, Kelly had navigated the Manticore through the asteroid belt. Robert's heart had swelled with pride as he watched his sister guide the Manticore through. The ship had weaved and dodged, narrowly avoiding rocks and ice. The escape to Sarsar and procedure with Neuralfix had been a blur of lights and sounds, a blend of pain and hope. Afterwards, then they had traveled for 2 years through 2 galaxies to reach Microxus, where the miracle that Professor Voss had promised slowly took place. Slowly, sensation returned to his limbs, and he could feel the warmth of his sister's hand in his. In the crystal jungles with the lizard people, after rescuing Chloe, he'd first walked. Tears had streamed down his face when he'd first realized he could move his fingers on the way to Fis and the way to Microxus, and then his arms and so on. His parents' faces had been so light with joy and relief. Kelly's eyes sparkled with tears of her own.
I knew you could do it, Robert. I'm so proud of you.
The memory faded, leaving Robert with a deep sense of longing. He vowed to call Kelly the next day to remind her of her own strength and the incredible person she was. He hoped that by reconnecting, he could help lift some of the weight she carried.
Chapter 6. The Orathian Empire.
Jamie awoke to the harsh blare of an alarm echoing through the cell. He jerked upright, his body stiff from the uncomfortable bench he had spent the night on. The stark, white light above him flickered before settling into a steady, blinding glow. He squinted, trying to adjust to the brightness. The cold, metallic smell of the cell was overpowering, a constant reminder of his imprisonment. The cell was small, only 8 feet by 8 feet, with smooth, seamless walls that seemed to absorb any sound. The energy barrier that served as the door shimmered faintly, a reminder of the high-tech security keeping him confined. He could hear the distant hum of machinery. A slot in the wall opened with a mechanical hiss, and a tray slid out containing a bland, greyish substance that was supposed to be food. Jamie stared at it, his stomach churning. The smell was vaguely reminiscent of stale bread mixed with something synthetic. He had no choice but to eat it, though he needed his strength if he was going to find a way out of here. He picked up the tray and took a tentative bite. The texture was mushy, and the taste was as unappealing as the smell. He forced himself to swallow. As he ate, he thought about his friends. The thought of Calix Talis, anyone somewhere in this prison, possibly enduring the same conditions, made him grit his teeth so hard that his jaw hurt. But then the image of Lyran disintegrating flashed through his mind. He clenched his fist, the grey mush squishing between his fingers. If only he had acted faster, if only he had foreseen the attack, Lyran might still be alive. The memory of the ash cloud, the smell of burnt ozone, it all haunted him. Time passed slowly in the cell. With no windows or clocks, Jamie had no way of knowing how long he had been there. He tried to keep his mind occupied by recalling the teachings he had learned, the spells he had memorized. He went over every detail of their mission, hoping to find some clue, some detail that could help them escape. But each time his thoughts returned to the moment the eggs were stolen, the moment Lyran was murdered. He couldn't focus on anything else. Suddenly, the energy barrier flickered and dissipated. Jamie looked up, startled. 2 guards entered, their visors reflecting his confused expression. They were tall and imposing, their silver uniforms pristine and intimidating.
Stand up.
One of them ordered, his voice distorted by a translation device. Jamie stood, his muscles protesting the sudden movement.
Follow us.
The other guard commanded. Jamie hesitated for a moment before complying. He had no choice. They led him through the prison passageways. The walls were smooth and featureless, broken only by the occasional door or security panel. There was a cool and sterile atmosphere, with the pervasive scent of antiseptic. They passed other cells, each one identical to his own. He caught glimpses of other prisoners through the energy barriers, their faces haggard and hopeless. Some wore translation devices, small metallic bands around their necks, but none of them spoke. The silence was oppressive, a heavy weight that seemed to suffocate any attempt at communication. Jamie was led into a larger room, starkly lit, and filled with various pieces of equipment he didn't recognize. The guards pushed him into a chair and secured his wrists and ankles with cold, metallic restraints. He looked around, his heart pounding. What were they going to do to him? A man entered the room, dressed in a white coat. Like the rest of the Orathians, he had purple skin. Jamie could tell by his hairy hands. A mask obscured the man's face, though. Only his black eyes were visible. They were cold, calculating eyes that sent a shiver down Jamie's spine.
State your name and purpose,
the man demanded, the voice flat and emotionless, coming through a translation device. I'm Jamie from Eldorath. His voice trembled with suppressed anger and grief. We came to talk to the high priests about the Amethyst Pyramid. The masked man made a note on a small, glowing tablet.
Your presence here is unauthorized. Your mission is irrelevant. You will remain here until further notice.
Jamie's frustration boiled over. Tears welled, and his voice cracked. You vaporized my friend. He was a good man, and he was carrying a crystalline lotus as a gift for your emperor. How can you say our mission is irrelevant after that? The man paused, the mask concealing any reaction.
Your anger and tears do not change your unauthorized status. The crystalline lotus or your intentions hold no weight here.
What about my friends? Are they all right? The man ignored his question and pivoted around to face the guards.
Return him to his cell.
They hauled Jamie to his feet and escorted him back through the labyrinth. The return journey felt even longer, his hope dwindling with each step. When he was finally back in his cell, the energy barrier reactivated, sealing him in once again. He sat on the bench and blew out a slow, tight breath. This couldn't break him. He had to stay strong. He closed his eyes, taking deep, steadying breaths, forcing himself to focus. Hours, or perhaps days, blurred together. Each meal was the same bland substance. The only interaction he had was the occasional order from the guards or the brief, clinical visits from the masked figure, who always asked the same questions and provided no answers. Jamie's thoughts turned to escape. He began to study the energy barrier, noting its patterns and fluctuations. He tested the walls, seeking any weakness. His fingers traced the smooth surfaces, his mind analyzing every detail. He had to find a way out, had to reunite with his friends. The mission depended on it. One day, as he was tracing the patterns on the energy barrier, he noticed a slight change in the hum. It was barely perceptible, but it was there. A fluctuation in the energy, a potential weakness. His heart raced. This could be his chance. He needed to time it perfectly. He had to find the exact moment when the barrier was at its weakest. Jamie awoke once more to the blare of the alarm, indicating the start to another day. The days had stretched into weeks, a monotonous cycle of bland meals and chilling isolation. He replayed the interrogation over and over in his mind, the purple-skinned woman in red, her piercing yellow eyes, and the faintest optimism she had left him with. The energy barrier flickered and dissipated again. This time, instead of the usual guards, the woman in red returned.
Follow me,
she said curtly. Jamie complied, his pulse quickening as they navigated the maze of corridors. The cool, antiseptic air filled his lungs as he tried to stay focused. They entered a room similar to the previous one, starkly lit and filled with unfamiliar equipment. This time, however, there was another figure waiting. A tall man in ornate, purple robes that matched his complexion stood with an air of authority. His skin was a deep indigo, and his eyes a striking silver. A matching turban adorned his head, adding to his regal appearance. The woman in red stepped aside, allowing Jamie to face him directly.
This is High Chancellor Valis.
The woman introduced.
He will hear your story.
Jamie straightened, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. I'm Jamie from Eldorath. We came seeking an audience with the High Priest regarding the Amethyst Pyramid.
State your purpose clearly,
Valis said, his voice calm but commanding. Jamie took a deep breath, the cold, metallic taste in his mouth intensifying. He repeated the same story for the 100th time. Valis weighed his words, tilting his head from side to side.
Why should we risk our resources for your mission?
Because the egg thieves could come for your egg next.
A fossilized egg? Why would they want that?
They might not know it's fossilized. Imagine not being able to water Wayfar. Valis hesitated.
Why should we trust you?
Jamie's throat tightened. The stability of our worlds depends on the ley rivers. Valis gave a slow nod.
My intention is to talk to the High Priest about this. Until a decision is made, you'll be returned to your cell.
Jamie nodded. Thank you for listening. Silver-clad guards guided him back to his cell, where hope dimmed once more but was not extinguished. Days passed in a blur of gross meals and silence. Then, one day, the energy barrier flickered open, and High Chancellor Valis entered his cell.
You and your friends can have your freedom, and you can use the Ley River. But there's a condition.
Jamie gasped. What's the condition?
The Emperor demands 2 dragons in exchange.
High Chancellor Valis continued.
You must return to Eldorath and bring them back.
Jamie's stomach churned. Dragons are sacred to us. They are not commodities to be traded.
I understand your feelings, but this is the only way. The Emperor's decree is final.
Jamie squeezed his eyes shut and scrubbed a hand over his face. I'll agree to try, but it means returning through the space tube and asking my Emperor, and I don't know if he'll agree.
That is your challenge to face.
Valis said.
Do you accept the terms?
Jamie opened his eyes. I have no choice. I'll do it.
Very well. You'll be released shortly. Prepare yourself.
Hours later, Jamie stood at the entrance of the space tube with Calix, Talis and Iwan. The priest handed Jamie the tokens needed for their journey. They emerged on Eldorath, where warmth and familiar scents washed over them. Jamie took a deep breath, steeling himself for the difficult conversation ahead. They made their way to the Emperor's palace, each step heavy with the knowledge of what they had to ask. As they approached the Grand Hall, Jamie turned to his friends. Whatever happens, we stick together. We'll make this right. Calix, Talis and Iwan nodded, and they entered the hall, ready to face their Emperor and the impossible task before them.
Chapter 7. Tweety's Message. Jaxon and Annika lay side by side on the floor of the observation deck, a makeshift bed of blankets beneath them. The stars outside were distant points of light, indifferent to the turmoil within the manticore. Jaxon stared at the ceiling, eyes unseeing. Annika's voice was calm yet tinged with exhaustion.
Ready?
Jaxon nodded. They closed their eyes and reached for each other's hands. The familiar sensation of slipping out of his body overcame him, and he floated beside Annika, disembodied. They plunged into the planet's atmosphere, diving through roiling clouds of fire and molten rock. The heat meant nothing in this form, the turbulence a mere ripple. This was how they'd found the dragon eggs. At the surface were bubbling pools and an ocean of turbulent magma stretched out before them. They searched. They made their intentions, but nothing. Jaxon strained to feel Damien's presence, to catch even a whisper of his friend's essence, but the planet was a hostile expanse, indifferent and empty. Damien, Jaxon called, his voice echoing in the astral void. Only silence answered. Annika's hand tightened around his.
We'll find him, Jaxon. We have to keep trying.
Jaxon wanted to believe her, but each day's search hollowed him out more, making him more certain that Damien was lost. They had held a funeral for Damien Black once before, on Microxus, after Kaida had witnessed an alien beast swallow the man whole, but Jaxon and Annika had not searched for him in their astral forms because they hadn't stopped to wonder if Damien could have cut himself out of the beast's stomach. The hollowness in Jaxon felt somehow heavy. This time it was different, and so soon into this dangerous quest, they should have never assumed to collect eggs from such an unhostile environment. Back in his body after the 30th astral journey on the 3rd day of geostationary orbit outside Pyranus 3, Jaxon sat up, feeling failure pressing down. Annika groaned softly, rubbing her temples.
We'll try again tomorrow,
she said, forcing a weak smile. Jaxon looked at her, seeing the toll this was taking. Her usually dark indigo skin seemed slightly gray, her eyes clouded with fatigue. He was certain his own reflection would be no better. He and his 3 lovers hadn't been intimate since Damien had gone missing. Being women, the 3 of them talked together whenever they got the chance, though they all admitted sex was the last thing on their minds. Jaxon stood and walked to the window, staring at Pyranus 3 below. They had been in orbit for days, refusing to leave. Each attempt at astral projection drained them, but the thought of abandoning Damien was unbearable. Behind him, Kaida's voice broke the silence.
Captain, we need you to decide. We can't stay here forever.
Jaxon turned, meeting her dark gaze. Her expression was filled with concern, and her silver arms hung limply by her sides. I'm not leaving, he said. Not until we know for sure. Kaida sighed.
If you cannot find people in your astral forms, I thought it meant they were dead.
Annika hid her face in her hands.
It does.
Kaida nodded.
Like Kendra Harlow, Damien's jerk of a brother, Korod, the other 2 Anubak.
She trailed off.
Are we going to orbit here until we all fall apart?
Jaxon clenched his fists. If that's what it takes. Damien wasn't in his human form when we lost him. there might still be a chance.
Have you ever searched for a shapeshifter before?
Yes, the Anuba.
Annika puffed out her chest, making her boobs look more ridiculously huge than they already were.
Were they in shifted forms?
Kaida asked. Jaxon shrugged. They were dead, so our desire to find them went unanswered.
Even when you asked to search for their corpses?
A frown line puckered Kaida's forehead. Yes, he admitted. Kaida shook her head and left, the door sliding shut behind her. Jaxon turned back to the window, feeling the void closing in. Morel sat in the Manticore's cafeteria, her blue hair tumbling onto the table and her head buried in her hands. Her silver and white sentient bird sat beside her on the tabletop. Jaxon approached her slowly, unsure of what to say. Morel, he began, his voice gentle. We're still searching. We won't give up. She looked up, bright blue eyes red-rimmed.
He's gone, Jaxon. I can feel it. I don't know how to deal with this.
Jackson's heart ached. Morel had been like a sister to Damien, their bond forged through being on the run together and then rescuing countless Ongu slaves with the Talosian space military. Losing him was tearing her apart. He kneeled beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder. We'll find a way. She nodded weakly, but her expression remained one of despair. Tweety chirped.
Morel needs to tell you something, Captain.
Jaxon raised an eyebrow as Morel cut Tweety a glance. The Eclorian shook her head.
No, it's nothing.
You sure? Jaxon leaned in, noticing the metal pendant dangling over the shimmering fabric of Morel's turquoise and silver jumpsuit.
Yeah.
Tears welled in her electric blue eyes.
I just wanted to say that we should collect dragon's eggs again, but Kaida already told me she was organizing it while the Manticore remains here.
Yes. That's a good idea. Annika and I can locate them via astral projection, and the rest of you can fetch them in the QD. His words felt thick in his mouth. As Jaxon stood, he saw Seer nearby, comforting her crying triplets. The hallucinations a week ago in that parallel universe had left them shaken, and the uncertainty about Damien's fate only added to their distress. Seer's own eyes were wet, her attempts to console her children faltering under her grief. The atmosphere on the ship was heavy with sorrow and tension. Jaxon could feel it in every glance, every whispered conversation. The crew was falling apart, and he was powerless to stop it. Days blurred into a continuous cycle of searching and despair. Jaxon and Annika continued their daily attempts at astral projection, each one ending in frustration. Pyranus 3 revealed nothing but its unforgiving surface. One evening, after another fruitless search, Jaxon sat alone in his quarters. He stared at a holo image of Damien, his heart aching with guilt. He had led them into this mission, made the decisions that had brought them here. A soft knock on the door pulled him from his thoughts. Annika entered, her expression somber.
Jaxon, we need to talk,
she said, sitting beside him. I know what you're going to say, he replied, his voice hollow, but I can't abandon him. Annika sighed.
I understand, but we have to consider the crew.
He hung his head. What am I supposed to do, Annika? Just leave him? She placed a warm hand on his arm.
We'll keep trying, but we have to take care of ourselves too. We can't help Damien if we're all broken.
In the control room, Jaxon watched as the Quantum Dreamweaver launched, carrying Kaida, Mafditi, Sierra, Lyra, and the 5 surviving shapeshifters on another mission to gather dragon eggs. Jaxon felt a pang of regret as he watched them leave. They were doing what needed to be done, continuing the mission, while he remained anchored by his guilt and loss. Kaida had argued that they needed the eggs to fulfill their deal with the celestial architects to ensure their own survival. Jaxon had agreed, but his heart wasn't in it. His thoughts remained with Damien, lost and alone on Pyranus 3. As the days dragged on, and those with superpowers had collected 50 dragon eggs from Andromeda and neighboring galaxies, the tension among the crew grew. Arguments broke out over minor issues, tempers flared, and the unity that had once held them together frayed. Jaxon stood on the bridge, staring at the planet below, feeling the weight of his choices. He lifted his cup of coffee from the countertop and sipped. Hot and bitter. Recoiling, Captain Orion set his cup down with a clink. In order to keep them focused despite their grief, he knew he had to hold them together, but each day without finding Damien made that task harder. The doors of the bridge slid open, and in flew Tweety, fluttering overhead at a tremendous speed and almost giving the starship captain a heart attack. Tweety, what's wrong?
Morel's been holding something back.
What?
She's been hearing voices through her EchoConch headphones.
Such as?
Voices that tell her you're the one.
The one.
That she must join you in your harem.
But that is. Jaxon wanted to say ridiculous, but that would be cruel. Morel was extremely attractive, talented, and intelligent. but his harem was fine being as they were, and he'd never cheat on them again after his games with the sisters of the Orc Cloud and the late Cindy. He lifted his coffee, took a long sniff of the aroma, and sipped.
That's not it. Those voices say if you give her your seed that she can join you and Arnica on your astral quests.
Jaxon spat out his coffee, and the bird flapped into the air. Sorry, Jaxon said, wiping the coffee droplets off his starship uniform. What did you just say?
If you mate with her, she can get your superpower.
His eyes bulged, and he shook his head quickly. We don't need anyone else.
What if she could find Damien?
But we've been trying. He tried not to shout at the bird. As the bird flapped around the control room, Jaxon cringed. The idea of involving Morel like this was absurd, yet the possibility of finding Damien gnawed at him. He tried to clear his thoughts as the doors hissed open, and Annika, Kaida, and Seer entered the bridge, their expressions serious. Annika spoke first, her voice steady but concerned.
Tweety said you needed to talk to us.
Kaida crossed her arms under her bosoms, watching Jaxon intently.
What's going on?
Jaxon glanced at Tweety, who perched on the console, feathers ruffled. The bird opened its beak but closed it again when Jaxon raised a hand. Tweety says Morel's been hearing voices through her ether conch. Seer frowned, her eyes wide.
Voices.
Jaxon hesitated. Voices saying she's meant to join us. To join me, specifically. Kaida's expression softened, curiosity replacing her initial irritation.
Join you how?
Jaxon sighed, running a hand through his hair. To join the harem. Apparently, if I'm with her, she might gain the ability to help us find Damien. Anika's eyes widened, a hint of a smile playing on her lips.
That's quite a proposal.
Seer bit her lip, glancing at Annika and Kaida.
And what do you think, Jaxon?
Jaxon shook his head, frustration creeping into his voice. I think it's crazy. We're already dealing with so much, and now this. Tweety interjected, fluttering closer.
You know she's attracted to you. She's not just a random addition. She could be a valuable asset.
Jaxon grunted. It's not about that. It's about using her, making promises I might not be able to keep. Anika's tone was gentle.
Jaxon, no one's saying you have to promise anything, but maybe this is worth considering. Morel's a part of our crew, and if this could help us find Damien.
Kaida nodded.
She's always been there for us. If she wants this and it could help, why not?
Seer placed a pale blue hand on his arm.
I've talked to Morel. She's sweet, and she cares about you. If she's willing, why not give it a chance? For Damien.
Jaxon met their eyes, searching for answers. They were right. Morel was part of their crew. She was strong, funny, and intelligent, but the thought of complicating things further weighed on him. Was she even bisexual? How would he feel about sharing his women with her? He took a deep breath, looking at each of them. If Morel agrees, and if she understands what this means, then I'll consider it. But this can't be a decision made lightly. It has to be her choice, and it has to be for the right reasons. Tweety chirped in agreement.
She's not just a tool, Jaxon. She's a part of us.
Jaxon nodded slowly. All right, I'll talk to her, but we need to make sure she's truly willing and understands what this could mean. Annika smiled, relief clear in her eyes.
Thank you, Jaxon. This could be our best chance to find Damien.
Kaida and Seer nodded. Their expressions were hopeful. Jaxon turned to the console, surprised his women were keen to bring her on board when they'd been so against the twins and the late Cindy. But then he realized Morel was different. She wasn't shallow. He activated the comm system. Morel, can you come to the bridge? We need to talk. As he waited for her to arrive, Jaxon paced. This decision would change everything, not just for him, but for Morel, his harem, and the entire crew. He only hoped it was the right one. The doors whispered open, and Morel stepped onto the bridge. Her gaze bounced between Jaxon and the others.
You wanted to see me.
Jaxon gestured for her to join them. Morel, we need to talk about something important. Something Tweety mentioned you've been experiencing. Morel's cheeks flushed a brighter shade of pink than her face, and she glanced at Tweety, who chirped in encouragement.
I, didn't think it was something to bring up.
Jaxon took a step closer, his voice gentle. It's okay. We just need to understand. The voices you've been hearing. What have they been telling you? Morel took a deep breath and looked up at him, for she was petite and short, like Kaida and Seer.
They say I'm supposed to be with you, Jaxon. That if we're together, I might gain the ability to help you find Damien.
Jaxon nodded, trying to keep his voice steady. And how do you feel about that? She looked down, her voice barely above a whisper.
I've always admired you, Jaxon. I trust you. If this is something that could help, then I'm willing, but it has to be my choice.
Annika stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Morel's shoulder.
It is your choice, Morel. We just want to make sure you're okay with this, that you understand what it might mean.
Morel nodded, meeting Jackson's gaze.
I understand, and I want to help.
Jaxon felt a knot in his stomach, wondering if she was a virgin. The weight of responsibility pressed down on him. He nodded slowly. All right, we'll try this, but only if you're sure. Chapter 8. The Exchange.
As Jamie and his companions stood before the grand doors of the Emperor's palace, the warmth and familiar sense of Elderoth offered little comfort. Inside the throne room, the towering columns and intricate tapestries bore shame upon him. As they approached the throne, the Emperor's stern gaze met them. Jamie winced inwardly as his dark eyes bore into them, the Emperor's jaw set in a hard line.
Jamie,
The Emperor's voice was like thunder.
you have been gone for the entire tide of our largest moon, and you return empty-handed.
When Jamie bowed, the sweat on his brow dripped onto the jade floor. Sire, we were imprisoned on Arathis. We finally negotiated our release, but they demand 2 dragons in exchange for access to their Ley River. The Emperor's eyes narrowed.
Dragons are sacred, Jamie. They are the lifeblood of our land.
Before Jamie could respond, High Priest Leo stepped forward, moving his tall, lean frame with grace and authority, and setting his angular features in a serious expression. Leo focused his dark eyes intensely as his silver-white hair hung straight on either side.
Your Majesty, the people of Arathis do not understand dragons. Their world doesn't even have dragons.
This I know,
the Emperor said.
They wouldn't know how to care for them. The dragon egg under their pyramid is a fossilized one. A relic. How can we entrust them with living dragons?
High Priest Leo gestured subtly towards Jamie and voiced his acknowledgement of his efforts and the grave news of their comrade's death. The Emperor's face darkened further, but he seemed to ponder the High Priest's words.
And yet, that is the price they demand.
Jamie nodded. Yes, sire. It is the only condition for using their Ley River to recover our dragon eggs. The Emperor stood from his throne, the movement sharp and decisive.
Then you have no choice, Jamie. You will retrieve 2 dragons from your farm. This is the only way.
But sire! Jamie rocked on his feet, rubbing his hands along his crossed arms. Dragons aren't just things to be bought and sold. They're on our side. The Emperor's gaze softened slightly, but he shook his head after some thought.
I understand your concerns, young dragon telepath, but our options are limited.
As Jamie bowed, the decision bore down on him like a physical burden. I will do as you command, Your Majesty.
Good,
the Emperor said, his voice leaving no room for further argument.
Now, go. Time is of the essence.
Jamie and his companions left the palace and plodded to the stables, where Era awaited. Jamie's voice shook in disbelief. You've been here all this time?
They wanted me to fly back, but I refused to leave until you returned,
she said in his mind. His mouth fell open. Did they treat you well? Her silver scales shimmered in the sunlight, and it was obvious that someone had taken good care of her during his time in captivity on that neighboring world.
Yes, they looked after me very well. Are you okay?
No. Jamie let her read his mind, read his recent past. Hearing dragons lament was the worst and most heartbreaking noise, and it twisted Jamie's insides with guilt and shame. We have to go back to the farm, Jamie whispered in Era's ear, his throat thick with sorrow. We must bring 2 dragons to Arathis. Calix, Talus and Arn exchanged worried looks but nodded.
We'll wait for you here,
Calix said. As Jamie took to the skies, the cool and crisp wind rushed past him. The sprawling fields of Elderoth were a patchwork of greens and golds. Era's powerful wings beat rhythmically, and Jamie felt the familiar bond between them. He reached out with his thoughts, and Era's soothing presence filled his mind. As they neared the dragon farm, the sprawling enclosures and the familiar shapes of the dragons came into view. Jamie's heart ached at the thought of taking 2 of these magnificent creatures away from their home, possibly forever. They touched down in the clearing, and Jamie's legs trembled as he dismounted. His brothers Liam, Callum and Rory approached, frowning.
Did you complete your mission?
Liam barked, with no sympathy in his voice for Jamie's obvious weight loss and weakness. Jamie took a deep breath and squinted up at him, the light from the blue sun blazing over Liam's shoulder. He was his tallest brother. Jamie resembled him the most, with oriental features from their father's side, cropped black hair and bronze skin. But they were nothing alike on the inside. Liam was mean and cold, and had no compassion for others. Sometimes Jamie wondered if he was a robot. Jamie's hands clenched into fists. No, the Orathians imprisoned us. Now they demand 2 dragons for using their lay river.
2 dragons.
Callum's dark blue eyes blazed with fury.
You can't be serious. We must give away 2 more dragons to get back our 5 eggs.
He raked fingers through his tousled blonde hair, which he'd inherited from their mother.
What if the mission fails? Then we lose even more.
The portal is closed, and the magic doesn't flow anymore. We don't have a choice, Jamie replied.
You expect us to just hand them over?
Rory's voice was incredulous.
Do you know what you're asking?
Jamie's muscles were cramping. He clutched himself. I know. Believe me, I know. But it's the only way. Before his brothers could argue further, 2 dragons strolled over from the pastures. One was white and one was red with purple swirls. Only Jamie was the telepath, and only he, the youngest brother, could hear what they said in his mind. It made his breath bottle in his lungs. They were the parents of the stolen eggs. They were a couple who, unlike some other dragons, mated with only each other for life. Etherfang, the father, blinked at Jamie with his pink, albino eyes. His gaze held a deep, ancient wisdom, and he understood. Era had told them the news. Move, the mother, purple and red, nudged Jamie gently, her presence both comforting and heartbreaking.
We will go. If it is to bring our babies back, save our kind and bring the magic back to our lay river, we will sacrifice ourselves.
Jamie's throat tightened, tears stinging his eyes. Thank you, he whispered. I'm so sorry.
Our parents will take care of our young when they hatch.
Etherfang whispered in Jamie's mind.
Between the 4 of them, it shouldn't be too much trouble.
Jamie nodded. I'll bring your eggs home to their grandparents.
Jamie.
Liam finally said, his voice softer but still angry.
You better make this right.
Jamie nodded, his guilt overwhelming him. I will. I promise. Although they had bathed at the palace before seeing the Emperor, the royal guard had not fed them, so they ate bread and ham, pickled cabbage and oranges. Before preparing to take flight once more, the dragons harnessed and ready. Jamie mounted the white dragon. Etherfang, let's go. As Jamie, the 3 wayfarers, and 2 parent dragons exited the space tube, they appeared in a grand courtyard in Orythis, filled with flowers and surrounded by crystal towers. The cool air did nothing to quell the fire of anger and sorrow simmering within him. An indigo-skinned priest, clad in deep purple robes and a matching turban, stood before them, his expression unreadable. The guards led the 2 dragons forward, their scales glinting in the light of the twin suns. Jamie clenched his teeth as he witnessed the dragon's calm demeanor. The overweight priest with dark indigo skin raised a hand in a gesture of welcome.
I am Priest Gyatso Big. You and your wayfarers are free to go. The Emperor has agreed to your terms.
Jamie nodded, his voice strained. Do you even know how to look after dragons? Gyatso Big's yellow eyes met his, unflinching.
We have welcomed a foreign dragon rider and breeder from another solar system. She will ensure the dragons are cared for properly.
Jamie's stomach hardened, and he scraped a hand over his face as if to wash away the frustration. He wondered about the dragon's future, the uncertainty of their new caretakers. He had to trust Gyatso's words, but it didn't ease his anxiety. When the guards stepped forward to take the dragons, Jamie felt a pang of helplessness. He watched the dragons being led away and could hear their telepathic farewells.
We will miss you, Jamie. Be strong.
Jamie's vision blurred from the tears in his eyes. I'm so sorry, he sent back. Thank you for your sacrifice. I promise we'll get back those eggs. Calix placed a reassuring bronze hand on Jamie's shoulder. Her green eyes held a flicker of sadness.
We'll honor their sacrifice, Jamie. We'll make sure it wasn't in vain.
Talis, with his broad shoulders and dark curls, stood stoically beside them. His dark eyes, usually hardened by countless battles, now reflected a deep, shared grief.
We'll find those eggs and restore our lay rivers and time portal. This isn't the end.
Ian, her delicate features framed by silver hair, offered a gentle smile, though her violet eyes shone with unshed tears.
We have to believe in their strength and our mission. We owe them that much.
Jamie nodded, drawing strength from his friends. He turned back to Gyatso Big, his voice steadier now. We'll use the lay river as agreed. But if anything happens to those dragons, Gyatso raised a hand to cut him off.
They will be cared for. You have my word.
The priest gestured for them to follow, leading them to a metallic flying saucer. Its surface reflected the vibrant colours of the courtyard, so different to the dark mood. Armed guards with purple skin and steely expressions flanked them, their presence a reminder of the stakes. They manoeuvred hover trolleys filled with canvas bags and food. They boarded the saucer. The seats were comfortable, yet Jamie's unease increased as the doors sealed shut and the saucer lifted off the ground. The view from the windows showed the landscape of Orythis shrinking below them. As they ascended into the sky, Jamie's pulse pounded in his temples. He was scared of heights. The peaks of distant mountains came into view, their jagged edges piercing the sky. The suns were setting, casting an electric blue and a green glow that reflected off the clouds, painting the horizon in brilliant turquoise. Jamie's palms were clammy, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Heights had always made him uneasy. Fear clawed at him. He tried to focus on the mission, on the necessity of their journey, but the view below made his stomach churn. He never flew this high on a dragon's back. Johan noticed his discomfort and trailed fingertips down one of her many silver braids.
Jamie, we don't need the pyramid, just the river. We can accomplish our goal without going to the mountain peaks.
Jamie winched around to face the priest. Johan's right. We only have to use the Lee River, not the pyramid. Can you take us there instead? Jaxon Big shifted his weight on his gigantic butt, his expression remaining neutral.
Very well. We will journey to the foothills.
The saucer changed course and descended towards the lower regions of the mountains. Jamie felt a wave of relief as the landscape shifted from the daunting peaks to the more manageable slopes. By the time the craft landed in a valley, the colors of the sky had deepened. The river looked so pretty under the light of the 3 moons. As they disembarked, the cool night air washed over them. Jaxon led them to the river's edge.
There's a bridge up the path, but we'll have to walk, for the saucer is too big to park there.
The guards remained a respectful distance away, eyeing their hover carts filled with canvas bags. The journey along the Leh River brought them to a secluded valley, where the gentle glow of the 3 moons twinkled on the river's surface. The air became cooler, and a wolf howled in the forest. Jamie spotted a stone bridge arching over the water.
We'll set up camp here. It's a good spot, and the bridge will provide some cover.
Jaxon Big said.
The guards and I will assist you.
The guards unloaded supplies from the wheelbarrows while Jamie, Calix, Talis and Awan worked alongside them, setting up tents and arranging the camp. The ground was soft and damp as hammered pegs into it. Once the tents were erected, the guards set up a perimeter. Jaxon supervised the setup of a small cooking area. His calm manners provided a sense of order amidst Jamie's chaotic thoughts. Jamie glanced at the 3 wayfarers, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of the moons.
Time to begin the teleportation ritual,
Calix said. The 3 wayfarers padded over the bridge and lay on their backs over the water. Jamie imagined the stone must have felt cold, but when their aura shields shimmered around each of them, he knew those would supply warmth, even on their undersides. The magical energy of their aura shields glimmered in pastel hues. If it wasn't for the technology traded from a mystical wayfarer called Cosmic Spider hundreds of years ago, water wayfaring would not exist. Above them, a sophisticated sprinkler system hovered, its delicate nozzles releasing a fine mist that created 3 shimmering rainbows. The water of the mist against the alien technology enhanced the power of teleportation. As the 3 water wayfarers went on their spirit quest, Jamie's thoughts turned inward to the dragon's sacrifice and the burden of their mission. He couldn't afford to fail. Not with so much at stake. Jaxon approached him, his yellow eyes reflecting the glow of the campfire, which was now blazing.
They are strong, your wayfarers. If only our worlds cooperated, they could share their experiences and knowledge with our ones.
Yes, but politics is not my area. The priest's expression softened slightly.
I hope their journey will guide you to success. If those thieves stole our dragon egg, there would be anarchy. We depend so much on the pyramid and the Lee River.
Jamie sucked in a deep breath of the chilly night air. Although the worlds did not get along, at least they had agreed not to mess with time in their shared solar system. Celestara. Thank you for your help, Priest Jaxon Big. Jaxon inclined his head.
We all have a part to play in this. Rest now, Dragon Rider, you'll need your strength.
Jamie watched as the wayfarers meditated. They looked to be dead or asleep. However, their minds or souls or imaginations would be elsewhere, locating those 5 eggs. Calmness settled over him, and the tension of the past days eased slightly. As the night deepened, the guards maintained their vigil, their eyes scanning the darkness for any signs of danger. Jaxon moved quietly around the camp, ensuring everything was in order. Jamie finally allowed himself to lie down, the ground cool beneath him. He stared up at the stars, their distant light a reminder of the vastness of the multiverse and the invisible, living threads interconnecting their worlds. And with that, the gentle hum of the sprinkler system and hoots of a nearby owl lulled him to sleep.
Chapter 9. Karma.
The morning after sleeping with Jaxon, Morel and the captain met Annika, Kaida, and Sia on the bridge. The women used to seem intimidating, but not anymore. His 3 lovers smiled as they approached, their eyes filled with curiosity and support. Morel was still a little fearful, though, because she knew they were bisexual. Without a doubt, they were gorgeous, but she didn't feel attracted to women, and hoped they wouldn't try to get intimate with her.
How are you feeling?
Annika asked, her large breasts peeking through a white t-shirt. Mirel glanced at Jaxon. Different, but good. Kaida nodded.
Ready to try finding Damien?
Jaxon took a deep breath, his gaze meeting Mirel's.
Ready.
Kaida prepared blankets on the bridge this time, and Annika, Mirel, and Jaxon all lay down on them. Mirel drifted in the ethereal expanse, her consciousness unmoored from her body. She marveled at the exhilarating sensation. Her thoughts wandered briefly to Jaxon and the way he had been tender and understanding. But their mission to find Damien overshadowed that joy. The astral plane shimmered around her, an endless sea of colors and shapes. She glanced to her right, where Jaxon and Annika hovered and shone.
Are you ready?
Jaxon asked without moving his lips. Mirel nodded, focusing her thoughts. She could feel the tether linking her to Jaxon and Annika. I'm ready. Let's find him. Annika closed her eyes, her expression remaining serene.
Remember what I told you before. Damien's presence will feel like a familiar pull.
Mirel concentrated, her senses straining to pick up any trace of Damien. She felt the faintest tug, a thread of warmth cutting through the swirling cold. I think I feel something, she whispered, reaching out to grasp the tether. Jaxon's form floated closer, his energy a reassuring presence beside her.
Good. Let's follow it.
The three of them moved as one. The thread of warmth grew stronger, guiding them over the volcanic landscape. Mirel's heart pounded in her chest. She could sense Damien's essence, faint but unmistakable. There. Annika nodded, squinting.
He's close. We just need to break through this barrier.
They pushed forward, the lava around them growing more turbulent. Mirel strained against the resistance, her mind aching with the effort. The warmth of Damien's presence flickered. It was so fragile. The reds, oranges, and yellows of the fire and molten rock around them darkened. A wave of cold washed over Mirel. She gasped, feeling the tether to Damien slip from her grasp. No, we're losing him. Jaxon's voice cut through her distress.
Hold on, we can't give up now.
Mirel reached out again, her mind screaming with the effort. She could feel Damien's presence fading. Desperation clawed at her, and she pushed harder, trying to grasp the thread of warmth that seemed just beyond her reach. Annika's voice trembled with effort.
We're almost there, just a bit more.
The cold intensified, cutting through Mirel like a knife.
Look.
Jaxon hollered. Mirel turned to see a small and barely noticeable glimmer against the strain which had engulfed her. It pulsed with a silvery light. She reached out towards the tiny puddle of liquid metal. It lay on an island of black, solidified lava. Jaxon knelt beside the puddle.
It's Millen metal. The same substance Damien used in his shapeshifting.
Mirel's heart fluttered and ached. They'd found part of him, but not Damien himself. The doctor's black hair swirled around her as she hovered beside them.
This is all that remains of him.
Tears welled in her eyes, and she reached out an indigo hand to touch the metal.
We must retrieve him.
Jaxon barked. Mirel's astral form tingled as she lifted it carefully. It was warm. As she held the metal, a voice whispered in her mind, faint but insistent. It was the ether conch, vibrating with a new message. Mirel concentrated, listening to the words that seemed to echo through her consciousness.
Get the elemental mage. Retrieve the Millen metal.
Mirel's breath caught in her throat. The message was simple, a directive from the voices that had guided her before. She turned to Jaxon and Annika, her eyes wide with realization. We need Mafdeti. The voices, they're telling me to take her down to retrieve the Millen metal. Annika raised an eyebrow.
Mafdeti, why her?
The elemental mage.
Jaxon murmured.
She can manipulate the elements. If there's more metal to be found, her powers might be the key.
Mirel nodded, clutching the silvery puddle tightly. We have to go back. This is just a fragment. We need Mafdeti to help us find the rest.
Jaxon's ghost floated above his meditating body on the Manticore's bridge, staring at the view below. Pyranus 3 glowed with a fiery intensity, its molten surface a sea of crimson and orange. The quantum dreamweaver was a faint speck against the backdrop of the planet, descending into the inferno with Mafdeti, Robert, and Mirel aboard. Mirel's shimmering ghost appeared beside him. She had insisted on accompanying the rescue mission in spirit, her connection to the ether conch allowing her to guide them, despite the limitations of her new abilities.
Can you see them?
She asked, her voice a whisper in the still air of the bridge. Jaxon nodded, his gaze following the path of the quantum dreamweaver. They're almost at the surface. We must trust Mafdidi can control the elements and that Robert's shifting abilities can withstand the heat. Morel drifted closer, her face looking anxious.
I need to guide them. They can't see me, but I can sense the metal. I'll relay what I find to you, and you can communicate it to them.
I had better wake then, and you'll need to wake when you take to me or I won't hear you.
The ether conch says otherwise.
But that's impossible.
Nothing is impossible.
Jaxon opened his eyes and clenched his fists in shock when he realized he could still hear and see Morel. He whipped his head around, looking for his physical body, in case he was still teleporting, but he was back in his biological vessel with the cyborg arm. Morel, I'll make sure they follow your instructions. As the Quantum Dreamweaver landed on a relatively stable outcrop, the fiery landscape of Pyronus 3 roared around his companions. The planet's molten surface churned and hissed, sending up plumes of superheated gases. Through the cameras, he saw that inside the Quantum Dreamweaver, Mafdidi was preparing to exit the craft. Robert took on the form of a creature forged from living metal, his body adapting to the extreme conditions outside. Jaxon listened to his new lover's whispers. Morel's ready, he murmured. She's sensing something close by. It's like a beacon of molten metal.
Got it.
Mafdidi replied.
Let's do this.
Morel kept appearing and disappearing as she teleported between the QD and Manticore's bridge.
Tell Mafdidi to focus her elemental manipulation on controlling the surrounding heat. It's the only way she'll survive out there.
Jaxon relayed the message through the comms. Mafdidi, Morel says to focus on the heat. You need to create a barrier around yourself to manage the temperature.
I know.
The Catwoman's hands moved in intricate patterns as she summoned her powers. A shimmering field of energy formed around her, bending the searing heat away from her body. With a final nod to Robert, she floated out of the Quantum Dreamweaver, her elemental barrier holding firm. Jaxon watched through the viewports as Robert's metallic form gleamed like liquid mercury, trudging through the lava as if it were tepid water. The once paraplegic teenager who Professor Voss had cured was as brave as could be, enduring the blistering temperatures of Pyronus 3. Kelly's younger brother moved towards the source of the signal Morel had detected. Morel's found it. Jaxon watched the display on the bridge. There's a pocket of molten metal just ahead. It's Damien. What's left of him? Robert reached the spot first, his hands extending into long, silvery tendrils that dipped into the molten pool. He shaped the metal, drawing it together into a cohesive mass. Mafdidi's elemental barrier flickered, but she held it steady, guiding the currents of air and heat around her. She extended her control to assist Robert, using her powers to stabilize the metal as Robert worked. She's doing it. Jaxon stared at the scene below. They're bringing him in. Robert completed the retrieval, his metallic form cradling the shimmering mass that had once been Damien. He turned back to the QD.
Mafdidi needs to create a cooling channel,
Morel urged.
She has to control the elements to protect the metal and Robert as they re-enter the ship.
Jaxon relayed the instructions quickly. Mafdidi, create a cooling channel. Guide the air to protect the metal and Robert as they come back. Mafdidi's furry brow furrowed in concentration, and she manipulated the currents around them, forming a channel of cooler air. The intense heat lessened, allowing Robert to move more easily towards the golden craft. As Robert approached the hatch, the protective barrier around Mafdidi shimmered brightly. She directed the elemental currents to shield Robert and the metal from the intense heat, guiding them safely into the QD. Jaxon let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding as the hatch sealed behind his friends, and the craft descended. Morel's form flickered beside Jaxon, her ethereal presence trembling with relief.
They've got him. Damien's metal. It's safe.
Jaxon nodded, wanting to hug and kiss her. Let's get them back on board and see what we can do. Jaxon paced the hangar. The cavernous space felt oppressively empty. His gaze flicked to the portal where the QD would appear. His breath was shallow, a tightness gripping his chest as he waited. A ripple of light, followed by the unmistakable hum of energy, signaled the QD's arrival. The spherical craft materialized in a shimmer of gold, hovering for a moment before settling down with a hiss. Mafdidi and Robert emerged. Robert clutched a large vat.
It's solidified.
His voice was taut with frustration.
Damien's trapped in this metal state. We need to figure out how to get him out.
Jaxon rushed forward with a flurry of thoughts and half-formed ideas curving through his mind. Let's get it inside. Morel will be here soon. Maybe she can figure this out. As if on cue, Morel appeared, descending the stairs with Kaida, Penny, Seer, and Annika in tow. Her electric blue eyes were wide, face flushed a brighter shade of pink from the aftermath of meditation. She practically skidded to a halt beside the vat. Jaxon said, "There's got to be a way to break him out of this." Morel's brow furrowed in concentration.
Maybe if we apply a reverse energy flow.
Or we could try heating it to just the right temperature.
Penny said.
To make it malleable again.
Maftiti shook her head.
No, we need something more precise. If we get it wrong, we could lose Damien forever.
Annika steepled her dark fingertips and pressed them against her lips.
I think we should focus on his essence. If we can isolate his energy signature, we might be able to pull him out.
As they debated, a strange ripple distorted the air in the hangar, like heat waves rising from a hot road. 3 soldiers materialized. They were each 12 foot tall, and they were all angular in their unusual armor and gray leather plating. Who are you? Jaxon stepped protectively in front of Morel and the vat. The leader, a tall woman with bronze skin and golden braids, spoke first.
Give us the dragon eggs you stole. They don't belong to you.
Jaxon gritted his teeth.
Your meddling has endangered everything.
She continued.
Hand over our eggs.
Before Jaxon could respond, she raised her hand, and a wave of energy surged through the hangar. A crushing force slammed into him and knocked him to the ground. His vision blurred, and the sounds around him turned muffled and distant. He struggled to rise, but his limbs felt heavy. His crew were similarly incapacitated. Maftiti slumped against the QD, Robert collapsed beside the vat, and Morel lay motionless a few feet away. The hangar warped and twisted as one soldier with long dark curls strode toward the QD. His hands glowed with a blue light, and with a single gesture, the entire craft shimmered, its edges blurring. No. Jaxon forced the word out, his voice a strangled gasp. You can't. The man ignored him, his focus entirely on the QD. Within moments, the craft and its precious cargo faded from sight. Jackson's fury boiled over, but he was powerless, pinned by the invisible force. Stop them, he shouted, but the swirling energy swallowed his words. A beautiful soldier with violet eyes and silver hair moved methodically through the hangar, collecting the rest of the dragon eggs in a net-like sack flung over her back. As the last egg was secured, the 3 soldiers regrouped. With that, the intruders vanished as abruptly as they had appeared, leaving Jaxon and his crew sprawled in the hangar. Jaxon finally managed to push himself up, the oppressive force lifting. He looked around at his disoriented team. Dizzy and with a sluggish heartbeat, Jaxon clutched his chest. The hangar was eerily silent, and the quantum dreamweaver was gone. So were the eggs. We have to get them back, he groaned. Chapter 10. Multiverse Dragon Eggs.
Jamie awoke in the early dawn, shivering in his sleeping bag. The cold had seeped through the thin fabric. Chirping creatures' calls echoed in the quiet morning air. He unzipped the tent carefully, the sound loud in the stillness, and poked his head out. A thick mist hung over the river, curling and twisting in the gentle breeze. It blanketed the reeds and softened the landscape. The faint outline of the ancient stone bridge peeked through the fog. As he stepped out of the tent, the cool, damp air hit him, making him pull his cloak tighter around his shoulders. A small campfire burnt nearby. The guards hunched around it for warmth. The sight of the purple-skinned men, usually so imposing, now seemed kinder and more vulnerable in the soft morning light. The kettle on the fire whistled, and the rich, familiar smell of coffee made his mouth water. As he ambled over, the guards peered up at him and offered a nod of acknowledgement. One guard, a man with biceps the size of tree trunks, lifted the kettle and poured the steaming liquid into a tin cup. He handed it to Jamie without a word, and the warmth of the cup seeped into Jamie's icy fingers. Thank you. Jamie inhaled the comforting aroma. The guards resumed their quiet conversation in their foreign tongue, their voices low and respectful. Jamie sipped the coffee and looked around the camp. The wayfarers were still lying in their ritual positions, their auras now faint but steady. As the blue and white suns rose, the mist over the river dissipated, revealing a clearer view of the landscape. Jamie's breath caught in his throat as he noticed a mound of dragon's eggs beside the tent. Their surfaces glistened in the morning light. The eggs were of various colours and patterns, some looking like precious moonstone. In a nearby meadow, a gigantic golden orb sat. Alien hieroglyphs on its surface shimmered all over it. Jamie's pulse picked up as he stared in awe. The guards must have been just as amazed as they set their coffees aside on an overturned log and stood with gaping mouths. The mist had completely lifted, revealing his water wayfarers awakening from their orbs of light over the river. The levitating sprinkler systems deactivated, hovered away, and then slid into the deep pockets of Gyatso Big's robes. Jamie approached the heap of eggs, his eyes wide with wonder. Each egg was unique, with intricate patterns. Some were speckled with shimmering dots, others had swirling designs, and a few had a smooth, iridescent surface that reflected the light like moonstone. Priest Gyatso joined him, his yellow eyes gleaming with satisfaction.
It appears the wayfarers have been successful in retrieving the dragon eggs. This is more than we had hoped for.
Jamie crouched and gently touched one egg. It was warm and pulsated with a faint energy. "These are incredible. The dragons will be thrilled." Calix, Talis, and Ion approached, their expressions reflecting Jamie's amazement. Calix's bronze skin glowed in the light of the rising suns, her green eyes wide with awe.
"We've done it, Jamie. Look at them all."
Talis, with his broad shoulders and dark curls, nodded in agreement.
"This is a miracle. We have to get these back to Eldorath as soon as possible."
Ion smiled softly.
The dragons will be so happy. This will restore hope to our people.
Jamie inhaled a deep breath, grateful for his friends. They had achieved something extraordinary. He turned to Gyatso Big. "Thank you for your help. We couldn't have done this without you." The priest inclined his head, his expression serene.
We all play our part. Now you must take these eggs back to your world and ensure their safety.
Jamie heaved a sigh. "We will. But what is that?" He eyed the golden orb.
It's a magical craft.
Owen said.
You can go anywhere your heart desires in it.
That's why we took longer than usual.
Talis said in a gruff voice.
We were testing it. In fact, we need not take the space tube to go home.
But you shall.
Gyatso said. And what of the orb? Jamie asked.
I'll ask the Emperor.
Gyatso said. With the support of his friends and the guidance of their allies, Jamie felt ready to put everything right. They had come so far, and now, with the dragon eggs in their possession, they had the means to restore balance to their worlds. The Wayfarers taught Gyatso how to move the golden vessel, and it followed their flying saucer. As they set off towards the space tube, the horizon stretched out before them, filled with possibilities and hope. Jamie stood in the courtyard of Odyssey. The dragon eggs lay glistening inside a hover cart, but the triumph was short-lived. Gyatso Big's expression downturned when he stepped out of the golden vehicle. As he grimaced, a double chin bulged out between his jaw and neck. He squinted his yellow eyes and carried a pained expression.
I'm sorry. The Emperor wants to keep the dragon eggs in golden craft. You may take your 5 eggs back to Eldorath.
Jamie's stomach clenched, and he stared at his palms as if they held the answers. What? But my Wayfarers found them. We want to return the eggs and craft to where they belong.
They don't belong here.
Ion tried to reason.
Those people were thieves.
Gyatso adjusted his turban.
The Emperor believes these eggs will serve Orathis better. He insists it is non-negotiable.
Jamie's face felt impossibly hot. He'd desperately been hoping their alliance would hold, and the Orathians would show some appreciation for their sacrifices. The guards moved in, gently but firmly, placing 5 eggs on the ground and taking the rest away. Jamie's mouth gaped open, no words coming out, as he watched the guards maneuver the hover cart towards the palace. Calix, Talis, and Iwan gathered around him, their expressions mirroring his own frustration and sorrow. The path back to the space tube felt longer. As they walked, the landscape of Odyssey passed by in a blur. The beauty of the twin suns and the flora seemed hollow now. Finally, as they approached the space tube, he could hold it in no longer. This is all wrong, he burst out. Those eggs don't belong to the Orathians. We can't just let them be stolen. Calix placed a hand on his arm.
We did what we could. At least we have back what that starship crew had stolen from us.
Talis, his broad shoulders slumped with the weight of their defeat, nodded.
I like that golden ball, but we must accept this outcome, as bitter as it is. Let us go home and reactivate the pyramid and river.
Owen's silver hair shimmered in the light.
The Emperor's decision is final. We can't change it now. Our priority must be to return home and see the mother dragons.
Jamie cradled an egg against his chest. The mother dragon of these eggs is now a slave on Odyssey too. Poor Mauve. Poor Ethafan. I feel like we've let everyone down.
We haven't failed,
Calix said firmly.
We're still alive, and we have our 5 eggs. We never planned on getting more than that, and we never planned on taking a magical craft either.
As they continued toward the space tube, Jamie's curiosity about the golden globe they had seen earlier nagged at him. He turned to his friends. What do you think that golden globe was? Talis scratched his stubbled jaw.
An intention craft, of course, for traveling the multiverse.
Calix gaped.
That starship could travel through the multiverse, too. They must have stolen the other eggs from parallel universes and different dimensions, disabling ley rivers for other wayfarers.
The dragon mothers will mourn their lost eggs, not knowing what has become of them. Jamie planted his feet in a wide stance. Let's get these eggs back to Eldorath, but let's also help those dragon mothers across space and time. When they arrived at the space tube, Jamie turned to Gyatso Big, who had accompanied them. Thank you for your help, Gyatso. Despite everything, I'm grateful for your help. Jamie and his Wayfarer friends emerged from the shimmering portal of the space tube, the 5 dragon eggs cradled in the nets slung over their backs. The transition back to their world was seamless, the familiar landscape of the palace gardens welcoming them with open arms. Lush, emerald-green foliage framed winding paths that led through a wonderland of blooming flowers. The air was fragrant with the scent of jasmine and roses, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp soil. Delicate butterflies flitted from blossom to blossom, their wings shimmering in the dappled sunlight, filtering through the canopy of ancient trees. The gentle murmur of a nearby fountain provided a soothing soundtrack, its crystal-clear water cascading over intricately carved stone. Jamie could feel the warmth of the dewy suns against his face and seeping through his clothing. His muscles unwound, but his stomach remained hard. He took a deep breath, trying to let the warmth and beauty of the gardens wash over him. At least they got the dragon's eggs back. But as they walked, the soft crunch of gravel under their boots, Jamie's inside squirmed with discontent. He glanced at Calix, Talis and Ian, their expressions mirroring his own sorrow. "I can't stop thinking about Lyran," Jamie confessed, his gaze fixed on the ground. "I feel like it's my fault he's dead." Calix blew out a breath between puffed-out cheeks.
We all feel that way. Lyran was our friend, and his loss is hard to bear.
Talis, the tallest of the group, lay a hand on Jamie's shoulder.
It's natural to feel guilty, but we did what we could. Sometimes that's not enough.
Ian picked a fallen white rose from the path and smelled it. The petals dispersed in her hand, and she let them flutter back to the ground.
Wayfarers know the risks. It's a dangerous job, and we accept that every time we go on a mission.
Jamie slumped. "If I'd been faster and smarter, maybe he'd still be here."
"No,"
Calix said.
"Don't do that to yourself. Lyran wouldn't want you to carry that burden. He made his choice to be a wayfarer, just like we all did. He knew the risks and accepted them."
The path led them to a serene pond surrounded by willow trees. Their branches dipped gracefully into the water. The soft sound of water trickling over rocks was calming, almost hypnotic. Jamie stopped, staring at the large, golden fish in the clear water. The ripples distorted his reflection. "I know you're right," Jamie mumbled, "but it's hard to let go of the guilt." The gravel crunched more loudly when Talis pivoted around to face him.
We honor Lyran by continuing our work, by remembering him, and we can't let our guilt paralyze us.
They continued their walk through the gardens, and their conversation turned to lighter topics as they tried to lift each other's spirits. The early morning suns filtered through the canopy of trees. Life continued, even in the face of loss.
Chapter 11. The hunt begins. Jaxon lay on the cold floor of the observation deck. He closed his eyes, and his hands gripped Annika's and Morel's tightly. The events in the hangar replayed in his mind, a blur of anger and helplessness. "Ready?" Jaxon asked in a strained voice.
"Ready,"
Annika and Morel said synchronously. Jaxon wished he had the luxury to indulge in spending time with his new love and exploring their new polygamous structure, but he didn't have the time. Everything was going terribly wrong, and having their QD and eggs taken was only the beginning of it. The Milky Way and Triangulum galaxy might be destroyed if they didn't bring the celestial architects those astrocore orbs soon. It caused stress for everyone on the Manticore. They all had family and friends in those galaxies. Jaxon took a deep breath, focusing on the intention of finding the individuals who had stolen their egg collection in QD. The world around him faded. He felt the familiar sensation of detachment, his consciousness lifting away from his body, tethered to Annika and Morel by their shared purpose. They drifted through space, guided by the faint energy signatures of their targets. The pull was strong, drawing them through gas clouds and black holes.
Morel felt a distinct pull, separating her from Jaxon and Annika. She gasped, scared to be all on her own. But she followed the thread, anyway, and her astral form glided effortlessly through the void. She hovered above a modest home, its quaint charm at odds with the chaos they had faced. The silver-haired woman was inside, sitting at a large wooden table covered in herbs and jars. But she wasn't a soldier in space alien armor anymore, and she certainly wasn't 12 feet tall. She was 5'3", like Morel. And she was a young woman of what looked like an Earthling heritage. The woman had purple eyes, though, which were not natural to Earthlings. Her parents bustled around the kitchen, their voices a comforting hum. The scent of freshly brewed tea and dried flowers filled the air. Morel thought about her own herbal essential oil, which made her gifted and made Tweety sentient. The Sirius cypress oil was infused in her pendant, resting on the chest of her meditating body on the Manticore. She focused as the woman mixed herbs, her fingers deft and knowledgeable. Her parents spoke to her, their words carrying warmth and love. Morel wanted to understand the alien language, so she made the intention to understand it, and it worked.
"You're making substantial progress, Ione,"
her mother said proudly. Ione smiled.
"Thanks, Mom. I'm learning so much.
Morel listened, puzzled. How could this woman, so ordinary and immersed in herbal medicine, have teleported to the Manticore's hangar? There was no sign of the power or intent required for such a feat. As the evening wore on, Ayani and her parents shared a meal, their conversation light and mundane. Questions plagued Morel's mind, but she remained patient, watching and waiting for any clue that might reveal Alera's true capabilities. She would have to return to discover Ayani's secret, because there was no sign of it here, and she couldn't read minds.
Jaxon detached from his Vistorian and Equilorian lovers and drifted through the astral plane to a secluded bunker deep in the alien woods. 3 moons blazed through the triangular trees into the bunker. The structure was small and unassuming, almost hidden among the foliage and shadows. He slipped through the walls, his ethereal form moving effortlessly through the solid barriers. Inside, the man with dark curls moved about his sparse home. He was much shorter than when he'd appeared in the hangar, though he looked strong. He lived alone, and the space was filled with basic necessities and a few personal items. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the faint odor of unwashed clothes. Jaxon watched as the man worked on a small, makeshift device, his hands deft and focused. His expression was one of deep concentration, a frown between his thick black brows. Talus paused, glancing around as if sensing something. Jaxon held his breath, remaining perfectly still. After a moment, Talus resumed his work, his brow still furrowed in thought. Jaxon studied him, noting the man's isolation and apparent self-sufficiency. There was no sign of the power or connections needed to execute such a precise and devastating raid. The mystery deepened, and Jaxon resolved to uncover the truth.
After detaching from Jaxon and Morel, Anika's astral form glided through the colorful mists. She found herself outside a large, well-fortified house. The bronze-skinned blonde with braids was in the middle of a sparring session with her 2 sisters, both fierce warriors. Sweat and metal filled the air with their scent.
Focus, Calyx.
One sister barked.
You're getting sloppy.
Calyx scowled, her muscles tensed with frustration.
I'm trying, okay? It's just
nothing.
The other sister cut in.
We can't afford mistakes.
Anika watched, intrigued by their dynamic. Calyx was clearly skilled, but there was an undercurrent of tension in her movements. After the sparring session, the sisters sat down to a meal, their conversation turning to more mundane topics.
We need to be ready,
the first sister said, her tone serious.
Things are getting worse out there.
Calyx nodded, her expression troubled.
I know. We have to protect our home,
Anika observed, noting Calyx's strength and vulnerability. Despite their formidable skills, the sisters seemed focused on survival, not the grand schemes Jaxon feared. The pieces didn't fit, and Anika's curiosity grew.
Morel drifted back to Jaxon and Anika, her mind buzzing with questions. She found them waiting, their expressions mirroring her confusion. Jaxon drew in a breath and released it before speaking.
They seem so normal. How did they do it?
Morel nodded. Ayane's just a herbalist. There's no sign she can teleport or steal dragon eggs.
Talus is a hermit,
Jaxon added.
He doesn't have the resources or friends for something like this.
And Calyx is a warrior, but she's focused on her home and her sisters.
Anika finished.
There's no grand conspiracy.
Morel nibbled on a cuticle and bit off a corner to chew. It stung, and she shook her hand. Ouch, we need to talk to them. I can reach out and see if they'll tell us anything. I tested my astral form on others of that world, and they can see and hear me.
Did you scare anyone?
Anika smirked. A farmer? Yes, Morel admitted.
Do it again. Talk to them,
Jaxon said.
We need answers.
Morel, Jaxon, and Anika hovered above the silver-haired woman's home, ready to make contact. They entered the room with the silver-haired woman and her jars of herbs. The room was filled with the scent of dried flowers and fresh earth, the air thick with the aroma of brewing tea. Her ether conch supplied her name. Ione, Morel called softly. Ione looked up from her herbal concoctions, her eyes bugging as her gaze bounced around the room.
Who's there?
Morel took a deep breath and focused her energy. My name is Morel. I need to talk to you about the dragon eggs. Ione's already pale face lightened further.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We know you were part of the group that took them. Morel pressed gently. We just want to understand why. Ione sighed and put down her mortar and pestle.
The dragons. They're not just creatures. They're part of an ancient tradition. Their eggs are essential for keeping spirit transportation and time travel alive. Without a dragon egg in the basement of the Amethyst Pyramid, under the altar, we can't enter other habitable worlds or travel through time. The ley rivers rely on the pyramids throughout the multiverse being alive to allow teleportation at the speed of thought.
Morel blinked. I understand. But taking all our eggs was wrong. We're trying to save our families and friends. The celestial architects have threatened to end 2 galaxies where our loved ones live if we don't bring them the eggs. The skin around Ione's lilac eyes softened.
I didn't know, I thought. We were just following orders.
Who gave you these orders? Morel asked, her voice gentle but insistent. Ione glanced around nervously, her fingers twisting a strand of her silver hair.
Jamie. He's only a boy, but he's special. He's a dragon whisperer and dragon rider.
The boy who chased my crew when they took the eggs from the pyramid. The pretty woman nodded.
He was our master for that mission. The dragons are his pets. They're like his family. He owns a dragon farm with his brothers. Only Jamie and the dragon eggs can keep the portal going. He's the one who told us to retrieve the eggs.
Morel clenched and unclenched her hands, more confused than ever. Jaxon's voice echoed in Morel's mind, tense and impatient.
Tell her about our situation.
Morel swallowed, but it didn't help to moisten her parched throat. We're not your enemies, we're just trying to save our worlds. Please, help us understand more about Jamie and the dragons. Ione sighed, her shoulders sagging.
The egg you stole from under the altar. It wasn't ready to be replaced. Because you took it, our time portal stopped working. Luckily, Jamie has set it right again. But we depend on those dragon eggs to keep the portals functional and the magic rivers alive.
But we're supposed to give the dragon eggs to the celestial architects.
Jaxon insisted, his astral form tense with frustration, making Morel's heart pound harder. Ione frowned.
What do these celestial architects look like?
Morel took a step back. They are short, with big heads, huge black eyes, and green skin. Ione sucked in a quick breath and shook her head.
They are not gods. You don't need to give those eggs to them.
Morel told her what they'd done to Microxus and other stories her friends had told her about the damage they'd caused.
They'll never stop threatening you,
Ione said. Morel could feel Jaxon's growing anger and desperation through their connection, making her stomach twist with anxiety. Morel, Jaxon, and Annika shifted their focus to the man with dark curls, Talus. They found him in his bunker, working on his device. The air inside was thick with the scent of damp earth and unwashed clothes. Morel approached cautiously. Talus, she called, her voice a soft echo in the small space. Talus froze, his dark-eyed gaze darting around.
Who's there?
Morel. I need to talk to you about the dragon eggs. Talus's expression hardened, his shoulders tensing.
I don't have time for this.
Please, Morel urged. We just want to understand why you took them. Talus hesitated, then sighed, his posture relaxing slightly.
The dragons. They're part of an ancient tradition. Their eggs keep transportation and time travel alive. Without an incubating dragon egg in our pyramid's basement, under the altar we can't enter other worlds or travel through time.
Morel swallowed. His story matched Ione's.
The Ley River relies on the pyramid being alive for teleportation,
he continued, his voice softer now. Morel nodded, but taking all the eggs was wrong. The celestial architects have threatened to end 2 galaxies where our families and friends live if we don't bring them the eggs. Talus's expression softened slightly.
I didn't know. We thought we were protecting our way of life. Who are the celestial architects?
Jaxon's voice echoed in her mind again, more desperate this time.
Explain our situation.
We're not your enemies, Talus, Morel said gently, her anxiety increasing with each word. We're trying to save our worlds. Their final destination was the home of Calyx, the bronze-skinned blonde with braids. Morel found her sparring with her sisters, their movements fluid and deadly. She approached carefully. Calyx, she called. Calyx stopped mid-swing, her eyes narrowing.
Who's there?
I was on the starship. I stole some of those dragon eggs, but you stole all of them, and our golden craft. I need to talk to you about them. Calix's expression darkened.
What about them?
Calix's sisters started freaking out, their eyes wide with fear, until Calix stepped in front of them.
It's okay,
she said, her voice calm and authoritative.
She's a wayfarer. She's here to talk to me about our mission.
The sisters hesitated but slowly backed away, still casting wary glances at Morel. We know you took them, Morel said gently. We just want to understand why. Calix lowered her weapon, her posture relaxing slightly.
The dragon eggs are super important for getting around and time jumping. No way to go to other worlds or time travel without them. For teleportation to work, the time pyramid has to be activated by the incubating dragon egg beneath its altar.
Morel nodded. We understand that now. We talked to your companions who also intruded on our starship, but taking all the eggs was wrong. The celestial architects have threatened to end 2 galaxies where our families and friends live if we don't bring them the eggs.
We wanted to return those eggs to the worlds you stole them from, using the pyramid to physically teleport. But now our enemies, the Arathians, have them. They have your golden craft too.
What?
The Arathian Emperor kept most of the dragon eggs and the golden craft we found because he believes it will serve Orathis better. We argued the eggs should be returned to their rightful places, but the Emperor insisted it was non-negotiable.
Morel's breath bottled in her lungs. So you didn't want to keep the eggs? Calix shook her head.
I told you. No. We knew they didn't belong to us. But the Emperor's word is final. We kept our own 5 eggs from our world to restore our own Ley River and pyramid, but it wasn't what we hoped for.
Morel absorbed this new information with a fluttery feeling in her chest. And the golden craft.
I told you the Arathian Emperor has it now. We took it from you because it was obvious you used it to steal eggs from different places, disrupting other Ley Rivers.
Morel's muscles tightened in readiness. We need to fix this. We need to get the eggs back to where they belong and stop the celestial architects from destroying our galaxies.
How can we do that, Morel?
Jaxon hollered beside her, visible in his astral form to her, but not to Calix. The celestial architects must be fake and have an ulterior motive, Morel said to both of them. Calix nodded, her green eyes filled with resolve.
We'll help you.
Morel opened her eyes, the familiar surroundings of the manticore coming into focus. Jaxon and Annika stirred beside her. Jaxon sprang to his feet and paced, raking his hands through his dark hair.
We have a lead. They were following orders from Jamie. We should find him and explain our situation.
Annika nodded, her voice tense.
Let's show them we're not their enemies.
Morel blew out a series of short breaths to gain control. We'll find a way to protect both our worlds. Together.
And we'll try to bring Damien back, too,
Annika added. The mission to reclaim the dragon eggs and the quantum dreamweaver had taken a new turn, but Morel knew they were on the right path. They would confront Jamie and save their galaxies in the universe the starship crew had all grown up in without giving the celestial architects what they wanted.
I want answers,
Jaxon said in a strained voice.
If the celestial architects aren't gods, then what are they? Why have they been manipulating us?
Morel gazed at Jaxon, her heart aching at the sight of his worried blue eyes. She felt a surge of love for him, mixed with her own anxiety. Let's find Jamie, she breathed. Maybe he can give us the answers we need. Jaxon raked fingers through his hair and nodded.
Let's get started.
They settled back into their meditation positions, and Morel felt the familiar pull as their consciousnesses lifted away from their bodies once more.
Chapter 12. False Gods.
Jamie awoke to the sound of a distant rustling. His muscles tensed, and he whipped his head around, trying to peer into the dark corners of his bedroom. He had been restless, plagued by the fact the Arathian Emperor had all those dragon eggs and 2 of their dragons. The early dawn light filtered through the cracks in the farmhouse. He left his sleeping quarters, but as he descended the creaky stairs there was a strange sensation in the air. The tingling prickled his skin. He moved cautiously into the open plan downstairs, where his brothers hunched over the wooden table, eating scrambled eggs with freshly baked bread and steaming cups of green tea. They looked worried and pointed at the plate, waiting for Jamie. Liam's dark and narrow eyes were sharp with concern. The blonde Callum's nostrils flared, and he cracked his knuckles as he chewed on bread, staring at his plate. The auburn-haired Rory bounced a knee restlessly as he eyed Jamie.
Do you feel that?
Before Jamie could respond, an alien woman emerged from the shadows like a wisp of smoke. She was beautiful and petite, with otherworldly features. She had patterns on her skin and wore a floating dress. From her head sprouted purple horns, and despite her colors being muted in ghostly gray and white, her eyes blazed electric blue.
I am Morel,
she said, in a sweet voice. What do you want? Jamie shivered.
We need to talk about the dragon eggs you took from my captain's starship.
Morel hovered closer. Jamie's brothers reacted immediately, their protective instincts kicking in.
How dare you come here?
Callum shouted, his fist bashing the tabletop.
What gives you the right?
Rory shot to his feet. Wait. Jamie held up a hand. Let's hear her out. Morel's gaze flitted between the four brothers anxiously.
We're not your enemies. We're trying to save our galaxies in a parallel universe. The celestial architects will end them if we don't bring them dragon's eggs. That's why they let us use their golden, spherical craft. It enables our starship to travel the multiverse.
The celestial architects. Jamie winced. Who are they? Morel took a deep breath, her neon blue eyes locking onto his.
They inhabit a realm that is separate from the rest of the multiverse. I guess you could say it's hidden. It defies our understanding, a place of endless whiteness and 3 gigantic faces made from chaotic colors.
I've never heard of them, he said.
When you finally meet them, they are little green men with huge, completely black eyes.
Jamie shook his head. Still, I've never heard of them.
There are vaults there. They contain magical tools which are locked away.
And they want dragon eggs?
Liam asked. Morel swiped a delicate hand over her smooth forehead and glanced at his dark-haired brother.
Yes, they told us they want to take the dragons and eggs back to the realm of the dragons where they belong.
Did they ask for adult dragons too? Jamie asked. Morel frowned.
No, just eggs. They said they created the multiverse.
Callum's face hardened.
We mustn't let these celestial architects have our dragon's eggs. Many dragons are happy, whether they're indigenous to our world or not.
Morel's expression softened.
How do we stop them without destroying our galaxies?
Jamie tilted his chin back. We'll work together. I'll ask my water wayfarers to help.
Water wayfarers?
Morel murmured. She then had a conversation in a foreign language with what appeared to be 2 or more invisible beings.
Perhaps. If we can break the celestial architect's control, we might stand a chance.
Goosebumps travelled up Jamie's arms. Changing the minds of the thieves was good, but helping them would be hard. He glanced at his brothers, who all scowled at the female alien. But he wanted to help her if it meant they would stop taking eggs. I'll try to help you stop the celestial architects. They sound like crooks. Morel nodded slowly.
Thank you.
We must find someone who knows what to do. The teenage boy came to mind. The teenage boy from a place called Earth. Hundreds of years ago, he introduced Elderathians to the function of their pyramid and Ley River, whose spring was under the amethyst monolith. Was he dead now? Or was he immortal because of time travel? The Cosmic Spider has a book. Liam placed his knife and fork on the table with a clatter.
Your wayfarers can teleport to search for him.
And if he's dead?
Rory said, swiping auburn hair from an eye.
I mean, if he died of an accident or old age or decided not to be immortal through time travel, then you can search for that other kid who had a copy of his book.
He scratched his pale jaw and squinted.
What was his name?
Darwin.
Liam said.
From the Euphorian Alliance. He existed a long time ago too, though. Darwin is from Legends.
Callum said.
And so is the Cosmic Spider.
Liam stood. His tall, muscular frame cast a long shadow over the wooden floor. The lines of worry on his toffee-coloured face were deep.
If he's dead, if he's not immortal, then you'll have to travel to the past to find him. That's probably more dangerous than anything. The Emperor won't permit it.
Jamie nodded, his ribcage feeling too tight. We'll still find a way. Wayfaring's the safest option to begin with. Morel gave a small smile.
Thank you, Jamie.
You should apologize to our little brother too.
Liam cut her a spiteful glance.
Poor little Jamie was imprisoned for a long time in our neighboring world for trying to get our eggs back. A friend of his died trying to get those eggs. You and your starship crew should be ashamed of yourselves.
Sorry.
Morel's chin dipped to her chest.
I'm sorry, Jamie, for all the trauma you and your world have suffered because of us.
As her form faded, Jamie and his brothers agreed that saving other galaxies from the false gods was what they should do, especially if that meant leaving other dragon eggs where they were. With Morel, the other starship crew, and the wayfarers on their side, they would fight for the future of the dragons who held the key to water wayfaring. The next morning, the cool morning breeze was fresh on Jamie's face. It wouldn't be for long, though. Their homeland was in the tropics. As he stood on the quartz crystal bridge, The Ley River's clear waters shimmered under the twin suns. He glanced back at Calix, Talis, and Iron. The Emperor's guards stood on the river banks with vigilant expressions. Jamie understood they were there not only to protect him and the Wayfarers, but also to ensure the mission stayed within the Emperor's interests. He and the Wayfarers had received the Emperor's permission to seek the Cosmic Spider, who owned the special books of the Water Warriors. These books contain knowledge and spells crucial for their mission. "Are we ready?" Jamie asked. Calix nodded.
"We're ready."
Let's do this,
Talis said.
"We don't have time to waste."
Calix, Talis, and Ion activated their aura shields and lay on fluffy rugs which a guard laid out on the quartz bridge. Their bodies aligned with the flow of the river beneath them. The hovering sprinklers coated their magnetic shields in fine water droplets as they closed their eyes. Jamie watched them closely, feeling the familiar twinge of anxiety that always accompanied these teleportation rituals. He left the bridge and paced along the river's edge, scanning the surroundings. The Emperor's guards stood at attention, their expressions unreadable. Minutes turned into what felt like hours, and Jamie's tension increased. Finally, the light around the Wayfarers faded, and they stirred. Calix was the first to sit up, her lips pressed into a tight grimace.
"We couldn't find the Cosmic Spider or Darwin. They were nowhere."
Jamie sucked in a quick breath and swallowed. "Did you search for their graves?"
"You know that's the one thing we cannot ask for, finding the places where their bones rest."
Jamie snorted. She was right. Talis and Ion sat as well, frowning.
"We searched everywhere,"
Talis muttered. "This isn't good." Jamie rubbed his forehead. "We need those books. Did you look for the books?"
The books are enchanted.
Ion said.
You can't find them, just like you can't find graves and corpses unless you're looking for something else and the resting place happens to be there as well.
Oh, yes. Jamie remembered the folktale about a man called Quentin. He'd lost his memory and learned to water wafer. Quentin set his mind on visiting the woman from his dreams and teleported to a burial site. She was there, kneeling by his grave, though his body was never there. It had all been a cover-up for a political conspiracy. If it had been a real corpse, a wayfarer could still have found it like that, though. Calix gazed at the twinkling river, yet she had a distant look in her eyes.
"We'll have to get permission from the Emperor to go back into the distant past and water Wayfar from that Lee River instead."
That's a big request.
Ion cleared her throat.
The Emperor might not agree.
"We don't have a choice," Jamie replied. "We need to read those books. Let's return and explain the situation. Hopefully the Emperor will understand." The wayfarers nodded, and the group journeyed back along the riverbank with the guards in tow. As they walked, the serene landscape around them seemed to mock their desperation. When they finally arrived at the palace, Jamie took a deep breath, steeling himself for the conversation ahead.
Chapter 13. Time Portal.
The ship was eerily silent as Kaida Takahashi padded through the dark corridors of the Manticore. She had barely slept, worrying about Damien as metal for so long inside that vat. She'd already believed he was dead before. Once when the brainwashed soldiers of Delta 7 took him into custody, handing him to Dr. Corrigan, and once when she'd witnessed an alien monster eat him alive. Kaida arrived at the medical bay. The sterile scent of antiseptic filled her nostrils. Her heart pounded as she extended a metal hand inside the cupboard, which contained a pregnancy test. She had missed her period twice. She had to do this alone, away from the prying eyes of her crewmates. Jaxon, Annika, and Morel were astral journeying, and everyone else was asleep. Kaida took a deep breath, her thoughts diverting to Mother Nemiko. She'd felt so ashamed when they discovered her polygamous relationship with Jaxon, Sia, and Annika. It had been bad enough that they and the rest of the Telogenico community had come to Macroxus, only to experience a near apocalypse. It had been bad enough for the Takahashi family when they were all grieving the death of father. So when Mother had discovered the polygamous relationship, that had been the icing on the cake. It had been a tough conversation, one that left her feeling isolated and judged. The Japanese cyborg followed the instructions on the test, her hands steady despite her thumping heart. The minutes dragged on, each one feeling like an eternity. Finally the results appeared. Positive. Kaida stared at the test, both happy and afraid. She was pregnant. A million thoughts raced through her mind. Where could the baby grow up if the celestial architects wiped out Microxus and the Milky Way? She wished she could have the baby with her mother and Emiko around. Emiko was also pregnant and would near her third trimester soon, but Kaida felt as if she couldn't go back to them now. She had shamed them with her lifestyle choices. Tears welled as she clutched the test to her chest. She couldn't hold back the sobs that escaped her lips. She jogged out of the medical bay, unable to contain her emotions any longer. When she rounded a corner, she collided with someone. Caeda looked up through her tears to see Queen Brenna, her tall and willowy form towering over her.
Caeda, what's wrong?
Brenna asked. Caeda wiped her eyes, trying to compose herself. I just found out I'm pregnant. Brenna's eyes softened with understanding.
That's wonderful news, Caeda. But why are you so upset?
Caeda took a shaky breath. I'm terrified. If the celestial architects wipe out my Croxus and the Milky Way, where will my baby grow up? I wish I could be with my family, but they're ashamed of me. If the celestial architects wiped out the Triangulum and Milky Way, both our families are dead. Brenna placed a comforting hand on Caeda's shoulder.
We'll stop the celestial architects. If I had the quantum dreamweaver, I could do it.
Caeda frowned at Brenna. How? You've never been there before. Jaxon, Annika, and Morel are trying to get it back. They're astral journeying right now. Brenna nodded.
Then we must have faith in them, and you must stay strong for yourself and your baby. We will protect our worlds.
Caeda nodded, taking strength from Brenna's words. Promise not to tell a soul about my pregnancy. I'll tell them when the time is right.
I promise.
Jaime entered the grand hall of the Elderathian palace and approached the throne. His palms were clammy despite the coolness of the hall. He forced himself to take slow yet shallow breaths. The tall emperor sat on his throne wearing the same deep blue robes with silver embroidery. His eyes fixed on Jaime with amusement.
Here you stand, your mission accomplished. The pyramid and Ley River are restored, and the dragon eggs are back.
Jaime bowed low. Sire, the Ley River is magic again, and the eggs are safe, but we face a new threat. There are entities who call themselves the Celestial Architects.
Who you say?
Jaime explained what the pretty and ghostly alien had told him about the Celestial Architects. Those egg thieves. They stole the eggs to give to those false gods. The strange entities demand as many dragon eggs as possible. Those egg thieves are their slaves. They threaten to erase 2 of their galaxies if they don't help. The Emperor's laughter echoed through the hall.
Perhaps the erasure of those galaxies would be the best punishment for the starship crew who dared steal our dragon eggs.
Jaime flinched, but before he could respond, High Priest Leo cleared his throat. His deep brown skin contrasted with his indigo robes and long silver hair.
Your Majesty, the dragons are crucial for our political friendships. Trading dragons also maintains their genetic variation.
Oh yes.
The Emperor heaved a sigh.
Their disappearance would destabilize many alliances and harm our own interests.
Priest Leo added. The Emperor turned a thoughtful gaze to Leo.
You make a valid point. The dragons are indeed important.
Jaime seized the moment. Sire, there is also the matter of the golden craft in the possession of the Orathians. Our wayfarers stole it from the thieves' starship, but the Orathian Emperor kept it. It could be a significant threat if not dealt with. The Emperor's eyes narrowed.
A golden craft, you say? Interesting. Tell me more about this craft.
Jaime nodded at his 3 wayfarers, and Talus bowed.
Your Majesty, it's an intention craft of sorts. Like water wayfaring, I meditated inside it, and it took me to my destination.
Without a Ley River?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Talus continued.
Without a Ley River.
And you shapeshifted too?
Talus shook his head.
Your Majesty, we tried, but it didn't work. However, it teleports and travels through time.
Throughout the multiverse?
Yes, Your Majesty.
The Emperor exchanged a thoughtful glance with High Priest Leo.
This changes things. What do you propose, Jaime?
Jaime took a deep breath. We need to go back in time to the moment the Cosmic Spider first showed us how to activate our pyramid and Ley River.
300 years to this day.
Leo interrupted.
This is fate.
The Emperor said. Jaime swallowed. We can gain the knowledge needed to combat the Celestial Architects, steal back the craft and dragon eggs from the Orathians while blocking the Orathian wayfarers from finding them, and protect our worlds.
The Book of the Water Warriors.
Leo stepped forward, his expression concerned.
I want Calix to assassinate the Orathian Empress 300 years ago, too.
The Emperor said. High Priest Leo's bug-eyed gaze bounced between the Emperor and Calix.
Your Majesty, care must be taken. Using the pyramid for time travel is dangerous enough, but killing the Empress of that time could completely change the present. The risks.
For the better.
The Emperor interrupted.
But
Leo waited for the Emperor to allow him to continue.
But the risks of altering the past are immense. I strongly advise that Jaime and his wayfarers only find the Cosmic Spider and ask to read his book. This should be enough to gain the knowledge they seek without risking the balance of time.
The Emperor's eyes flickered with anger.
We are at war, High Priest Leo.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. If we do not act decisively, our future is doomed.
Leo remained resolute.
Your Majesty, altering the past could have catastrophic consequences. We must consider the potential fallout. Sending them to read the book should suffice.
The Emperor's anger flared, and he rose from his throne, his voice booming through the hall.
Enough, Leo. I will not stand idly by while our enemies strengthen their hold on us. They now have a dragon farm of their own. This is not good. Jaime, you will go back in time, but there is a condition.
Jaime's heart pounded. What is it, sire? The Emperor's gaze turned to Calix, his eyes cold and calculating.
As I said, Calix must assassinate the Orathian Empress. Her death will weaken their power and give us an advantage.
Jaime exchanged a worried glance with Calix, and his blood ran cold. Sire, that's a significant alteration to the past. We don't know what ripple effects it might have. The Emperor's expression hardened.
Do you question my orders, Dragon Telepath? This is not a request. It is a command. If you wish to use the pyramid as a time portal, you will carry out this mission as I have decreed.
There was a pain in Jaime's chest, but he held himself tight. Sire, please reconsider the consequences of such an action.
Enough.
The Emperor roared.
You have your orders. Do not return until the Orathian Empress is dead.
Leo scrubbed a hand over his face, his expression pained.
Your Majesty, I beg you to reconsider. This path is fraught with peril.
The Emperor's eyes blazed with fury.
I have made my decision, Leo. You will prepare the pyramid for their journey.
Jaime exchanged another worried glance with Calix and looked back at Talis and Eon. Calix's voice remained steady when she said,
We will do as you command, Your Majesty.
The Emperor nodded curtly.
Good. Now go. Time is of the essence.
Outside the hall, High Priest Leo approached them, his expression troubled.
I am sorry, Jaime. I tried to reason with him.
Jaime said in a shaky voice, We'll do our best, but this mission sounds so dangerous now. Leo placed a hand on Jaime's shoulder.
Are you ready to travel time?
Jaime shrugged at his companions, and they all nodded in response.
Then I'll assist you. Come now, the flying saucer is waiting.
After flying into the mountains, they touched down outside the pyramid. In the waning twilight, its amethyst sides looked like black water. The interior of the pyramid was lit with fiery torches. They flicked against the crystal with an otherworldly light. The air was thick with frankincense and sandalwood. It seemed too earthy for the unreal mission they were about to endure. A large amethyst block stood at the very center of the chamber. It was the time altar and the place they would teleport. Hieroglyphs spiraled out from an 8-pointed star-shaped hole at the center of the large amethyst block. Ancient symbols of habitable worlds surrounded the star. Those worlds also had time pyramids, though some were made from other types of stone and crystal. High Priest Leo frowned at the altar as if it was a puzzle as he approached it with deliberate steps. From within his robes, he drew an object. A palm-sized amethyst star key. Its surface polished, the same shape as the hole in the altar. Leo held the star key in his hand for a moment, his eyes closed as if in silent communion with the ancient magic of the pyramid. Then, with a reverence that made Jaime's breath catch in his throat, Leo stepped forward and slotted the star key into the star-shaped hole in the block's upper surface. A soft click echoed through the chamber as the key fit perfectly into place. The hieroglyphs on the altar flared briefly with a soft glow, and then, with a quiet hum, a slot opened up on one of the star's spines. Leo reached into the slot, his fingers deftly rotating the small inner wheels within. Jaime watched with bated breath as Leo's dark fingers manipulated the numbers until they stopped at -300. With a final, gentle stroke of the amethyst star, Leo activated the mechanism. The altar responded instantly. Ultraviolet light radiated from the 8-pointed star and filled the chamber with a brilliant glow, bathing them all in its luminescence. Jaime felt a strange pull, as if the light was drawing him in. The pyramid was fully awakened, its ancient magic ready to carry them through time. Leo stepped back, his expression a mix of awe and trepidation.
The altar is prepared, and you can all climb onto it. Step into the light, and it will take you to the time you seek. I will wait here until your return.
Jaime exchanged a look with Calix, Talis, and Eon, each of them steeling themselves for what was to come. With a deep breath, Jaime climbed the altar first, feeling the coolness of the ultraviolet light envelop him. Jaime felt a brief sensation of weightlessness, the world around him dissolving into a blur of energy. Then, as quickly as it began, the light faded, and Jaime climbed down from the altar, where he waited for his companions in the darkness. They had arrived.
Chapter 14. Breakfast and Dilemmas. Jaxon awoke with a sense of contentment he hadn't felt in a long time. The night before had been perfect, a blending of passion and love with his 4 women. He had always felt a deep connection with Annika, Kaida, and Sia, but this morning he was most surprised by how right it felt to have Morel in his arms. She brought something new to his life, a different energy that balanced the dynamics of his relationships. Stretching, he rose from the large, comfortable bed and looked around his suite. Sia, Kaida, and Annika were still intertwined to his left, their bodies a beautiful tangle of pale blue, indigo, and soft caramel skin. Morel lay on his right, her long blue hair spread out like a silken wave. Her turquoise and silver body shimmered slightly in the early morning light, with a few violet lines accentuating the curve of her hip under a narrow waist. Her purple conch shells lay on the coffee table. "Good morning," Jaxon whispered into the Aquilarian's pointed ear, his voice filled with warmth. Morel stirred, her bright blue eyes fluttering open.
"Morning,"
she replied softly, a small smile playing on her lips. As Sia, Kaida, and Annika woke, they smiled sleepily. Eventually, they all wrapped themselves in bathrobes and headed to the dining area, where a breakfast spread awaited them. Fresh fruit, pastries, and hot beverages filled the table, the aroma of coffee mingling with the scent of freshly baked bread. Sia's silver hair shimmered as she poured herself a cup of coffee. Her dark green eyes sparkled with affection. Kaida, her East Asian beauty enhanced by the morning light, and her black hair ruffled around her shoulders, helped herself to some fruit.
I'm starving.
Annika, with her indigo skin and voluptuous figure, gave him a knowing smile.
Sleep well.
Better than I have in years, Jaxon admitted, reaching for a pastry. Morel, sitting beside him, looked radiant.
"It was a wonderful night,"
she said softly. Jaxon placed a hand on her leg under the table, giving her a reassuring squeeze. "I'm glad you're here, Morel." The conversation flowed easily as they ate. They were all happy that Kaida was 3 months pregnant. He would be a father soon, and the thought filled him with a sense of purpose and excitement.
"So, have you thought about names yet?"
Sia asked, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Kaida chuckled.
I only just found out. I haven't had the time, but I have a few ideas.
"I can't wait to meet our little one," Jaxon said. "It's going to be amazing?" Morel watched the exchange with a soft smile, though Jaxon noticed a flicker of sadness in her eyes. He knew she carried a lot of pain from her past, especially the loss of her father and the estrangement from her mother. He wanted to help her heal, to show her she was loved and valued. Annika's indigo fingers brushed against Kaida's metal hand.
I'll help with the baby too. There isn't much work in the medical bay, and unlike Sia, I don't have my own children. I'll share the workload with you.
Kaida's gaze softened with gratitude.
Thank you, Annika. That's really lovely.
Sia smirked.
"It's going to be a busy but wonderful time. We'll all pitch in and make sure everything goes smoothly."
Morel cleared her throat, drawing their attention.
"I just want to say that I'm happy to share Jaxon with you all, but I don't want intimacy with anyone other than him, and I don't want to be involved in baby duties."
Jaxon squeezed her hand again, understanding her need for clarity. "That's perfectly fine, Morel. We're glad you're here, and we'll respect your boundaries." The mood was light and joyful as they continued to discuss the future, but as the conversation shifted, the mood in the room grew more serious. The topic of Damien and the celestial architects hung over them like a dark cloud.
We need to get Damien back,
Annika said firmly. Kaida sucked in a sharp breath and nodded.
And we must stop the celestial architects without giving them the dragon eggs.
"I hate them,"
Sia said, her tone filled with venom.
"They're not gods. They're manipulators, liars. They killed so many good colonists. We can't let them win."
Morel shifted uncomfortably in her seat as she looked at Jaxon.
"I don't have anyone left in the Milky Way. My father is gone, and my mother. I can't forgive her, but I know how important it is to save our homes."
Jaxon felt a pang of empathy for Morel. "We'll protect our worlds and get Damien back."
But how?
Kaida's eyebrows drew together.
Do we go back to Microxus? What about our families there? Are they safe?
We could bring them here.
Annika suggested with a shrug.
But it's risky. The celestial architects might target them if they find out.
A knot tightened in Jackson's stomach. The water wayfarers and Jamie had mentioned time travel, and that had made him nervous. He didn't want to voice his fears and add to the tension, though. The idea of tampering with time was dangerous. What if they made things worse? "We need a plan," Jaxon said. "We must figure how to protect everyone without falling into the architect's trap." Morel's chest hitched.
"The water wayfarers say they might help. They said something about a book. We should wait for them to come to us and see what they suggest."
"Agreed,"
Sia said.
"We need them as allies."
Jaxon looked around at the women he loved, drawing strength from their presence. Jackson's responsibilities felt as if they were crushing him, especially now he had an unborn child growing inside of Kaida's womb. He had to protect his family, his crew, and the galaxies they called home. With the support of his crew and the help of Jamie's wayfarers, they might get back the QD and overcome any obstacle. They had to. As they left his suite and headed toward the bridge, Jaxon glanced at Morel. Her bright blue eyes gleamed as she marched on with determination. He gave her a small smile, drawing strength from her presence. Jaxon twisted his calm band as he stood in the bright Manicore conference room. Three-dimensional holographic maps and charts of various galaxies and parallel universes floated around the middle of the round table. One by one, the crew members filed in, their faces both curious and concerned. Robert and his girlfriend Penny took seats at the table, their fingers interlaced. Morel sat beside Jaxon, her expression calm. Dean, with his stoic demeanor, leaned against the wall, arms crossed. The Martian twins, Syrah and Lyra, sat together, their grief for their lost loves on Microxus still obvious but tempered by fierce expressions. Brenna and Maftidi sat side by side but never talked to one another. "Thank you all for coming," Jaxon said. "We have some important matters to discuss." He glanced around the room, noting the different reactions. Robert's grip on Penny's hand tightened. Queen Brenna studied her manicured nails. Dean's eyes narrowed in concentration. Maftiti licked a paw and rubbed an ear. And the Martian twins exchanged a brief, supportive glance. Annika gazed at Kaida as the Japanese cyborg unconsciously rubbed her womb. Sia was absent, putting the kids to bed. "We're facing a critical situation." Jaxon's limbs tingled. "The Celestial Architects gave us an ultimatum to collect and deliver dragon eggs. Failure means the destruction of 2 galaxies where our friends and families live. But apparently the eggs don't belong to them, and the dragons have a symbiotic relationship with some cultures." Morel nudged Jaxon for permission to talk, and he nodded. She stood.
We've discovered that the Celestial Architects might not be the benevolent beings they claim to be. We've learned from the water wayfarers that the dragons and their eggs are crucial for maintaining balance in the multiverse. The Celestial Architects want to use the eggs for their own power.
A murmur of concern rippled through the room. Robert rubbed the back of his neck.
"How do we stop them without giving up the eggs? Is there another way?"
Jaxon blew out a long breath, puffing out his cheeks. Dean's brow furrowed.
"So what's our plan? How do we protect the eggs and save our galaxies?"
Jaxon rubbed his arms and looked around. "We're waiting for the water wayfarers to return. They have knowledge and abilities that might help us. In the meantime, we need to be ready to defend ourselves and our ship." Morel spoke up again.
We've been in contact with the water wayfarers. They're gathering information and resources to help us. We need to stay vigilant and work together.
Syrah and Lyra nodded, their expressions resolute.
"We'll do whatever it takes."
Shira said.
"We owe it to our loved ones."
Lyra added, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Thank you, everyone." Jaxon offered a small smile. "Let's keep our eyes and ears open. If you notice anything unusual or have any ideas, share them immediately." The meeting continued with a discussion of potential strategies and defenses. Robert suggested reinforcing the ship's shields, while Dean and the Martian twins offered ideas for monitoring any unusual activity. After the crew dispersed, Jaxon lingered in the conference room, his mind still buzzing with thoughts and plans. Morel stayed beside him, her presence soothing. Chapter 15. Assassin.
The ultraviolet light faded, leaving Jamie and his companions standing inside the same pyramid, but outside there were vast and unfamiliar jungles. The world around them was primitive, untamed. Thick and humid. Air filled their lungs, hotter than the world they'd just left. The midday suns hung high in the sky, glaring their light over everything. The smell of earth and vegetation filled the air, mixed with the scent of wood smoke. Talis pointed towards the ocean.
"It's so much closer."
"Yes."
Ione said.
"How strange."
Jamie figured it must have had something to do with the Ley River carrying sediment down from the mountains and depositing it in the lowlands. In the long run, it made sense. They followed a mud path down a crag and through the jungle. Further downhill, on a plateau, they came across a village in the clearing, huts clustered together. Some were small mud domes. Some huts had thatched and pointed rooftops made from woven palm leaves. The people here were different. They dressed in rough, hand-spun clothing, their skin weathered by the sun, their eyes filled with curiosity and suspicion as they watched the newcomers. A group of children stood at a distance, wide-eyed and whispering to one another. A few adults watched warily, some holding farming tools as if unsure whether to approach or keep their distance. The heat was oppressive, and sweat rolled down Jamie's thighs. Insects buzzed and birds called in the distance. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself, slightly dizzy in a blazingly bright clearing.
"The Ley River should be close,"
Talis said, his voice low and cautious. He wiped his brow with the back of his hand, squinting against the bright sunlight. Calix nodded, scanning the area.
"We must find it quickly. The sooner we perform the wayfaring, the sooner we can accomplish our mission."
They faltered through dense foliage, twigs cracking and leaves rustling underfoot. The thick underbrush and the relentless sun made every step feel heavy. Jamie's clothes clung to him, soaked with sweat. The wayfarers' laboured breathing was loud as they pressed forward. Finally, they arrived at the banks of the Ley River. It was a wide, dark green, slow-moving body of water, and its surface blazed under the midday suns. Tall reeds lined the riverbank, their green stalks swaying gently in the breeze. The river was wild and untamed, with no signs of civilization. The locals who had watched them earlier had retreated to their village, leaving Jamie and his group alone with the oppressive heat and the unforgiving jungle.
There's nothing here.
Eye on E swatted at a mosquito that had landed on her arm.
No bridges, no boulders, nothing.
Jamie's muscles tensed. They had underestimated the difficulties of this world, forgotten their hover sprinklers, and now found themselves at the mercy of the elements. The Ley River flowed steadily beside them, but without a proper platform, Calix wouldn't be able to perform her wayfaring.
We need to find a spot where the river narrows or bends.
Talis suggested in a deep voice.
Somewhere we can cut down bamboo and build a platform.
Let's keep moving, Jamie said. There has to be a suitable place. They continued along the riverbank, the heat and humidity sapping their strength. The suns climbed higher in the sky, the small white sun following the bright blue giant. Mosquitoes swarmed around them in relentless clouds, biting at exposed skin, leaving itchy, red welts in their wake. Jamie slapped at the one on his neck, wincing as he felt another bite on his wrist. When they arrived at a bend in the river, the water narrowed and thick bamboo lined the banks. Overhanging trees shaded the spot, providing some relief from the sun, but the air remained oppressive.
This will have to do.
Talis grimaced as he unsheathed the knife from his belt. He set to work cutting down the bamboo, his powerful arms making quick work of the thick stalks. Jamie and I on E gathered the cut bamboo, stacking it on the riverbank. The stalks were thick and sturdy, but as they assembled the makeshift platform, it quickly became clear that it would be anything but comfortable. Calix sighed as she surveyed their work, her green eyes tired.
It's not ideal, but it'll have to do. We don't have time to wait for anything better.
The platform was rough and uneven, the bamboo creaking underfoot as Calix tested it. She winced as she lay down, the hard bamboo pressing uncomfortably against her back.
I'll need the rain to start,
she murmured, her voice resigned.
Without it, I can't begin.
Jamie glanced up at the sky. It remained stubbornly clear and bright. There was no sign of rain, and without their hover sprinklers they were at the mercy of the weather. He could feel the tension building as they realized how unprepared they were. Hours passed as they waited, the sun continuing its slow crawl across the sky. Jamie could feel the sweat dripping down his back, mixing with the dirt and grime of their trek. By late afternoon, dark clouds gathered on the horizon, and a distant rumble of thunder rang out. When the first drops fell, the mosquitoes retreated, and the air cooled slightly. The rain started as a light drizzle, but soon grew into a steady downpour, soaking them to the bone. Calix closed her eyes and activated her aura shield, the only technology they'd taken with them. The rain soaked the bamboo platform, but not the space around her body. She relaxed into the uncomfortable position, while the rest of them observed silently. Calix entered her meditative state. The rain pattered against the leaves and the river's surface and created a soothing rhythm. After 10 minutes passed, Calix stirred, and then she slowly sat up. A satisfied smile played on her lips.
It's done,
she said, her voice calm, almost casual. Jamie blinked, trying to process her words. What do you mean? Calix stretched as if she had just woken from a pleasant nap.
The Empress is dead, and I found the cosmic spider, who had taken the form of a concubine on a massive starship. It belongs to some king. He's busy trying to free his girlfriend from slavery.
Jamie took a small intake of breath. You killed the Empress. Calix glanced at him, her expression untroubled.
Of course. That's what we were sent to do, right? The Emperor was very clear.
Jamie openly stared at her. He knew Calix was an assassin, but seeing how casually she spoke about taking a life unsettled him deeply. He had never imagined she would be so enthusiastic.
What about the cosmic spider?
Talis asked in an eager voice.
What's the story there?
Calix stood and hopped over to the bank.
Oh, it was quite the adventure. The starship was like nothing I've ever seen. It was much bigger than the egg thieves. Huge, ornate, filled with all sorts of exotic beings. The cosmic spider had shifted into a green-skinned woman in a bikini. He was busy working on a plan to free his girlfriend, and he said he'd help us once she was safe.
He'll look for us?
Talis asked.
Yes, but we'll have to stay in this time until he does. It could take days or even weeks.
Jamie was conscious of the impact of her words but found himself stuck on how easily she spoke of the assassination. His mind was in a state of chaos as he struggled to comprehend the consequences of Calix killing the Empress. Surely the entire future would be changed. They could have a different emperor or not even be alive anymore. Could a different future impact the meeting of his parents? Hopefully not. Before he could say anything, Ione stepped on the bamboo ledge.
Let me take over. I'll search for the closest inn where we can stay while we wait for the cosmic spider.
Luckily, the Emperor gave me a sack of ancient shells used as money in these times.
Talis smirked as he shifted from foot to foot. Jamie nodded absently, still trying to process what Calix had said. Ione accepted Calix's aura shield, while the rain soaked the male's and golden-braided assassin. She lay down in the same position Calix had been in moments earlier. As Ione meditated, Talis turned back to Calix, his eyes gleaming with interest.
So, tell me, what's the juicy gossip about the assassination?
Calix grinned, clearly relishing the opportunity to share.
Oh, it was brilliant. I had to disguise myself as one of her trusted advisors to get close enough. The palace was crawling with guards, but they didn't suspect a thing. The Empress was sitting on her throne, so smug and self-assured. She didn't even see it coming.
Jamie's stomach churned as he listened. Calix's excitement, the way she talked about the killing as if it was some grand adventure, made him cringe inwardly.
I slipped the blade right between her ribs,
Calix continued, her voice low and conspiratorial.
She gasped, but it was over before she even realized what was happening. Quick and clean, just like I was taught.
Talis chuckled, clearly impressed.
Sounds like a flawless execution.
Calix nodded, looking pleased with herself.
It was, and now we have one less enemy to worry about.
Jamie couldn't bring himself to join in their conversation. He understood the necessity of their mission, but the joy Calix took in her work disturbed him. He had never realized just how much she enjoyed killing. As the minutes ticked by, Jamie watched Ione, her body still and serene on the bamboo platform. He hoped she would find a safe place for them to stay soon. They needed time to regroup, tend to their mosquito bites, and to plan their next move. Finally, Ione's eyes fluttered open. She slowly sat up.
There's an inn not far from here. We can rest there.
Jamie nodded, relieved to have a plan. Let's head there now. They began their trek through the jungle once more, the thick foliage closing in around them as they followed the river toward the inn. The rain had left the ground muddy and slick, and the air was thick with the scent of wet earth and decaying leaves. It was getting dark, too. The inn was quiet, save for the soft creaking of the wooden beams overhead and the distant murmur of voices from the common room below. The faint scent of straw and wood smoke mingled with the more distant aroma of cooked food drifting up from the kitchen. Jamie lay on his bed, staring up at the low ceiling, his mind a whirl of worry and exhaustion. Sleep had been elusive. Calix, Talis, and Ione were already resting, their forms barely visible in the faint light of the 3 moons filtering through the small window. The room was simple, with rough-hewn furniture and faded tapestries hanging from the walls. The inn, like the rest of the world they had travelled to, was primitive compared to their home. He had been replaying the events of their mission in his mind. Calix's casual attitude toward killing was bad enough, but then there was the matter of the celestial architects. Entities that seemed to hold the fate of multiple galaxies in their grasp. As Jamie turned over in his bed, trying to find a more comfortable position, a faint rustling sound caught his attention. He sat up, his senses alert, as the door to their room creaked open slowly. The silhouette of a slim young man slipped inside, moving with quiet, deliberate steps. As the figure came into the light of the small oil lamp on the bedside table, Jamie's breath caught in his throat. It was a teenage boy, no older than 16 or 17, with dark, unruly hair and olive skin. His sharp eyes scanned the room before settling on Jamie. He carried an enormous book, bound in deep purple leather with an intricate design of a triangle sandwiched between a raining cloud and a river on its cover. Jamie stood cautiously. "Who are you?"
The cosmic spider.
He held out the book.
This is for you.
The teenager finally met Jamie's gaze.
It's the book of the water warriors. It holds the knowledge you seek. Knowledge that can help you stop the celestial architects and protect the dragons.
Jamie's pulse quickened. "You're the cosmic spider." The young man nodded, his expression serious.
Yes, but that's just a name I use to keep myself hidden. The celestial architects can't find me, and it's better that way.
Before Jamie could press further, the cosmic spider turned to leave. "Wait!" Jamie called after him, but the teenager was already slipping out the door, leaving it ajar behind him. Jamie stared after him for a moment, then glanced down at the book in his hands, its cover cool to the touch despite the warmth of the room. The movement behind him made him turn. The wayfarers had woken. Calix was already on her feet. Talis and Ione were close behind.
Was that him?
Talis asked, his deep voice breaking the silence. Jamie hesitated before holding up the heavy book bound in purple leather. "Yes, this is the Book of the Water Warriors, I guess." Calix stepped closer, her eyes narrowing as she examined the book.
"He just gave it to you."
"I guess so." Calix tilted her head.
I can't believe he just left like that. I had so many questions. Why didn't he wake us up?
Jamie shrugged.
I wanted to ask him more about his great-great-great-great-grandfather, the one who wrote this book.
She heaved a sigh.
Why didn't he give us any advice about what to do next? We don't even know if we can trust the starship crew we stole the golden craft from.
Ione flicked through the book and rolled her eyes.
It's full of foreign hieroglyphs. How the hell are we going to understand it?
Exactly.
Calix swiped at the air.
Why did he go so quickly?
Jamie spoke through his teeth with forced constraint. I don't know. Calix, maybe he wants to keep some things mysterious, or maybe he thinks we're supposed to figure it out on our own. All he did was leave the book. Talis sat on the bed and curled over, elbows on knees and fingers gripping roots.
But what if the book disintegrates when we go back to the future?
Calix continued.
We need a translator first.
Ione let out a whine.
What if it's all for nothing?
Calix said. Jamie's stomach felt sensitive. They had eaten stew, but all the worry had caused indigestion. I've been thinking about that too, but it's not just the book I'm worried about. What if we disintegrate? We've already changed the past by killing the Empress. What if we go back and find out we've erased ourselves from existence? Calix's eyes widened as his words sank in.
I hadn't even thought of that. What if we've doomed ourselves?
Ione reached out, placing a reassuring hand on her arm.
We don't know what will happen, but we can't turn back now. We have the book, and we need to translate it.
Ione's right,
Talis said.
We should trust that we're doing the right thing.
Calix chewed her lip.
I just wish I could have asked him if we're on the right path. He was in such a rush when I saw him on that gigantic spaceship. I don't even know if he rescued his girlfriend or not, or if there's anything else we should know.
The room fell into a heavy silence. Jamie carefully placed the book on the table beside his bed, his mind still buzzing with questions and concerns.
Let's rest first.
Ione suggested softly.
We'll need all our strength for tomorrow. We can water way far again and search for someone to translate those hieroglyphs.
The others nodded in agreement.
Chapter 16. Gathering the crew. The conference room was now empty. Even Morel had left to exercise in the holodeck, but Jaxon lingered, his thoughts churning like a stormy sea. The recent meeting had left him with more questions than answers, and the weight of leadership pressed down on him. He had seen the concern in his crew's eyes as they discussed the celestial architects. The mention of time travel by Jamie and the water wayfarers had unsettled him more than he wanted to admit. It was a risky and unpredictable venture, one that could have far-reaching consequences. He hadn't wanted to vocalize his fears during the meeting, but the idea of tampering with time left a sour taste in his mouth. He plodded over to the large viewport and stared at the stars beyond the hull. Space usually reminded him of the endless possibilities and the sense of freedom it offered, but now it felt cold and unforgiving. Jackson's mind drifted back to the conversation he had with his 4 lovers over breakfast. The joy of Kaida's pregnancy had been a brief break from the pressure, but now the shadow of their mission loomed even larger because of his unborn child. A soft chime at the door broke his reverie, and he turned to see Morel standing in the doorway. Her turquoise and silver body shimmered in the soft light, and her long blue hair flowed like a river of silk over her shoulders. Back so soon?
A 30-minute swim in the air orb was enough. Mind if I join you?
Jaxon nodded, gesturing for her to come in. She crossed the room and stood beside him at the viewport.
You looked deep in thought.
She focused on the stars outside.
Anything you want to share?
Jaxon ran a hand through his hair, just trying to wrap my head around everything. The celestial architects, the time travel. Morel's touch around his waist was warm and reassuring.
We must have faith. Nonetheless, it is important that we fully grasp the risks before proceeding.
Jaxon admired her calmness. She seemed to approach every challenge with a level head. He had quickly fallen for her. She was a steady presence. Kaida was stern. Anika overly emotional, and Seer often stressed with the kids. He leaned in and kissed her gently.
We'll be okay,
Morel said.
But we need to be ready.
You're right. We need to be prepared.
Seer Lacroix sat quietly in her quarters on the manticore, watching as her 3 children, Marina, River, and Delta, played with their glowing orbs. Their pale blue skin glowed faintly in the room's soft illumination, and their silver hair shimmered under the lights. She absent-mindedly brushed her fingers over the small gills beneath her ears as she glanced down at her datapad. Her eyes skimmed the headlines from planet Thalassia, her birthplace. The Thalassian media had been in a frenzy ever since the Microxus disaster, with one name persistently surfacing: Queen Brenna. The articles speculated about Brenna's fate, with some suggesting that she had died in the chaos. Others, however, pointed to the grainy footage that had surfaced, showing Brenna with the notorious mafia godfather, the Baron, in her underwater palace. This had sparked wild theories that she might still be alive and perhaps involved in something far darker than anyone could have imagined. Some wondered if she was an Echo's drug dealer. Sia sighed, setting the datapad aside. The news was troubling, and not just because of the headlines. Brenna was here on the Manticore, and Jaxon had given the beautiful stranger the superpower of shapeshifting. Sia knew there was more to the story than what the media was saying, and Brenna was obviously not telling them something. A soft tug on her arm interrupted her thoughts. She looked down to see Marina with her wide, curious eyes.
Mama, can we go to the canteen? I'm hungry.
Sia smiled, though her heart was heavy. Of course, my little starfish. Let's get you all something to eat. She gathered up the children, leading them through the familiar corridors of the Manticore. As they walked, Sia's thoughts drifted back to Brenna. The crew had been waiting impatiently for news from that dragon rider and his companions who could teleport and shapeshift. They needed to know what was happening with the dragon eggs, but so far, there had been only silence. The uncertainty was eating away at everyone, and Sia could sense the growing frustration amongst Jaxon, Annika, and Mirelle. When they arrived at the canteen, Sia set the children up with their favorite fish soup, making sure they were comfortable before she allowed herself to relax a little. As she watched them eat, her mind returned to the troubling headlines from Thalasia. The last time she had spoken to Brenna, the Queen had seemed distracted. There was a desperation in her eyes that Sia recognized all too well. Sia had seen it in her own reflection during her days as a space mercenary before finding a new life with Kaida, Jaxon, and Annika. Sia was about to take a seat when Kaida Takahashi walked into the canteen, her expression serious. She caught Sia's eye and motioned for her to step outside. Sia hesitated, glancing at her children, but River waved her off with a small smile.
Go ahead, Mama will be fine.
Sia smiled back, kissed River on the forehead, and followed Kaida out of the galley. They walked a short distance down the corridor, stopping in a secluded alcove where they could talk privately. What's going on? Sia asked. Kaida crossed her arms.
It's Brenna. I think she's hiding something. She's been sneaking around the ship, avoiding people. I tried talking to her earlier, but she brushed me off.
Sia told Kaida about the news article. Do you think she's in danger? Kaida nodded slowly.
I do. And not just her. If we're not careful, whatever she's involved in could put all of us at risk.
Remember what Annika said about her wanting to go to some kind of indigo vault in the realm of the celestial architects? A small line appeared between Kaida's brows on her flawless forehead.
When Annika and Jaxon found her in the hangar that time, late at night?
Yes, Sia said.
Oh gosh. I remember now. Why did we just brush it aside?
Kaida dry washed her metal hands. Sia had to find out what was going on. I'll go see her. Maybe she'll open up to me. Kaida's expression softened.
Shall I look after the kids?
Yes, please.
Be careful, Sia, whatever this is, it's big.
Sia nodded and headed towards Brenna's quarters. As she marched through the ship, the usual hustle and bustle seemed distant. When she arrived at Brenna's door, Sia paused for a moment before knocking. There was no answer at first, so she knocked again, a bit more forcefully this time. Finally, the door slid open, revealing Brenna standing there. Her silver hair was disheveled, and there was a look in her eyes that Sia had never seen before.
Sia,
Brenna said, her voice barely above a whisper.
What are you doing here?
I want to check on you, Sia replied, trying to keep her tone gentle. You've been acting strange, and I'm worried about you. Brenna hesitated.
I'm fine, really. Just a lot on my mind.
Sia lowered her voice. Brenna, whatever's going on, you can trust me. Please, let me help. For a moment it looked as if Brenna might refuse, but then her shoulders slumped and she stepped aside to let Sia in. Artifacts and personal items from Brenna's past cluttered the room. A small, ornate box on the table, its lid slightly ajar, immediately caught Sia's attention. Inside, a glowing orb pulsed softly with light. What's that? Sia nodded towards the box. Brenna stiffened, her gaze following Sia's. She padded over to the table and picked up the orb. She held it in her hands for a moment, as if weighing her options.
This is a communication orb. It's how I've been in contact with the Amphilean spellmasters.
Sia's heart skipped a beat. The spellmasters were the stuff of nightmares. President Neridax had abused her in the most awful way. Why would you be in contact with them? Brenna's hands trembled as she held the orb.
Because they cursed me, Seer, they cursed me to age rapidly and die, unless I do something for them.
What do they want? Seer asked, dread pooling in her stomach.
They want me to free them,
Brenna said.
They're imprisoned in a vault in the realm of the celestial architects. If I rescue them, they'll lift the curse.
But we imprisoned them. Jaxon and his crew, and they're dangerous. She told Brenna what they'd done to her and the Nomo. If you free them, who knows what they'll do, you know this.
I know,
Brenna whispered, tears welling up in her eyes.
But I don't have a choice. I'm running out of time, Seer. Every day I feel myself getting weaker. If I don't do this, I'll die.
The thought of unleashing the spellmasters was too much to bear. There has to be another way, she pleaded. Maybe Annika can help you. Maybe there's a cure.
No.
Brenna's forehead furrowed with stress, and her eyes turned red from crying.
There is no cure. It was a curse.
How were you connected with the Baron?
I tried to manipulate him so I could free them. They'd prophesied he'd steal the QD.
You took the Baron to the realm of the celestial architects.
Yes.
Seer had trouble swallowing. She pointed a trembling finger at the Queen. You showed the Baron where the chronomold stone and interstellar synergy node were. Brenna's bottom lip quivered.
It was my only option. Please, Seer, understand.
Seer's breath bottled. She couldn't allow her to do something that would endanger the entire crew. And possibly the galaxy. You can't free them, not until we talk to the water wayfarers or whatever they call themselves. We're waiting for a special book which might explain.
Chapter 17. The Puzzle of the Hieroglyphs.
The inn where Jamie and his companions sought shelter was a peaceful countryside establishment, far from the opulent palaces and futuristic scenes they were used to. The low wooden beams and flickering candlelight gave the room a warm glow, though it felt eerie, because Jamie didn't know how Eldorath would be when they returned to their time, or whether they'd be alive. He sat at a small table in the corner, the ancient book given to him by the cosmic spider lying open before him. The symbols on the pages were a jumbled mess of hieroglyphs, each one more cryptic than the last. Calix paced nearby, her fingers twitching as if itching for action.
I don't understand why he'd give us a book we can't even read.
Talis, seated across from Jamie, was more composed but equally perplexed.
The cosmic spider wouldn't have given it to us if it wasn't important. We just have to translate it.
Jamie ran a hand through his oily black hair. The assassination of the Orathian Empress, the unfulfilled prophecy, and now this. Their mission was getting more complicated. The cosmic spider must have known we wouldn't understand the book. Talis crossed his beefy arms and leaned forward.
As Ione suggested before, let's water wayfar on the morrow.
Talis carefully took the book, his fingers tracing the symbols as if committing them to memory. As Talis's fingers brushed over the ancient symbols, something unexpected happened. A spark of light flickered where his hand touched the page. Talis froze. His eyes bulged as the symbols glowed.
What the?
The symbols lifted off the page. They swirled into the air like letters made from colourful smoke. The hieroglyphs twisted and turned, rearranging themselves into recognizable cosmolingua. Jamie shot to his feet. His eyes locked on the floating letters. What did you do, Talis? Talis blinked.
I don't know. I just touched the symbols and they reacted.
The colourful smoke continued to swirl, eventually settling into a steady stream of holographic text that hovered above the book. The translation was clear and concise, as if the book itself had been waiting for someone to activate it. Calix stepped closer and gripped the tabletop.
The book is translating itself.
Jamie and the water wayfarers read the text.
The so-called celestial architects are not gods, despite what they would have the multiverse believe. They are ancient beings, yes, but their power comes not from divine origin, but from a deep and insidious manipulation of the forces that bind our worlds together. Their influence stretches across time and space, woven into the fabric of the ley rivers and the pyramids that connect our realms. The architects have a singular purpose: to maintain control over the multiverse by hoarding the most powerful artifacts and creatures they can find. Chief among these are the dragon eggs, which they covet for their immense, untapped potential. Each dragon egg is a repository of raw, primal energy, an energy that the architects have long sought to harness for their own ends. They created quantum dream weavers, using the eggs as engines to source their metaphysical travel. By accumulating these eggs, they bolster their influence over the ley rivers, which in turn allows them to manipulate the flow of time and space to shape reality to their will. But their claim of divinity is a lie, a facade carefully constructed to keep the multiverse under their thumb. They lock away magical tools and artifacts, not out of a desire to protect the balance, but to ensure that no one else can challenge their dominion. They fear what would happen if the power they hoard were to fall into the hands of others. Those who might use it to resist their control, or worse, expose their true nature. In truth, the celestial architects are merely pawns in a larger, more complex game. A game played by beings far more powerful than they are. I think the mole men are the true masters of this cosmic game. This doesn't mean they are kind to mere mortals, though. These space wizards compete against one another in elaborate contests, using entire civilizations, natural disasters, and even the very laws of physics as their pieces. The mole men see through the celestial architects' vaults, stealing their hoarded treasures whenever it suits them. They are the unseen hands that tip the balance of power, not for any grand purpose, but for their own amusement. To the mole men, the multiverse is a playground, and the beings within it are mere pawns in their endless game. But the two things that is hard for the mole men to control are the pyramids and rivers attached to them. I, Xenon, discovered the truth of the celestial architects, and I sought to expose them. I have chronicled their deceit in this book, hoping that those who come after me will find a way to resist the architects' control. I believe that if enough people understand the truth, the multiverse might one day break free from the architects' grasp. But no one knows who the true gods of the multiverse are, if they even exist. It's not as simple to intend to find them when water wayfaring, just as it's impossible to find a corpse. Perhaps they are long gone, or perhaps they have never been. What is clear is that the celestial architects are not divine. If we are to survive, we must see through their deception and reclaim the power they have stolen from us. The dragons and their eggs are the key. We need them for our pyramids portals so we may have some choice in the mole men's game. The eggs are also the architect's greatest weakness. It is through them that we might find a way to undo the architect's influence and restore balance to the multiverse without living under the constant threat that they'll dispose of our loved ones.
Jamie's fingers traced the edges of the thick, aged pages as he flipped through them, his eyes scanning the intricate script with growing urgency. He needed answers. Something, anything, that could help him understand how to fight back against the celestial architects and protect Jaxon's crew. He gulped when he landed on a section titled,
Strategies for Reclaiming Dragon Eggs from the Celestial Vaults. To retrieve what the architects have stolen, one must first understand their methods of concealment. The dragon eggs are hidden within fortified vaults, locked away with powerful wards and enchanted barriers designed to repel all but the most magical. The first step is to locate these vaults in the realm of the celestial architects, where the Lee rivers do not reach naturally. However, a small child can navigate the currents to these hidden spaces by meditating on an inactivated pyramid altar, with a fossilized or hibernated dragon's egg on his or her lap, and with both hands resting on either side of the egg. The connection between a dragon and its egg is eternal and unbreakable. Use this bond to guide your path.
Jamie's gaze darted between the wayfarers around him. None of them were small children. He didn't even know any small children. Got any little cousins?
I'm not getting my 5-year-old nephew involved in this,
Talis said. If he's even alive, now that Calix has changed time, Jamie thought. He continued reading, absorbing every word.
Once the child has located the vaults with the eggs, the next challenge is bypassing the wards. These are not mere spells, they are living barriers, powered by the essence of the architects. Only by using the energy of a dragon egg in the physical hands of the journeying child can these barriers be disrupted. This is the most dangerous part of the mission, for if the architects sense the presence of an egg outside their control, they will respond with overwhelming force.
Jamie turned the page, revealing a diagram of a complex spell.
The final step is the retrieval spell, one that must be cast with the utmost care. This spell, which I have named the Shattered Veil, is designed to disarm the wards and transfer the dragon eggs back to their rightful place in the multiverse. The spell requires the caster to sacrifice a part of their own life force, binding them temporarily to the egg's essence. This will allow the egg to recognize the caster as a guardian rather than a thief.
Jamie winced. He understood now why the spell and the book had been hidden away. It was dangerous. He read the final warning.
Once the Shattered Veil is cast, there is no turning back. The spell will bind the caster to the dragon egg for the rest of their days, linking their fates. Not only that, the siblings and mother of that child will also be affected, and they will all be capable of shifting into dragons and half-dragons. If the egg is destroyed, so too will be the caster and the caster's mother and siblings. But, if successful, this bond will allow the dragon to guide the caster through the Ley rivers, granting them unparalleled access to the multiverse's hidden places, without the need to water way far.
Jamie closed the book and turned to the wayfarers, his jaw clenched. This spell requires a small child to perform the ritual with a dragon egg on their lap. It's the only way to retrieve the eggs and stop the celestial architects. But I don't know any children who could do this. Calix, still standing near the table, crossed her arms tightly under her boobs and narrowed her green eyes.
We can't just drag some innocent kid into this. It's too dangerous, Jamie.
Talis leaned back in his chair, a deep frown etched on his face.
Even if we could find a child willing to do it, The risks are enormous. We can't predict how the architects will react. They could obliterate us the moment they sense the egg.
Ione, who had been silently contemplating the situation, said,
But without the child, the architects will destroy Jaxon's galaxies and the dragons won't be free.
A heavy silence fell over the room as they all grappled with the situation. Jamie could think of the few families he knew in Eldorath, but none of them had little children. They were too young to talk, too old to be kids anymore, or going through puberty like him. Jamie growled and balled his fists. Captain Orion and his crew should know what we've learned, but we also have to get back to our own time.
Not before committing these instructions to memory.
Ione interrupted.
In case the book disintegrates, we mustn't lose this information.
Calix paced.
If we talk to Jaxon first, he might have a better idea about where we can find a child.
He won't exist in this time period, Jamie said, and we must tell the Emperor, too. He might have resources we don't.
Jamie's right. We have to go back to our time first.
Tallis stared into Ion's purple eyes, his tone resolute. Then he peered at Jamie and Calix.
Ione's also right. If we lose this book or its contents, everything else becomes moot. Let's memorize the spell, the instructions, everything.
Jamie exchanged a worried glance with Calix.
But if we waste time,
Calix countered.
Those galaxies might not have any time left. We have to find a child, quickly.
Calix inhaled a sharp breath and nodded once.
Let's memorize the spell, sleep on it, test each other in the morning, and then head back to our time. Captain Orion needs to know what we've uncovered, and he might have some insights.
Agreed.
Tallis mumbled.
We don't have time to waste, but we can't rush this either.
Ione yawned.
I, for one, could do with some rest, though sleep might not be easy without air conditioning.
Jamie felt a bead of sweat roll down his chest. I won't be able to sleep in this heat and humidity. I need antihistamine too. Must been bitten about 30 times. He scratched the welts on his shin.
Me too.
Ione gave Calix a pleading look.
Go back now.
Calix heaved a sigh.
You lot need to harden up, but come on then. Let's go.
And if we die, at least we can stop sweating buckets.
Ione said with a smirk, though no one returned her humor. Together they gathered their belongings, leaving the inn behind as they set off to return to their time, with the weight of the ancient book in Jamie's satchel.
Chapter 18. Architect's Game. Jaxon reclined in his chair, completely stressed out. The meeting room on the Manticore was crowded, the tension thick. He peered around the perimeter of the table at his crew. His gaze lingered on each of them. Queen Brenna, Maftati, Dean, Robert, Penny, the twins, Annika, Morel, Kaida, Seer, and Seer's 3 children. The 3 wayfarers stood near the entrance, as well, having just relayed the revelations from an ancient book they had memorized. The striking tall woman with long tanned legs and golden braids had done most of the talking. Her voice had remained steady and sure as she explained what they had discovered and the dangerous ritual required to retrieve the dragon eggs. Tallis and Ione had chimed in occasionally with additional details, their expressions grim. Now, silence hung in the air, thick and heavy, as the crew absorbed what they had just heard. Jaxon massaged his temples, trying to process the information. The celestial architects weren't gods. They were manipulators who hoarded power to control the multiverse. And the mole men. They were something else entirely, a wild card in this cosmic game. But it was the ritual that bothered him the most. A child, one of Seer's children, would have to perform it. Annika broke the silence.
We can't seriously be considering this, can we? Involving a child in such a dangerous ritual. It's unthinkable.
Jaxon nodded. I agree. It's too risky. Delta, Sia's youngest child, and the only hermaphroditic Talashan on the ship, looked up.
I want to go. You wouldn't give me River and Marina the gifts of shapeshifting. You should at least let me do this.
Delta's right,
Seer said. Jackson's heart skipped a beat. He turned to his Aquawoman lover. Seer, you can't be serious. You would let your child risk their life like this. Seer's expression was serene.
Delta understands what's at stake. Jaxon for a Thalassian child. This is an honor. It's a chance to serve their people and the multiverse. Delta is strong and capable.
Queen Brenna, who had been silent until now, raked elegant fingers through her long silver hair.
It's true. In Thalassian culture, children are often the ones who take on these kinds of tasks.
Jaxon noticed Kaida and Annika exchange a worried glance. But Seer didn't. She was nodding along with the queen.
They're seen as pure.
Brenna continued.
They're untainted by the complexities of adulthood. No wonder the spell requires a small child. They are without judgment. They're open-hearted. Delta's willingness to volunteer is a sign of their bravery and understanding of our ways.
Jackson's jaw clenched. He couldn't fathom it. The idea of sending a child into such danger, let alone being expected to see it as an honor, I don't understand your culture, he admitted, his voice tight. But I can't support this. There has to be another way. Morel, seated beside Annika, nodded vigorously.
Jackson's right. There has to be some other method we can use. Some way to bypass the need for a child.
Colette shook her head and the jade beads around the ends of her braids jangled.
The book was clear.
And where is the book now? Jaxon interrupted.
It turned to dust when Jamie climbed the altar.
What altar? Jaxon asked.
The altar in the pyramid, which emanates violet light. The altar which creates a portal.
Calix explained.
A child is necessary for the ritual, as they are the only ones with a natural bond to the dragon eggs. Without that connection, the ritual won't work.
But Cindy stole the chronomeld stone from a vault in the realm of the celestial architects in my sister's QD, Jaxon. Remember?
Lyra said. Anika, Seer, and Kaida gave him cut-eyed glances, probably reminded of his brief flings with not just Sierra and Lyra's sister and her blonde QD pilot, but also the twins themselves. Ion E asked what they were talking about, so the twins and Mafdidi explained what happened regarding the Subbets Arc, the Spell Masters, and the formidable Mothman. Lord Xi Lothor.
We don't just want to take the eggs,
Talus said.
This spell allows them to go back to their rightful places and for the Celestial Architects to lose power all at once.
Annika's brow furrowed in thought.
But if something goes wrong, if the architects sense what we're doing, Delta could be killed. We could all be killed.
Queen Brenna's gaze was steady as she looked at Annika.
I understand your concerns, Doctor, but this is the path we must take. The celestial architects have controlled our destinies for too long. If we want to break free, we have to take risks. Calculated risks, yes, but risks nonetheless.
Seer placed a hand on Delta's shoulder, her expression resolute.
Delta is ready, and they know what's at stake. This is our best chance.
Jaxon felt a knot of frustration tighten in his chest. I'm not comfortable with this. But before he could say more, the ship's lights flickered. The air hummed with energy, a strange presence that made the hair on the back of Jackson's neck prickle.
What is that?
Kaida muttered, her hand instinctively reaching for her weapon. Talus glanced around the room.
What if we're being watched? The mole men, or the architects, could be trying to interfere with our plans.
Jaxon cursed under his breath. We don't have the QD anymore. And physically escorting Delta to the Wayfarer's Pyramid would be impossible since it's in a parallel universe. Talus stood, hands on hips.
Not true. How do you think we took the eggs back with us?
He's right.
Ione agreed.
It's possible.
I can shapeshift into a multi-dimensional craft.
Talus looked Jaxon in the eyes.
I can escort Delta and the entire Manticore if need be, through the dimensions to where Jamie and the others are.
Jaxon was intrigued. You can do that? Turn into a craft capable of interdimensional travel. Talus nodded.
I've done it before, though not on this scale. It'll take a lot of energy.
Anika's eyes glistened with worry, causing her dark indigo irises to appear even more intense. The furrowed lines on her brow deepened. Annika's gaze remained fixed on Talus, her lips gently pressed together. It was as if her whole being was consumed by the worry she felt for the starship and for Delta, leaving a visible imprint on her features.
And you're sure you can handle this, Talus? We're putting a lot on the line.
Talus gave her a confident smile.
I've got this, Doc. The Emperor's guards are watching over our physical bodies and they'll remain in the correct environment with water surrounding us.
Annika looked confused about the water part. It's dangerous, but it's worth the risk if it means we can get to those eggs and stop the architects. Jaxon exchanged glances with the rest of the crew. All right, Talus, let's do it. The meeting ended. As the crew dispersed to prepare for the mission, Jaxon lingered for a moment, watching as Seer and her children left the room. Jaxon stood beside Kaida, their hands clasped tightly together as they stared out of the Manticore's view screen. His mouth went dry and he forgot to breathe as he watched Talus activate his shape-shifting ability. Jackson's cyborg hand pressed against his breastbone as Talus's astronaut form stretched and contorted, transforming into a mothership. The hull of the multi-dimensional vessel pulsated in waves that rippled across its metallic surface like the heartbeat of a colossal, sentient being. The craft's skin was iridescent, shifting colors from deep violet to silver, then to a shimmering blue, as if it were a living aurora borealis. Intricate patterns flowed beneath the surface, like circuitry fused with veins, glowing with an internal light that hinted at the immense power contained within. The craft was massive, dwarfing the Manticore. Nevertheless, it shifted with an uncanny poise, defying the laws of physics that Jaxon had spent his life mastering. There were no visible engines, no exhaust ports or thrusters, just a smooth, continuous form. Jaxon forgot to blink as goosebumps slid along the back of his neck. This was a vessel beyond technology, beyond engineering. It was something closer to magic or a science he could not fathom. The exterior was dotted with what appeared to be sensory nodes, each one flickering with tiny bursts of light, as if the craft were constantly scanning and adapting to the environment around it. Jackson's fingers itched to reach for the controls to see how such a marvel could be piloted, but he knew this was beyond his skills. It was Talus in a form that defied all conventional understanding. The shimmering field of light that enveloped the manticore felt almost protective, as if the craft was cradling them within its energy, shielding them from the chaotic forces of the dimensions they were about to traverse. When they moved, Jaxon could feel the subtle shifts in gravity, the warping of space-time, yet the ride was smooth, almost serene. For the first time in a long while, Captain Orion felt small, a mere passenger in a journey through the unknown, guided by a force far greater than himself. When the light faded and the ship settled, they found themselves in an expansive field under a dusky sky. The rolling hills and sprawling meadows of Elderswar stretched into the horizon. Upon vacating the manticore, the warm air carried the scent of pine, mingled with the faint aroma of wildflowers that dotted the landscape. The dragon farm was a collection of large, sturdy enclosures spread across the land, but this didn't mean the dragons weren't free. They flew in the sky and grazed in the fields. Some dragons were sleek and majestic, their scales glinting in the fading light, while others were smaller, more nimble, their wings tucked close to their bodies as they moved about the enclosures. In the distance, a farmhouse stood tall and proud, its walls made of stone and wood, with a thatched roof that gave it a timeless old-world feel. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney. The sky above was a deepening shade of violet, streaked with hues of orange and pink as the dual suns dipped below the horizon. The first stars became visible in the dark sky, high above the farm. Jaxon held hands with Marina and River, while Seer squatted beside Delta, hugging the child, now too heavy to carry on her hip. Annika and Kaida held hands and Morel hugged the vat with Damien's essence inside, looking both worried and awestruck. Ion E swung her arms on the spot and smiled.
Welcome to Jamie's Dragon Farm.
A young man with a strong build and short dark hair bounced on his feet as he strode towards the group. He introduced himself as Liam, Jamie's eldest brother, and wiped his hands on his worn leather apron before shaking their hands. He led them closer to the farmhouse and introduced his two other brothers, all older than the young Jamie, who were working. Callum, with his tousled sandy blonde hair, was busy checking the condition of a young dragon's wings, his brow furrowed in concentration. Rory, the redhead, was feeding a group of smaller dragons. As Jaxon and the others approached, Jamie emerged from the farmhouse, his face lighting up with recognition and relief.
"This is my home,"
Jamie said, his voice filled with pride.
"It's not much, but it's where the dragons are safe."
Jaxon remembered Ion E telling them they'd all been worried that time would be changed on their return from the past, but that everything was the same. He could imagine how relieved they would all have been to return with their lives, homes, and families still intact. The crew took in the peaceful surroundings, the tension of their mission momentarily easing as they absorbed the beauty of Elderoth and the dragon farm. But even amidst the serenity, they knew the challenges ahead were far from over. They exchanged nods with Jamie's brothers, a silent understanding passing between them. They had arrived at a place of safety, but the task ahead was one that would test Delta's courage. The peace of the dragon farm was only a brief respite before the storm. Chapter 19. A Meeting of Worlds.
Jamie could hardly believe his eyes as he watched the group approach. They were unlike anything he had ever seen. The silver-haired mother, her skin a soft pale blue, moved with a grace that was almost ethereal. Her presence commanded his attention, and a pang of guilt twisted in his stomach as he remembered the task ahead. The thought of one of her children performing the dangerous spell made his stomach roil. His gaze shifted to the woman walking beside her, and he was momentarily stunned. It was Morel, but not the shadowy, ghostly figure he had seen before. Now, she was vibrant, alive with color. She wore a flowing white minidress over turquoise and silver leggings, which had a metallic sheen to them. Her long electric blue hair cascaded down her back, and her eyes, the same electric blue, seemed to shine in the darkening twilight. Jamie found himself momentarily lost in their brilliance. As he struggled to find his voice, he noticed another figure in the group. A cat-human hybrid. Its fur was black, and its paws were white, like fluffy white socks. Slitted like a predator's, its eyes made Jamie pause, yet there was an intelligence in those eyes. The creature walked on two cat feet, and had some kind of rifle slung across its back, and an ammo belt across its chest with plasma stocks inside. He wasn't sure whether to be impressed or unsettled, but the creature's presence was undeniably captivating. Then there was the indigo-skinned woman with the long white coat. Maybe she was a scientist. Her enormous chest was impossible to ignore, yet her gentle smile and kind demeanor made Jamie relax slightly. Despite her intimidating appearance, there was something soothing about her, as if she carried a calmness that could quiet even the most troubled of minds. There were twins, too. They looked as if they could belong to Eldorath. except for the strange clothes they wore. They looked mixed race, like him, but with brown-skinned heritage instead of yellow-skinned. The cyborg also looked as if she belonged in his world, save for her silver limbs which may have been mechanical inside. She looked to have the same ethnic origin as his mum. Black and shiny hair, soft and caramel-coloured skin, a small nose, and full lips. The captain could almost belong in his world, except that there was a strange blue tint to his skin. Then there were two other white guys and a blonde woman who could have easily passed as Elderswar natives. He didn't think it strange though, because many a wayfarer had described to him worlds beyond their own, where there were humans like them. Of course, he'd heard about all the strange aliens too, but humans belonged throughout the multiverse, except for the realm of the celestial architects. As they strolled together toward the farmhouse, Jamie felt a mix of emotions. Wonder, curiosity, and a deep-seated unease. Prior to the arrival of the strangers, his brothers received word from Ion and Calix and had sufficient time to prepare a grand roast dinner. But before they could reach the farmhouse, a familiar humming sound rippled through the atmosphere, a silver flying saucer descending from the sky. There was a giant plant stand of flowers in its centre amongst the luggage strapped to the roof. His heart leapt into his throat as he recognized the pink and blue floral patterns on the suitcases. His parents had arrived. The saucer touched down gently in the field nearby, the soft hum of its engines fading as the door opened. His parents emerged, their faces excited but then concerned. His mother's dark hair was pulled back in a tight braid, her eyes scanning the group as if assessing the situation. Jamie wanted to feel happy, because all his life was the same since they'd returned through the time portal. But gratitude was something hard to foster, when it felt that it could all come tumbling down once they were under the celestial architect's radar. His father, a tall man with the same piercing eyes as Jamie, stepped forward, his expression unreadable.
Callum,
his mother called.
What's going on here? Who are these people?
Jamie swallowed hard, glancing back at the extraordinary group behind him. How could Callum possibly explain everything that had happened, everything that was about to happen? Callum took a deep breath, trying to steady himself.
They're friends. They're from another system and are here to help us.
His parents exchanged a skeptical look, but they didn't press further. They trusted Liam, and that trust was the only thing keeping the tension at bay.
I told Jessica she could hold her wedding here in our dragon farm.
Jessica? Wedding? When?
Rory asked.
Tomorrow,
Mum said, before placing her hand on her hip and skimming the faces of her 4 sons.
And I expect you all to attend.
Jamie winced. They were supposed to go to the pyramid tomorrow. He had to talk to the Emperor. He'd talk to Mum and Dad about it later. As the group moved toward the farmhouse together, Jamie's mind buzzed with questions and uncertainties. The group settled around a long table in the garden outside the farmhouse. The air was warm, but there was a pleasant breeze. Jamie had never witnessed so many people eat together at his home. Their faces reflected the light of the rising moons. Jamie's brothers had prepared a feast, and there was plenty for their parents. But it was so annoying that his cousin was having a wedding at the dragon farm tomorrow, and Mum expected him to stay at home. The Emperor and priests had ordered Jamie to keep what had been happening a secret from outsiders, and his brothers and wayfarers had recommended the same warnings. Jamie started at the steaming platters of roasted meats, vegetables, and the variety of native Eldorathian dishes spread out before them. Seated between his brothers, he felt the warmth of the crackling and popping fire pit nearby. The flames danced in the gentle breeze, sending up occasional sparks against the darkening sky. The 3 moons, Lumia, Sorin, and Theron, rose in perfect alignment, all full and glowing with an eerie brightness. His family and the wayfarers chatted avidly about how the lunar event only occurred once every 2,000 years. They explained to the intergalactic foreigners that the moons were usually out of sync in their lunar cycles. Jamie's mum stood at the head of the table, her gaze fixed on the moons.
It's strange, isn't it?
She mused, her voice thoughtful.
The moons, all full at once. It's a rare sight, but something about it feels conspicuous.
Jamie's stomach tightened. Mum was right. But he couldn't bring himself to tell her the truth, not when everyone was trying to enjoy the meal, and Mum was anxious about wedding preparations. Conversation filled the air as everyone ate, the clinking of utensils against plates blending with the sounds of the night. Jamie took a bite of roasted trot bird, a dish native to their province. He savoured the rich, smoky flavour that reminded him of home. The food was simple but hearty. It was comforting, after travelling through time, and all the worry which had come with the recent events. He scanned the people around the table, taking in the faces of the newcomers, the crew from the Manticore, each of them so different, yet unified in purpose. His gaze lingered on a woman sitting a little further down the table, her pale blue skin catching the soft light of the moons. She looked to be the same species as the other one he had admired earlier upon their arrival. This woman was taller. She, too, had flowing silver hair, but there was something ethereal about her, a grace that stood out even among the diverse group. She carried herself with effortless elegance. Her back was as erect as a mountain bamboo, yet her slender shoulders were soft and relaxed. Jamie watched as she leaned slightly toward Tallis, who was laughing with merriment. Her eyes also sparkled with amusement as she spoke to him. He wondered who she was and how she fit into the complex web of alliances and missions that had brought them all together. But before he could dwell on it further, something pulled Jamie's attention back to the table. Callum raised his glass, calling for a toast.
To family, friends, and new allies. May we find strength in each other and face whatever comes with courage.
Although the speech seemed to confuse their parents, Mum and Dad still joined the group and raised their glasses. Jamie joined in. They were a motley crew, brought together by fate and necessity. As they drank, the moons continued their ascent, reflecting silver light across the garden. The conversation ebbed and flowed, stories and laughter filling the air as the night deepened. When he glanced again at the mysterious woman with the silver hair, she was standing and beckoning Tallis to join her. Hand in hand, they strolled through the garden and into the darkness, their figures melding into the shadows. As he pondered what Tallis and the woman would do together, the quiet hum of engines in the distance caught his attention. He turned his gaze skyward, and his heart skipped a beat. Emerging from the darkness, a formation of sleek, black ships descended toward the farm. Their design was unmistakable. Royal Guard transports, their surfaces polished to a mirror finish that reflected the light of the moons. Jamie's parents noticed the approaching ships as well, their earlier concern returning full force. As Mum stood, her hand instinctively reached for Jamie's dad, who had already moved to stand protectively in front of her. The ships touched down with a soft thud in the field next to the garden, and the sound of boots hitting the ground followed. A moment later, a tall man, clad in elaborate robes of deep indigo and gold, emerged from the largest transport, flanked by a dozen royal guards in shining armor. Jamie recognized the figure instantly. High Priest Leo, the Emperor's most trusted advisor. When he arrived at the garden's perimeter, he stopped. His gaze locked onto Jamie.
The dragon telepath and the wayfarers and all those from the multi-dimensional craft are to accompany me to the palace immediately. The Emperor requires your presence.
Jamie's parents exchanged a worried look, clearly bewildered by the sudden arrival of the Imperial envoy. His heartbeat became sluggish. His parents had found a moment of peace before the wedding, and now it was being ripped away. Mum stepped forward.
What does the Emperor want with my son and his companions? Is something wrong?
High Priest Leo's expression remained impassive.
The Emperor wishes to speak with him regarding an issue with the dragon eggs. The matter is urgent and cannot be discussed here. Jamie will come with us now.
The other wayfarers exchanged uneasy glances. Ione, usually so composed, looked paler than usual, and Calix clenched her hands into fists at her sides. Jaxon and his crew were visibly tense, their eyes scanning the area as if expecting an ambush. Jamie's parents moved closer to him, their concern clear. His mother placed a hand on his arm, her voice filled with worry.
Jamie, what's happening? Why is the Emperor's priest here?
Jamie hesitated. It's complicated, Mum. But don't worry, we'll be back soon. Before Jamie could offer more reassurances, a commotion broke out near the farmhouse. One guard approached the high priest and whispered something in his ear. The priest's calm demeanor faltered for a moment, his eyes narrowing in displeasure. What is it? Jamie asked him. Leo's voice was cold.
A woman from the starship, the Queen Brenna, and Tallis are missing.
The remaining pale blue woman with silver hair, the one Jamie had noticed earlier, whispered urgently to Jaxon whatever she was saying. She was deeply troubled. Jackson's face tightened, and he quickly glanced around, his eyes settling on Jamie.
We have to go to the palace.
Leo's patience seemed to be wearing thin.
You will all come with us now.
The royal guards moved to escort them to the waiting ships, but Jamie hesitated. He glanced at his parents, who were watching him with fearful eyes. I'll be back, he promised them. I can't promise I'll make it for Jessica's wedding, though. Don't worry about me. I'll explain everything when I return. Mum nodded.
Be careful, Jamie.
Just as they were about to board, a soft rumbling growl broke out behind him. He turned to see a massive black dragon emerging from the shadows of the trees. Its scales shimmered like obsidian, and its golden eyes gleamed with intelligence. It was Umber, one of the oldest and most revered dragons on the farm. He was a great-great-grandfather dragon, and he'd been like a grandfather to him, too, since Jamie was a small child. The bond between them was strong. Umber lowered his head, allowing Jamie to place a hand on his snout. It looks like you're coming with me then, Umber, Jamie murmured.
Are you flying the dragon?
High Priest Leo asked. Jamie confirmed with a nod, and the priest gestured for him to lead the way. The 12-year-old dragon rider climbed onto Umber's back, and then the beast spread its massive wings and launched into the sky. Jamie steered the dragon towards the palace, and the royal transports followed.
Chapter 20. The Ritual of the Shattered Veil.
The interior of the pyramid was vast, and the sheer quartz surfaces shone like mirrors. Sia felt magic in the air. It made her skin prickle with goosebumps as it wrapped around her. She had become familiar with the feeling of magic from the elders and their possession to the Nomo, quantum dreamweavers, spellmasters, and celestial architects. But this magic was different, the way it buzzed at the edges of her senses. This seemed even more ancient, powerful, and unyielding. At the center of the chamber, her hermaphroditic child, Delta, sat cross-legged on the smooth amethyst block which served as an altar. Their butt rested over that star-shaped slot, which had runes etched around every point. Their small hands cradled the dragon egg in their lap. The egg was the size of a large melon. She had touched it earlier, too. Along with Marina and River, they would all be part of that dragon if they succeeded in their quest. The egg surface had felt warm, and it had hummed with life. Sia watched her child with a mixture of pride and fear, her chest aching at the sight. Delta was so young, so innocent, and yet here they were, carrying the weight of the multiverse on their lap. Umbra, the black dragon, stood close by, his massive form casting a long shadow across the chamber. Although he was old, he had confessed that he was the true father of the unborn child within that egg. Move had been having an affair with him, and Aethafung didn't know. Umbra's golden-eyed gaze was fixed on Delta. There was a protective gleam in them that both reassured and unsettled Sia. Jamie, Captain Orion, Morel, and High Priest Leo stood in a loose circle around the altar. The others had stayed at the dragon farm. High Priest Leo's deep voice filled the pyramid's chamber as he chanted an ancient spell, but Jamie tapped the man's shoulder and told him they must follow what was in the book and not do anything else. High Priest Leo pulled a long face but obliged and stopped his mantras. Delta closed their eyes and focused. Sia could see the concentration on her child's face, the way their small hands tightened around the egg. Umbra leaned in closer, his golden eyes never leaving Delta's egg, as if lending them his strength. As the spell progressed, ultraviolet lightning crackled within the very crystal walls of the pyramid, traveling along the amethyst plains. Energy charged the air like before a storm, but more intensely. A lilac glow under Delta's behind shimmered softly. Delta's breathing slowed, matching the rhythm of the surrounding pulsating crystal bricks. The egg in their lap began to glow, too, a soft golden light that spread out, enveloping Delta and the altar in its warmth. Sia's heart swelled, but the fear that gripped her tempered it. She had heard the translations from the Cosmic Spider's book. It was a dangerous ritual that required perfect balance. A single misstep could mean disaster. She could see the anxiety in Jaxon's eyes and a nervous twitch along his jawline. He was always so strong, so steady, but now she could see the cracks in his armor. She wanted to reach out to him, to tell him that everything would be okay, but she couldn't bring herself to speak. The unspoken words felt hollow in the face of what they were attempting. Mirelle's eyes were wide, her expression one of fear. They had all heard the Wayfarer's translation of what the ancient water warrior had written about the celestial architects and how precious the dragon's eggs were to them. Mirelle's hands fidgeted at her sides as well. Sia understood they were all on edge. The purple light of the altar flared and merged with the gold emanating from the egg, their light coalescing into a shimmering veil that encircled Delta and the egg. Delta's voice cut through the air, clear and steady, despite their age.
Shattered veil, reveal the path.
The light from the egg intensified, filling the chamber with a brilliant, blinding radiance. Sia had to shield her eyes. It was too bright to bear. The lilac from the altar flared one last time before dissolving into the air, leaving behind a silence that was almost deafening. Sia blinked, her vision slowly adjusting as the light faded. What she saw next took her breath away. Hovering above the still meditating Delta was a three-dimensional map, glowing with the same golden light that had surrounded the egg. Sia's breath caught in her throat as she stared at it. The intricate lines and symbols outlined a vast network of paths, leading to places she had never seen or imagined. The golden light illuminated the faces around the altar: Jaxon, the priest, Morel, and Jamie. But as the brilliance of the moment faded, Sia noticed the tension that had taken hold of Jamie. His eyes, usually so sharp and focused, were now clouded with worry. Delta opened their eyes.
The threads between dimensions, in the realm of the celestial architects, are now open to the lay rivers. Water wayfarers can come and take the eggs. from the vaults without the false gods knowing. They won't have long, though.
Jamie's shoulders slumped as he corkscrewed around to face Jaxon. His voice was barely a whisper.
This wasn't supposed to happen. The book said the eggs would naturally go to their rightful places once the ritual was complete, but they're still out there, hidden in those vaults.
The vaults aren't hidden. You can take the map to the river. You don't even need to understand it. Just let it hover near you.
Delta heaved a sigh too heavy for such a young child. Jamie shook his head, his frustration clear.
But why didn't they move? Why didn't the ritual work the way it was supposed to? We followed the instructions exactly, and now we're still stuck.
Sia could feel his disappointment as if it were her own, but they couldn't lose hope, not when they were so close. Maybe the ritual was only the first step, she said. Maybe it was meant to show us the way, but the rest is up to us. We have to guide the eggs to their rightful places ourselves. Jamie looked at her, his eyes searching hers for reassurance.
Do you think that's it? That we're supposed to do the rest?
She nodded, squeezing his arm gently. Yes, I do. The map is a gift. It's the key to finishing what we started. We just have to trust that we're on the right path. He sighed, the tension in his body slowly easing as he absorbed her words.
Maybe you're right. It's just... I thought we were finally at the end of this, and now it feels like there's so much more to do.
Sia offered him a small, encouraging smile.
We'll have to return to the dragon farm and gather my friends. I'm not a water wayfarer.
Jamie said.
Anyone can water wayfar.
The black dragon with golden eyes grumbled.
The Emperor just doesn't want anyone to do it.
Even if that's the case, I don't know how to.
Jamie scratched his cheek.
But Calix, Talis, and...
Sia gasped. Talis went off with Morel.
That trickster.
Jackson's voice rose in volume as panic took hold of him.
She'll have Talis steal the QD to free those frogmen. She'll make him fall for her as she did to Korod.
We should get ready to move out, Sia said. The map has shown us the way, and we must be quick before the architects realize what we're doing. Captain Orion nodded, sweat beaded all over his face.
Agreed. We'll need to split up and cover as much ground as possible.
Morel looked up from the map with her flashlight blue eyes.
Let me try to stop Brenna first. I can astral project here and now, and she can see and hear my astral body.
I must continue to meditate with the egg until this is done.
Delta said.
It could take days. I'll need food and drink to sustain me.
Guards.
High Priest Leo boomed.
Bring ice boxes full of food and hay for the dragon.
2 men nodded and flitted out of the pyramid. Sia ran a jerky hand through her hair as her gaze flitted around the chamber, finally falling on her child. She wanted to hug Delta tightly and never let go, but it could affect the spell. I'll stay here with Delta and Umbra. If anything happens, we need to make sure they're safe.
My guards and I will stay too.
High Priest Leo stepped forward, his voice calm but firm.
We must proceed with caution. The ritual has given us a guide, but the architects will not relinquish their control without a fight.
I'll hurry back and gather the female wayfarers, then we'll go to the river,
Jamie said. Jaxon grabbed Morel's hands and pecked Sia on the cheek.
We'll come too.
Take the disc.
High Priest Leo whispered to 2 guards and a pilot, who nodded and led Jamie, Jaxon, and Morel out.
Wait.
Morel dropped to the floor and lay on her back. A double chin formed when she rolled her head to stare at Jaxon and Jamie.
Let me at least locate Talis and Brenna now and try to stop them.
Okay,
Jaxon said.
but make it quick.
She closed her eyes, and they waited for a few minutes before a tremor shook the crystal floor. It was faint at first, just a subtle vibration beneath their feet, but it quickly intensified. The quartz walls of the pyramid shuddered, the mirror-like surfaces reflecting the flickering light of the magical map that hovered above Delta.
What's happening?
Jamie fled back to the altar and stared at Sia's child. Sia's heart raced as her gaze darted about, fear gripping her that the pyramid might crumble. I don't know, something's wrong. A deafening roar echoed through the pyramid. A blinding flash of light flared. Sia threw her arm up to shield her eyes. When the light faded, Sia lowered her arm and blinked rapidly to clear her vision. Cold hit her core. The map's golden lines dissolved into erratic patterns. Delta was trembling on the altar, still sitting in a cross-legged position, their small body racked with visible strain. The egg in their lap crackled with energy, and arcs of golden lightning flickered across its surface. Delta, Sia cried, rushing forward. But the black dragon let out a low growl, his body tensing as if to protect the child from an unseen threat. Sia recognized the volatile energy in the surrounding air from her dealings with the spell masters. She had felt it when those frogmen amphibians had first taught Jaxon's QD fleet the incantation songs to protect Sobdet's Ark from the Mothmen. but it was also the signature of another kind of their magic. Ancient, unpredictable, and deadly. Mirelle whined as she pushed herself up and struggled to stand. She staggered, clutching her head.
Something's wrong. Something's very wrong.
Sia swallowed hard. What, Mirelle? Mirelle's eyes were wide with panic.
I just tried to reach out to stop Brenna. But, oh no. Talus. He's...
Before she could finish, the ground beneath them shook violently, and a fissure split the floor of the pyramid, jagged and wide. Sia gripped the edges of the altar as the temple's structure began to crumble around them. Dark shadows poured out of the fissure, swirling like a storm. It reminded her of Microxus, but it reminded her of the elders too as it seeped inside of her. Jamie's desperate voice cut through the chaos.
Let's get out of here, now!
But the dark energy coalesced into a spectral figure that towered over them, its eyes glowing yellow. It was President Niridax. No, Sia whispered, horror washing over her. Mirelle, what did you do? Mirelle's body trembled.
I tried to reach out to Brenna, but something went wrong. Talus. They must have freed them.
The presence of President Niridax made her gag. She hyperventilated as his power knotted her insides and shook the foundation of the pyramid. The walls, once pristine and mirrored, cracked and crumbled, the ancient runes flickering and dying as the spellmaster's magic took hold. Delta, Sia shouted, turning back to her child. But Delta was still deep in meditation, their connection to the eggs seemingly unbreakable, even as the world around them fell apart. Jaxon tried to leap up and catch her foot to pull her down, but she was out of reach.
We must protect Delta and get them out of here. We can't let the spellmasters take them.
I'm not sure that's a good idea,
the priest said, as he shifted from foot to foot beside the exit, obviously unsure whether to stay or leave. The spectral figure of the frogman in his turban raised his hands and chanted his haunting mantras, causing the air around them to warp. The shadows, stretching out from the fissure, wrapped around the altar and Delta, forming a barrier that none of them could breach. Umbra roared. His massive form lunged at the barrier, but the inky blackness repelled him, throwing the great dragon back with a force that shook the ground. High Priest Leo's voice boomed, his authority cutting through the chaos.
This is what the architects feared. The spellmasters are the true threat to the multiverse, and now they have been unleashed.
Sia's throat constricted as the shadows tightened around Delta. The egg in their lap shone brighter, as if trying to fight back, but the spellmaster's magic was too strong, and the energy in the chamber was too much to bear.
We have to stop them,
Jamie cried.
We can't let them take Delta or the egg.
But Sia gave up hope. They were outmatched.
All I want is my Thalassian wife and the spawn I filled her with.
President Niridax hollered.
No.
Jaxon bellowed. Sia swallowed the knot in her throat. Surely if the Amphilyans returned to Phoebe Moon or wherever they hired to be free to roam, they would want to live protected. She mustered her courage. If I go with you, will you let my child and friends continue their ritual so they can take the dragon eggs from the celestial architects?
Why take the eggs?
The frog magician asked. This question made Sia wonder about how much the spellmasters really knew. Because the eggs give them power, and so they can stop threatening to destroy the Milky Way.
Okay.
The enormous spectre of a frogman reached out to Sia. Her feet lifted higher off the ground, and his dark heart sucked her in. She wouldn't try to escape. Never. She had to protect her family and friends.
Chapter 21. Fractured Decisions. Jaxon tensed as the pyramid walls stopped shuddering but continued to crack and crumble. He tried to process what had just happened. Seer was gone. She had sacrificed herself to protect them, to give them a chance to complete their mission. The sight of his aqua woman shrinking, being absorbed into the dark heart of that monstrous frogman, still burned in his mind. It took everything in him not to charge after her, to not throw everything away to bring her back, but he couldn't afford to lose control.
Jaxon, what do we do?
Jamie's voice was shaky, his young face pale with shock. The boy was trying to be brave, but Jaxon could see the fear in his eyes. The pyramid continued to crumble around them. The walls, once pristine and solid, were now etched with deep fissures. Dust filled the air. If only Mefdidi were here to help with her elemental manipulation. Why hadn't he brought his superheroes? Oh yes, they had thought everything would be internal, from inside the mind of Delta. We must leave, Jaxon commanded. He forced himself to focus on the immediate danger, on getting his crew out alive. There would be time to mourn later, but only if they survived this. Delta was still on the altar, their bodies surrounded by the dark energy that had wrapped around them like a vice. The egg in their lap pulsed with a desperate light, struggling to hold back the encroaching darkness.
Captain, they're still in the ritual,
Morel said.
If we pull them out now, we might lose everything.
Did you ever learn Mafdidi's elemental manipulation? Jaxon asked Morel. She could do anything she watched and tried once, thanks to a lifetime of sniffing cypress oil daily.
I never tried, but I have memories of Mafdidi's power. Let me try.
Morel lifted her hands and closed her eyes. After the 5th attempt, her shoulders slumped.
No, I cannot. Let me find Talus and Brenna. If we could get back the Quantum Dream Weaver, that would help us collect the dragon eggs.
If the pyramid holds,
High Priest Leo said. Jaxon looked at Delta, his face softening with a mixture of paternal instinct and deep sorrow. Delta was so young, so innocent, yet they were the key to everything. But at what cost? High Priest Leo, Jaxon turned to the old man. Can you stabilize the pyramid? Give us more time. Priest Leo's eyes held a grim resolve.
I can't do magic. I'm a religious man, but not a warlock.
Jaxon turned back to Morel, who was still kneeling on the ground, her hands pressed against the floor as she tried to connect with Talus and Brenna. Her face was tight with concentration, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Morel, Jaxon called, his voice softer this time, trying to reach her through the fog of panic that was clearly consuming her. Can you reach them? Can you stop whatever it is they've been doing? Morel's eyes opened.
The connection was severed. Something went wrong. Now I can't sense them at all.
Jaxon forced down his frustration. Keep trying. We need to know what's happening with them. He turned to Jamie, who was still standing by the altar, peering at Delta. The boy looked lost. His shoulders hunched as if the world had finally broken him. Jamie, we need to get ready to move. Jaxon moved closer to the altar. We might have to evacuate whether or not Delta is done. Jamie's head snapped up, his eyes wide with alarm.
But Captain, we can't just leave them, the ritual.
Jaxon cut him off. But if the pyramid collapses, we lose everything. Delta would want us to survive, to finish the mission. We have to be ready to make that call. A deafening crack split the air, and a massive chunk of the ceiling broke free and crashed to the ground, narrowly missing Umbra. The black dragon roared in defiance. His golden eyes blazing with fury. We're out of time. Jaxon hollered. Morel, any luck? Morel shook her head, her expression one of utter defeat.
No, Captain. I've lost them.
Then we get Delta, the egg, and all of us out of here. Jamie carefully lifted Delta, who was disoriented from the ritual. Morel grabbed the dragon egg, cradling it in her arms as if it were the most precious thing in the universe. They rushed out of the crumbling pyramid, the cool night air hitting their faces like a slap. As they emerged into the open, the sounds of the night were eerily calm compared to the chaos they had just escaped. Jaxon jerked his head around, his instincts telling him that the danger was far from over. We need to get back to the manticore at Jamie's farm. They nodded, their faces grim, as they scrambled over rocks and down escarpments to get to the flying saucer, which had been too large to land near the peak which housed the pyramid. Through forests and clearings, they followed Jaxon back. When they arrived at the plateau where they touched down, the flying saucer gleamed under the light of the 3 full moons. High Priest Leo piloted the machine. Umbra flew overhead, his great wings casting long shadows over the landscape. The flying saucer landed softly at the dragon farm, the craft's engines humming to a stop. They disembarked quickly, making their way back to the manticore. The crew had been resting inside, unaware of the disaster that had unfolded at the pyramid. Jaxon led the group inside into the canteen, where Jaxon called everyone to gather. The crew members were already awake, sensing something was wrong. As they assembled, Jaxon saw Marina and River sitting at a table, their faces streaked with tears. Morel had already told them. She'd tried to hug them, but they'd pushed her away. Losing their mother was too bad, and seeing them like that made Jaxon's heart ache. But little Delta simply sat on the floor with the dragon's egg, their eyes closed and spine erect in meditation. Jaxon took a deep breath, knowing he had to keep it together for the sake of the mission. We need to talk. There's been a change of plans. The crew members exchanged worried glances as they took their seats. Jaxon quickly recapped the events at the pyramid, his words heavy with the gravity of the situation. Seer's gone. His voice cracked. President Nerodax took her. She sacrificed herself to protect us and give us a chance to finish the mission. The shock was immediate. Kaida's eyes filled with tears, and Anika's horrified expression mirrored Jackson's own feelings of helplessness. We have little time, Jaxon continued, his voice steadying as he shifted into command mode. The spellmasters are back, and the celestial architects are still out there waiting to destroy our galaxies if we don't deliver the dragon eggs. But we can't give them the eggs, we need to stop them.
How?
Dean asked, his voice a low rumble.
Without the QD, the Ley River, and without the pyramid, how do we fight them?
We might still activate the Ley River,
High Priest Leo said.
The dragon egg in the pyramid's basement should still be in line with the altar, whether or not it's broken. Jamie says you all have superpowers too,
He added, turning to the crew.
Jamie's right,
Annika said, standing and curling her arms around Jackson's waist. She looked at the priest with her navy blue and dark indigo eyes.
Maybe we'll need everyone's powers to pull this off. Morel is good at mimicking skills. Maybe she can mimic our powers too?
Jaxon nodded. We must reach the realm of the celestial architects and confront them directly. If we can get there, we might free Sia and make the architects powerless once and for all.
But we need the quantum dreamweaver for that.
Mafdeti interjected, while scratching the ruff of her neck.
And without it, how can we even reach the realm?
Morel's been trying to reconnect with Talus and Brenna to locate the Dreamweaver, Jaxon said. If we can find them.
I've had no luck yet.
Morel interrupted again.
Let's gear up and head to the Ley River.
Kaida said.
We have a battle to win.
As they moved to gather their equipment, Jaxon noticed River slipping away from the group, his small form disappearing down the corridor. Jaxon paused, torn between the need to keep everyone together and the instinct to trust Seer's child. But he continued to lead the crew, knowing they had to act quickly. As the crew finished their hurried breakfast and gathered their gear, Jaxon tried to maintain a veneer of calm, but the pressure made it hard for him to do that. Sia's sacrifice was fresh in his mind, and the uncertainty of their next steps gnawed at him. With everyone prepared, Jaxon led the crew toward the Manticore's exit. The plan was to board the flying saucer once again and head to the Ley River. When they disembarked from the Manticore, the cool morning air greeted them, the sky gently lit by the early dawn. Jaxon was about to give the order to move out when a sudden sharp cry broke the stillness.
No.
Kaida's voice pierced the air. Jaxon twisted around just in time to see River standing near the black dragon, Umbra. The child was holding the vat that contained Damien's essence, their small frame dwarfed by the dragon's massive presence. Umbra's golden eyes stared at the vat, his expression unreadable. River placed it on the purple grass and ran away from it and the dragon. Everything seemed to slow as Jaxon realized what was about to happen. His heart pounded in his ribcage as Umbra's chest expanded, the muscles rippling under his black scales as he prepared to unleash his breath. River, no, Jaxon shouted, his voice hoarse with fear. But the roar of the dragon swallowed his words. In one terrifying instant, Umbra unleashed a torrent of fire. River was still too close, despite his running. The flames engulfed both the vat and the child, the intense heat turning the air into a furnace. Jackson's breath caught in his throat as the fire blazed with a ferocity that left nothing but a trail of smoke and ash. The scene unfolded in what felt like slow motion, a surreal nightmare that Jaxon couldn't comprehend. The world around him seemed to blur, the only clear image being the horrifying sight of River standing there, unmoving, as the flames consumed them. Chapter 22. The Spellmaster's Captive.
Seer awoke in darkness. Cold water pressed in on all sides. Panic seized her as she tried to move, only to find herself floating in a thick, viscous liquid that clung to her skin. The last thing she remembered was the monstrous form of President Neridax, the frogman who had taken her from the pyramid. Now she was somewhere else, somewhere wet and oppressive. She could see a metal corridor outside of her tank. It reminded her of the Amphilyon's orbital city in the middle of the water-filled mothership, Phoebe Moon. She was a prisoner there once more. Sia forced herself to remain calm, to focus on her surroundings. As her eyes adjusted to the dim, watery light, she realized the surrounding walls were made of some kind of translucent, glowing material that pulsed with an eerie blue light. The water was thick, almost gelatinous, making it difficult to move, but she could still breathe, thanks to her gills, though it felt as if she were inhaling through a thick, damp cloth. Memories of her previous captivity flooded her mind. The suffocating fear, the cold metal of the restraints, the overwhelming sense of helplessness as the Amphilyons forced her body to be pumped full of frog spawn. The queenfish, Shelley, had healed her, but now her mind was teetering on the edge of madness. Back then, Annika had rescued her, slipping into the facility undetected with her invisibility outfit and jetpack, but this time she wasn't sure if anyone was coming, and she wasn't sure if they should. She pushed the disgusting memories away. She couldn't afford to let the fear consume her, not when so much was at stake. Why had they brought her back here? What did they want from her this time? The Amphilyons had always been ruthless, their ambitions twisted by centuries of servitude and resentment. They were ancient, powerful beings who had been genetically modified, created by the Nommo, but had long since turned against their makers. Sia knew she was a key to their plans. She had always known. Her unique biology, her connection to the waters of Thalasia, made her a valuable asset to the Amphilim, but she also knew she was a threat to them, a wild card they couldn't fully control. She forced herself to move, her limbs heavy and unresponsive in the thick liquid. Frustration welled inside her, but she pushed it down, forcing herself to think. A vibration interrupted her thoughts through the water. She turned her head, her eyes narrowing as she tried to pinpoint the source of the sound. And then she saw it, a very tall and broad frogman moving in the corridor outside the tank, its outline distorted by the water and the glowing walls. Sia almost hyperventilated and started choking on the liquid when a figure approached, its movements slow and deliberate. As it came closer, she could make out the frog-like features of one of the amphibians, its silver scales glistening in the eerie light. The creature placed a webbed hand against the tank, and Sia felt a jolt of recognition. This was not just any amphibian. It was the most powerful spell master, President Neridax. He wore a green turban, and his eyes flickered between yellow and purple as he scanned her naked body. She recoiled. He was disgusting, but he liked it when she cringed. He was a narcissist and her disgust turned him on. But he was one to be feared. He was a being of immense psychic power, capable of manipulating the minds of others. If Annika had not been invisible when she'd rescued Sia from her awful wedding, Annika would never have succeeded. The amphibian's eyes met hers, and she felt a wave of cold wash over her. She knew what was coming. She closed her eyes, focusing on the one thing that had always given her strength. Her love for her children, for Jaxon, Annika and Sia, and for the life she had fought so hard to protect. The amphibian's voice echoed in her mind, a cold, emotionless tone that sent shivers down her spine.
You cannot resist us, Seer. You are ours, now and forever.
Sia gritted her teeth, her body trembling with the effort of resisting the amphibian's psychic assault. With a final surge of defiance, Sia pushed back against the amphibian's influence, forcing it out of her mind. She felt the connection snap, like a rubber band stretched too far, and she gasped as the pressure in her head suddenly released. The amphibian's feet slapped on the floor as he took 2 steps back, its eyes narrowing in anger. Sia could feel his frustration, his disbelief that she had resisted. But she didn't care. She had won, for now. President Neridax turned and left. Sia was alone again, floating in the thick, cold water, trying to steady her breathing and maintain her focus. She couldn't afford to relax, not even for a moment. President Neridax's retreat was temporary. What if next time he brought the surgeons? There was a loud clattering noise from outside the tank, followed by muffled voices. Sia's heart pounded as she strained to hear what was happening. The voices grew louder, more agitated, and then she heard it. A high-pitched, desperate scream that echoed through the corridor. The sound of footsteps, heavy and deliberate, approached her tank. Sia's breath bottled when 2 amphibian soldiers, their silver scales glinting in the eerie light, dragged someone between them. Another Talashin woman. Sia's eyes widened when she recognized who was being pulled toward her tank. It was Queen Brenna. Her long silver hair was matted, and her black manticore uniform was completely torn. Bruises covered her pale blue skin, and a look of absolute terror filled her eyes. The soldiers reached the tank, and without hesitation they opened the hatch and unceremoniously threw Brenna into the water beside Sia. The force of the impact sent a wave of the viscous liquid crashing against the transparent walls, and Sia struggled to keep her balance as Brenna's body collided with hers. Brenna gasped, her eyes wide with panic as she tried to get her bearings. Sia reached out, grabbing her arm to steady her. "Brenna, it's me. It's Sia," she said in Thalassian sign language, used for water communication. Brenna's eyes focused on Sia, recognition slowly dawning. She tapped, flicked, and rubbed her fingers, palms, and the back of her hands against her shoulders, face, and stomach in response.
"Sia. Oh, thank the oceans. Where are we? What are they going to do to us?"
Sia shook her head, suspecting this was all Brenna's fault. "We're in the city at the center of Phoebe Moon. You came here when you negotiated your mortality for their future freedom."
Brenna's lips turned down at the corners.
"I'm sorry, I freed them."
Anger boiled Sia's blood. "You promised me you wouldn't."
"I was scared."
"You are dangerous. You sacrificed many lives for your own. You did it once on Microxus, and now you've done it all again. Have you no shame?" Brenna's chin trembled as she rubbed her neck and tapped her nose and ears.
They killed him. They killed Talus.
Sia tried to swallow her fury. Who killed the Wayfarer, the Amphilyans or Architects?
The Amphilean spellmasters, of course. The Celestial Architects never showed up and interfered. I wish they had now. I wish they'd killed me and the frogmen were still imprisoned.
I should kill you here and now, Sia thought. I should strangle you to death. Brenna shuddered.
I was trying to free the spellmasters. I thought I could control them, make them lift the curse. But they turned on me.
The thick water made it difficult to move, but Sia forced herself to stay alert, her senses attuned to any change in their surroundings. She couldn't let her guard down, not for a moment. Just as she began to calm herself, the walls of the tank glowed with a sickly green light. Sia recognized the hue. It was the color of the Amphilean mind control fields. They had tried them on her, but they never seemed to work. Brenna chewed on a knuckle before her hands moved in sharp, jerky motions.
They're going to control us. We must resist.
Sia shook her head. I don't think they work on Thalassian minds, but stay close to me just in case. Focus on your breathing and don't let them into your mind. Think of those you love.
My parents,
Brenna replied, and Sia nodded. The green light filled the tank with a nauseating glow that made Sia's head swim. She could feel the pressure building, a psychic force trying to worm its way into her thoughts, to break down her mental defenses. But she gritted her teeth and fought back, drawing on every ounce of strength she had left. Beside her, Brenna was struggling, her face contorted with pain. Sia could see the fear in her eyes, the desperation. Despite her anger at Brenna for the destruction she had caused, Sia couldn't just let her suffer. Reaching out, Sia squeezed the Queen's hand tightly. We're stronger together, she signed with the other hand, her movements firm and deliberate. They can't break us. But the force of the mind control field battered against their defenses. Sia's vision blurred. Her thoughts grew fuzzy as the psychic assault intensified. This time, her willpower slipped, her grip on reality weakening. No, Sia growled. I won't let you win. The green light flickered and died, plunging the tank back into darkness. The pressure in Sia's mind vanished, leaving her gills gasping, her headache pounding, and her body exhausted. Beside her, Brenna slumped against the wall of the tank, her eyes half closed as she struggled to recover.
Did we beat it?
She signed weakly, her hands barely moving. Sia shook her head, her own hands trembling as she signed back. I don't know. But we're not safe yet. Before they could catch their breath, the liquid bubbled and frothed, the temperature rapidly rising. Sia straightened, alert, as she realized what was happening. The Amphilyans were trying to boil them alive. Get ready, Sia signed, her movements quick and desperate. We have to find a way out. But before they could even begin to plan their escape, the wall of the tank cracked open with a deafening roar, a torrent of scalding water pouring in from the outside. The force of the water swept Sia and Brenna off their feet, slamming them against the walls of the tank. Sia struggled to keep her head above water, gasping as the tank filled with the boiling liquid. She could feel her skin burning, the pain excruciating, but she forced herself to keep fighting, to keep pushing forward. Beside her, Brenna was screaming, her voice a roar, animalistic sound as she thrashed against the rising tide. Sia reached out, grabbing her by the arm and pulling her close, trying to shield her from the worst of the heat. The water was scalding, the heat searing her skin and making it nearly impossible to think clearly. Brenna, she signed frantically, her fingers barely able to move in the thick, boiling water. You need to shapeshift, turn into something that can survive this. Something that can withstand the heat. Brenna's eyes were wide with fear, her body shaking uncontrollably as the boiling water burned her.
I can't,
she signed back, her movements sluggish and pained.
I don't know if I can do it in time.
Try, Sia urged, her heart pounding with desperation in her eardrums. Become a bacterium that thrives in extreme heat, or even quartz. Or diamond. You can do this, Brenna. Brenna's body convulsed as the boiling water took its toll. No, Sia screamed internally, her heart breaking as she realized what was happening. She had been so angry at Brenna before, so consumed by her own fury, that she had waited too long to help her, and now it was too late. Brenna's eyes met Sia's one last time, a look of sorrow and regret in them. Then her body went limp, the life draining out of her as the boiling water claimed her. No, Sia screamed, the sound echoing through the water, her voice a mix of rage and grief. The pain of losing Brenna hit her like a physical blow, and something inside her snapped. She couldn't shapeshift, but she had the power of telekinesis. It didn't work, though. Instead, Sia's body changed, morphing without her conscious control. She wasn't a shapeshifter, though. The surrounding liquid thrummed and vibrated with energy, responding to the surge of emotion that coursed through her. Sia's form shifted, her limbs elongating, her skin hardening into blue, iridescent scales. Her body grew larger, more powerful, as she transformed into a massive water dragon. The pain of her burns faded, replaced by a raw, primal power that flowed through her veins. Her anger helped her transformation, driving her to a state of being that she had never reached before. The walls of the tank cracked and buckled under the pressure of her expanding form, unable to contain the sheer force of the water dragon she had become. The boiling water no longer harmed her. Instead, it seemed to strengthen her, feeding the fury that burned in her core. Sia's mind was a whirlwind of rage and sorrow, her thoughts consumed by the loss of Brenna, by the injustice of it all. She wanted to tear down the walls of the Amphilean city, to rip apart the ones who had taken so much from her. With a deafening roar that shook the entire facility, Sia burst out of the tank, her massive wings unfurling as she smashed through the walls that had imprisoned her. The corridors of the metal city in the core of the water-filled fake moon were no match for her newfound power. She moved with a ferocity that left destruction in her wake. Flames didn't come from her mouth, but venom did, and she targeted the spellmasters only, not the innocents outside of the royal quarters. For Sia was a mother, and mothers didn't kill children and innocents. The Amphileans who had tormented her and Brenna scattered in fear as the water dragon tore through their ranks. Sia's wrath was unstoppable, her desire for vengeance driving her forward with relentless force. But even as she unleashed her fury upon the Amphileans, a part of Sia's mind remained clear, focused on the mission she had been given. She couldn't afford to lose herself completely to the dragon's rage. She had to finish what they had started, to make sure Brenna's sacrifice wasn't in vain. With a final earth-shattering roar, Sia killed the last of the spellmasters, broke free of the Amphilean city, her massive form rising through the deep freshwater ocean and through the fake sky. The Amphilean Immigration Department was eager to let her out the way the spaceships entered and exited, and, like a spaceship, she entered the gigantic metal airlock and glided through space. The water that clung to her body crystallized in the cold vacuum, forming a shimmering, protective layer over her scales. She had become something more than she ever thought possible. A force of nature, a weapon of vengeance. And she would not stop until she had brought justice to those who had wronged her, and her loved ones. With a powerful beat of her wings, Sia soared through the cosmos, leaving the wreckage of the Spellmaster's royal quarters behind. She was a dragon of water, air, and space, and her journey was far from over.
Chapter 23. Water Dragon, Space Dragon. River. Jaxon screamed as he sprinted towards the flames which were spouting from Umbra's mouth and towards the burning boy. But it was too late. The flames surged, and for a moment it was as if the world itself was burning. The crew stood like statues in shock, their faces stricken with horror. Kaida fell to her knees, her metal hands covering her mouth, as she watched in disbelief. But just as quickly as the flames erupted, a sudden rush of water doused them. River's form flickered and shifted, his skin shimmering as he transformed before their eyes. In a blink, River had become a blue dragon. He must have been a water dragon, because his serpentine body twisted in the air as he released a torrent of water that collided with Umbra's fire. The flames hissed and sputtered, steam rising in thick clouds as water met fire. Water engulfed Umbra, cooling the searing heat. Jaxon scratched his head, trying to process what had just happened, but then Jackson's gaze fell on the vat. It was still untouched by the flames, and as the steam cleared, the vat's surface twinkled, and a red light pulsed from within. The crew watched in stunned silence as the light intensified. A shiver ran down Jackson's spine. Whatever was happening inside that vat was beyond their understanding, and he feared what would emerge. Then, with a loud crack, the vat split open. A blinding flash of light erupted from within, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Jackson's pulse quickened, dread coiling in his gut. When the light finally dimmed, Jaxon lowered his hand and looked toward the vat. What he saw made his blood run cold. Damien was emerging, his form no longer the man they once knew. A shell of shimmering metal encased his body, twisting his features into a visage that was both familiar and alien. The metal that had once trapped him was now a part of him, integrated into his very being. Damien's eyes, once warm and full of life, were now cold and calculating, glowing with an unnatural light. He moved fluidly, the metal shell shifting and adjusting with each step as if alive. Jackson's breath hitched in his throat as Damien stared at them. There was no recognition in his eyes, only a deep, unsettling emptiness. The man they had once called a friend was gone, replaced by something far more dangerous. Umbra let out a low growl, sensing the threat that Damien now posed. The crew stood frozen, unsure of what to do, as Damien's gaze swept over them, assessing, calculating. Then, without a word, Damien's body changed. The metal shell rippled and flowed like liquid mercury, morphing and expanding as he took on a new form. His limbs elongated, becoming sharp and angular, his fingers turning into razor-sharp blades. The transformation was swift and terrifying, and Jaxon knew they were in grave danger. A tiny hand slipped into his, and he looked down into the large green eyes staring up at him. It was Sia's daughter, Marina. She said in a tiny voice,
"We are not what we were. I could release Damien, too. I, too, was going to ask Umbra to let him free. River thought Damien might help us. Me and River thought he could still be saved."
I did as well,
Delta said, still hugging the glowing dragon's egg.
But now, seeing what Damien has become, we know we're wrong.
Jaxon pulled the kids back and gently nudged them away. Run back to the manticore. His hand instinctively reached for his weapon, but he knew it would be futile. Damien was no longer human, he was something else entirely. Something far more powerful. Jaxon whipped his head around to see the children, Priest Leo and Jamie, entering the starship, and he nodded with satisfaction. They should be safe. Superpowers are needed now. We must kill him if he attacks. This is no longer a friend. As the crew scrambled to prepare themselves, Jaxon could only watch in horror as the nightmare they had tried so desperately to avoid was now unfolding before their eyes.
After watching things unfold on the bridge, Jamie crouched in the shadows of the Manticore's corridor, listening to the sounds of battle echoing through the ship. As the crew fought desperately to contain it, the metal monster from the vat continued to wreak havoc. Plasma guns roared and zapped, and there was the clash of metal against metal, and the shouts of his friends. Beside him, High Priest Leo was whispering urgently to him and Delta.
"We need to get out of here and investigate the Ley River. This fight is wasting precious time."
Delta clutched the dragon egg tightly with small hands. Marina, Seir's daughter, was pale and wide-eyed. Jamie swallowed hard, his throat dry. He had seen the wedding guests arriving in their flying saucers, the festive atmosphere of the day shattered by the chaos unfolding around them. And through the view screen, his parents and his brothers were standing outside the farmhouse, watching the battle with disbelief. Jessica's wedding was supposed to be a joyful celebration. The guilt gnawed at Jamie.
"We have to go, Jamie."
Leo pressed, his voice low but insistent. Jamie nodded, though every instinct screamed at him to run outside, to protect his family, to stop the madness that had overtaken their world. Steeling himself, Jamie led the small group through the winding corridors of the Manticore. They reached the exit. They slipped out of the Manticore, leaving Marina safely locked inside. Sticking to the shadows, they sprinted to the flying saucer parked near the farmhouse. The wedding guests had retreated to the safety of their ships and saucers, but Jamie could see his parents and brothers still standing outside. Tears pricked at Jamie's eyes. Mum, her black hair pulled back in a neat bun, was clutching Dad's arm. Dad, tall and strong as ever, was trying to maintain a calm facade, but Jamie could see the tension in his posture, the fear in his eyes. And his brothers, usually so confident, huddled together. It wasn't surprising. The fight was bad enough, but with shapeshifters and superheroes, it was dangerously unreal. When they arrived at the flying saucer, Leo quickly keyed in the access code, and the hatch opened with a soft hiss. They piled in, and Leo's pilot and guards were still inside. As the pilot took the controls, the engines hummed to life, and the ship lifted off the ground, the farmhouse and the battle shrinking below them. As they soared through the sky, Jamie cast one last glance back at the farmhouse. His parents were still there, still watching, their figures growing smaller as the saucer climbed higher into the sky. A lump formed in his throat, but he forced it down. The guilt was suffocating, but he knew he couldn't afford to dwell on it now. They had a mission to complete, and the fate of their multiverse depended on it, especially now that the pyramid was broken. The Ley River was a ribbon of silver winding through the landscape. The saucer descended near the riverbank, in the usual place, near the bridge. Outside, the humid air was thick with the fragrance of wet earth. It almost seemed as oppressive as the weather when they travelled briefly to the past. High Priest Leo smoothed down his purple robes and adjusted his purple turban.
"We must find the wayfarers and complete the ritual, with or without them. Delta, are you ready?"
Delta nodded, their small face set with determination, though their hands still trembled as they clutched the dragon egg. Jamie led the way down to the river. The water was calm and reflected the pale light of the sky. He couldn't believe that such a peaceful place could hold the key to their survival, but with the pyramid broken, it could be too. But as they reached the bridge, there was no sign of the wayfarers. The area appeared deserted, with the only sound being the gentle lapping of the water against the shore. "Where are they?" Jamie muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Leo frowned at the surroundings.
They should be here. We were told they would wait for us.
They continued to search, moving along the riverbank in silence. The longer they went without finding the wayfarers, the more Jamie's anxiety grew. As they rounded a bend in the river, Jamie's insides clenched. There, lying on the ground near the water's edge, was a body. Jamie staggered back, gagging. He didn't need to get closer to recognize the man. It was Tallis. He felt Leo's hand on his shoulder, a gesture meant to steady him, but it did little to ease the shock that was rapidly setting in. Tallis's body was still, his face pale and his eyes closed. There was no sign of a struggle, no sign of how he had died.
Poor Tallis,
Leo said sorrowfully.
He was one of the Emperor's best wayfarers, a brave young man, if not a bit of a hermit.
Jamie shook his head, refusing to accept it. There has to be something we can do. We can't just—
There's nothing we can do for him now, Jamie.
High Priest Leo's grip on his shoulder tightened, a silent command to stop.
The others may still be out there.
Jamie forced himself to look away from Tallis's body. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Tallis was supposed to be with them, guiding them through this nightmare. As they continued along the riverbank, Delta clutched the dragon egg even tighter, as if it were their only anchor in a multiverse that would quickly fall apart. They walked in silence, back to the bridge, each step heavier than the last. Calix and Ione stood on the quartz crystal bridge, their faces pale and their expressions grim.
They're gone,
Calix said, as soon as they approached, her voice barely above a whisper. Ione nodded, her eyes filled with unshed tears.
We found Tallis. His spirit was taken.
Jamie's body broke out in tremors. His nostrils flared. Taken? By who? Calix shook her head, her jaw clenched tightly.
We don't know. We tried to reach out to find him in the astral realm, but he's just gone. Dead.
That silver-haired woman took him. Jamie's hands balled. She had an ulterior motive. I heard the other blue woman tell the captain that she had destroyed their previous world by going to the architect's realm in that spherical craft.
The golden one.
Ione asked. Jamie nodded.
They call it the Quantum Dreamweaver,
Calix murmured. Ione started sobbing.
I like Tallis. Why did he have to go and trust that woman?
Jamie remembered how mesmerizing she had been. Both silver-haired women, and Mirelle, were beautiful and strange and exotic. She had been the most mystical, though. Tall and delicate, but with a mystical power which emanated through her.
Chapter 24. A fight with a dear friend. Damien's transformation was complete. His metal form glinted in the harsh light of the twin suns. His movements were fluid yet unnervingly sharp. The crew, steeled by years of battle, formed a loose circle around him, their eyes narrowed in stances ready. Jaxon stood at the front, his cyborg arm glinting in the sun's light. Kaida shifted to his side and detached her leg, which morphed into a plasma cannon with a glowing red barrel.
We'll take him together,
she said. Jaxon nodded and stared at Damien. Spread out. The crew obeyed, moving to surround their former comrade. Syrah and Lyra vanished, their invisibility powers activating. Naftatai raised her paws. The Catwoman summoned a gust of wind that swirled around Damien, trying to unbalance him. Dean and Robert's bodies rippled into more battle-ready shapes. Robert's limbs extended into jagged, spiked tendrils, while Dean morphed into a hulking beast with thick, metal-studded skin. Kaida fired her cannon. The plasma shot struck Damien square in the chest, but instead of being knocked back, his metallic body absorbed the energy, the metal rippling as if it were feeding off the blast. Damien's eyes glowed brighter, and with a fluid motion, he raised one of his razor-sharp arms, sending a wave of energy back at Kaida. Kaida barely had time to react, using her telekinesis to deflect the incoming attack. The force of the blow sent her skidding backward, but she stayed on her feet.
He's stronger than we thought.
Mafditi pounced forward and thrust out her paws. Another powerful gust of wind surged toward Damien, followed by a torrent of water. The two elements combined, creating a swirling vortex aimed directly at him. Damien barely flinched as it slammed into him. He raised one of his bladed arms and sliced through the air, dispersing the elemental attack with terrifying ease, leaving the crew momentarily stunned. Dean, the young astrobiologist from Delta 7, was now an armored beast. He charged at Damien and swung a massive clawed hand at his chest, but Damien moved with blinding speed. The navy-skinned demon, once Jackson's close friend, dodged the attack and countered with a brutal strike that sent Dean crashing to the ground. Morelle's body morphed into an elongated and agile creature with sharp talons and wings. She circled around Damien, slashing at him with rapid strikes, trying to find a weak point in his armor, but Damien's metal limbs blocked her attacks with little effort. Kaida, meanwhile, focused on her telekinesis. The cyborg, who was like Jaxon's Japanese wife, lifted rocks and farm equipment and hurled it at Damien. She sobbed as she attacked him. The true Damien had become like a brother to her, especially after they both escaped from Robin Hood's cyber-terrorist organization. Damien had been Jaxon's best friend, too, and Morel's brother-like savior. This beast was not him, though. Rocks, metal, and anything else Kaida could find smashed into him, but they only bounced off his metallic body, leaving barely a scratch. Mafditi didn't give up. She summoned flames with gusts of wind to attack Damien from different angles. The air crackled with energy as fire and wind combined, creating a fiery vortex around Damien. But even as the flames licked at his metal shell, he remained unfazed, his eyes glowing with a cold, menacing light. As that massive armored beast, Dean attempted to tackle Damien from behind. Although the force of the impact shook the ground, Damien merely absorbed the blow, his body shifting to match the new threat, cutting through Dean's armor with frightening ease. Sierra and Lyra must have been darting in and out, landing quick blows to their opposition. Jaxon couldn't see their invisible forms, but not Damien's reactions. Damien's reactions were almost instantaneous. He seemed to sense their presence. His bladed limbs sliced through the air, forcing the twins to retreat before they could land a decisive strike. There was a patch of glistening red in the air. The air was bleeding. As the blood pooled and spread against one of the twins' jumpsuits, Sierra became visible to everyone. Kaida concentrated hard, her powers lifting massive chunks of earth and hurling them, but Damien dodged and deflected the projectiles with minor issue. When Damien slashed through Mafditi's storm with his bladed arms, he cut a path toward the Catwoman. She leaped back, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, but the effort left her vulnerable. Jaxon, seeing the danger, used his cyborg arm to fire a barrage of plasma shots at Damien, trying to draw his attention away from Mafditi. Damien turned, his eyes locking onto Jaxon with a snarl. He charged, moving with blinding speed. Jaxon braced himself, ready to engage in close combat. Damien's bladed arm slashed toward Jaxon, but Jaxon blocked it with his cyborg arm, the metal clanging loudly as the two forces collided. The impact sent shockwaves through Jaxon's body, but he gritted his teeth and pushed back, using his arm's enhanced strength to hold Damien at bay. Kaida, seeing Jaxon struggling, quickly detached her prosthetic leg again and converted it into a plasma cannon. She took aim and fired, the powerful blast hitting Damien square in the chest. The force of the explosion staggered Damien, pushing him back and giving Jaxon a moment to breathe. Sierra and Lyra, invisible, moved into position behind Damien. They worked in tandem, striking at his vulnerable points with their weapons, hoping to find a weakness in his metallic shell. But Damien swung his bladed arms wildly, forcing the twins to retreat and regroup. Mafditi padded forward, her paws frizzling with yellow energy. She summoned a whirlwind of fire and lightning, this time directing the powerful forces toward Damien. The flames and electricity swirled together. Damien staggered under the assault, but his metal form absorbed much of the impact, the lightning crackling across his surface but not penetrating. He let out a guttural roar and with a powerful sweep of his arm, dispersed the vortex, sending the elemental energy scattering in all directions. Kaida's eyes bulged.
He's feeding off our energy.
Jaxon clenched his fists, realizing they were facing a being that could adapt and evolve with each hit. We have to change our tactics. He's not just fighting us. He's learning. Morel, having observed the fight from a distance, focused her shape-shifting abilities to mimic Damien's new form. Her body shifted, her skin turning metallic, her limbs elongating as she attempted to mirror his power. But as she transformed, her new form looked unstable to Jaxon, flickering between shapes. The more she tried to solidify it, the more it seemed as if Damien was rejecting her attempt to copy him.
It's no use,
Morel said through gritted teeth, her form returning to that of a blue-haired Equilorian.
He's too advanced for me to replicate.
Jaxon had become so good at astral projection, he could do it while standing. He sauntered away from the fight and closed his eyes. As Jaxon peered into the astral plane, he could see Damien's physical body standing motionless, a vessel now controlled by an otherworldly force. An unsettling aura of darkness replaced the metallic. Jaxon's heart sank as he realized that Damien's transformation went far beyond a mere physical change. An unknown entity had overtaken his consciousness, erasing any trace of the friend they had known for so long. Jaxon strained his astral senses, desperately searching for any sign of Damien's former self, but all he encountered was a chilling emptiness, a void where humanity once lived. The paranormal being that now inhabited Damien's body seemed to possess an insatiable hunger for power and control. Jaxon shuddered as he realized Damien hadn't just died, but that his spirit may never rest in peace. What had once been his body was now a mere puppet, a vessel for this malevolent force. Jaxon returned to his body, just as Kaida fired the plasma cannon. The blast was powerful, aimed directly at Damien's back. The explosion of energy hit its mark, and for a moment it seemed like they had the upper hand. But as the smoke cleared, Damien emerged, his body reforming from the damage. The plasma had slowed him down, but it hadn't been enough to stop him. He swung one arm in a wide arc, the blades extending and slashing through the air. Syrah, now visible for the bloody wound to her face and shoulder, narrowly avoided the attack. Lyra, seeing her sister in danger, materialized.
We need to be faster,
Syrah gasped, clutching her wounded shoulder.
We will be,
Lyra replied. Maftiti started up another storm around Damien. The ground beneath him rumbled as roots and vines erupted from the earth, trying to entangle his legs, while a whirlwind of debris and lightning struck from above. Damien was trapped.
Now,
Maftiti shouted, urging the others to press the attack. Kaida recharged her plasma cannon, and Morel, having shifted into a larger, more powerful form, charged forward with a roar. Kaida, also using her telekinesis, tried to hold Damien in place, adding to the pressure from Mafteti's elemental control. But Damien was relentless. The force threw Morel back, her transformed body skidding across the ground. The crew was tiring, their powers pushing them to their limits. Damien was unstoppable, growing stronger and stronger. Dean, who had been shapeshifting rapidly to evade Damien's attacks, finally caught his breath, his form flickering back to his original self.
I can try to lure him away, lead him into the forest. It might give us a few moments to regroup.
Jaxon shook his head. No, we stick together. We can't afford to split up and be picked off one by one. We fight here, together. Damien's steps grew louder as he closed in, his metallic form gleaming under the twin suns. The ground seemed to tremble with each step he took, as if even the planet itself was afraid of what he had become. Umbra let out a roar and lunged at Damien, his massive body surging forward with powerful strokes of his wings. The black dragon stared at Damien, his mouth opening to unleash another torrent of flames. This time, however, Damien was ready. As Umbra's flame shot toward him, Damien raised one of his newly formed arms, the metal rippling and transforming into a reflective surface that absorbed the heat and fire. Then, with a swift motion, he redirected the energy back at Umbra, sending a concentrated beam of burning light straight at the fire dragon. Umbra roared in pain as the beam struck him, his wings faltering. He fell heavily, his large body sliding across the earth, leaving behind a trail of burnt ground. Umbra, Jaxon hollered in despair as he watched the dragon struggle to rise. But a glint of determination sparked in his yellow eyes. He pushed himself up, his wings beating furiously as he rose into the air once more, albeit with a noticeable strain.
We're not done yet,
Kaida said, her voice firm as she adjusted her aim, her plasma cannon charging for another shot. Focus everything we have on him, Jaxon ordered. This ends now. As they unleashed their combined assault, the forces of nature and technology converged on Damien with a deafening roar. The combined force of the crew's assault hit Damien with fury. For a moment, it seemed as if their efforts might have succeeded. The blinding light of the explosion enveloped Damien's form, obscuring his shape because of the sheer intensity of the combined attacks. But as the light faded, their hope quickly turned to dread. Damien emerged from the chaos, his body still intact, though there were cracks and dents in the once perfect metal. His movements were slower now, more deliberate, as if he was struggling to maintain control. But his eyes, those cold, calculating eyes, still burned with the same malevolent intensity.
Impossible,
Kaida stuttered as she watched Damien continue to advance, undeterred by their most powerful attack. Damien raised his arms, the metal shifting once more, forming long, jagged spikes that extended from his forearms. He was preparing for another attack, and this time, it would be close-quarters combat. Get ready, Jaxon shouted, his voice strained as he prepared to meet Damien head-on. But before Damien could strike, something unexpected happened. River, still in his dragon form, swooped down from above, letting out a deafening roar that echoed across the battlefield. His serpentine body coiled around Damien, his scales gleaming with an ethereal light as he tightened his grip. For a moment, it seemed as if River had managed to restrain Damien, the metal form struggling against the powerful coils of the water dragon. But as Damien pushed back, his strength proving too much even for the mighty dragon, River made a desperate move. With a powerful flex of his body, River used his water breath to douse Damien in a torrent of high-pressure water. The force of the water was enough to drive Damien back, giving the crew a brief respite. This tactic wouldn't hold him for long. There had to be something they were missing, some vulnerability they hadn't yet exploited. Jaxon glanced around at his crew, all of them battered and exhausted, but still standing, still fighting. We need to find his core. Jaxon bellowed. There must be something inside him, something that's keeping him going. Maftiti sent a surge of earth and fire at Damien, aiming to crack open the metal shell and expose whatever lay within. As the ground beneath Damien erupted in a blast of molten rock, the metal on his body finally buckled. Cracks appeared along his chest and a faint, pulsing light became visible through the gaps. Kaida's plasma cannon locked onto the exposed core. She fired a concentrated beam of energy, aiming directly at the weak spot. The beam struck true, and for the first time, Damien let out a pained, inhuman sound, as if the very essence of whatever he had become was crying out in agony. The light within his chest flickered, growing weaker with each passing second. But even as his core was being destroyed, Damien refused to go down quietly. He lashed out with his blade-like limbs, striking at anything and anyone within reach. The crew had to scatter, dodging the deadly attacks as they continued their assault on the core. Jaxon charged at Damien, aiming to deliver the finishing blow. His cyborg arm slammed into the exposed core. There was a blinding flash of light, and then everything went still. Damien's form crumpled, and the metal shell collapsed in on itself as the core shattered beyond repair. His body fell to the ground with a heavy thud, the metal cooling rapidly as the life drained from it. The crew stood in stunned silence, their breaths coming in ragged gasps as they processed what had just happened. Damien was gone, but the cost had been high. They had survived. But at what price? Chapter 25. Whisper of the River.
By the riverbank, Delta clutched the dragon egg tightly. The golden light from the egg glowed against the frowning face of the intersex child.
I have the map and instructions,
Delta said. Jamie's scalp prickled as he clung onto Delta's words. Delta gently stroked the egg, their fingers tracing the smooth surface as they whispered softly to it. The golden light intensified, and the same 3D map from the pyramid formed above the egg, its lines and symbols shimmering again. The map showed the Ley River, its tributaries snaking through the multiverse like veins of light. The baby dragon, still nestled within its egg, must have been connected to this ancient magic, and Delta was its voice. In the Cosmic Spider's book, written by a great-grandfather of his, it had said the Ley Rivers didn't connect to the realm of the celestial architects, except during rituals in the active pyramids, by a child on the altar, with an egg on the child's lap.
The baby dragon thinks the Ley River still works,
Delta said, whipping Jamie away from his thoughts.
He says it can take water wayfarers to the hidden realm with the vaults and keep us veiled from the false gods.
Ion padded closer to examine the map.
If the Ley River still functions, perhaps the baby dragon is right. We might be able to return the dragon eggs.
Priest Leo nodded.
There's no time to waste. We must teach Jamie how to water wayfar.
Jamie squinted up at Leo as the clouds drifted away from the binary suns. I've never done this before. What if I mess it up? High Priest Leo curled over, blocking the sunlight which was blazing in the dragon rider's eyes.
You'll be fine. We'll guide you. Just remember to stay calm.
Calix and Ion strolled into the middle of the wooden bridge, their aurora shields already activated and glimmering like faint blue domes around their bodies. Leo motioned for Jamie to join them.
First, you need to relax deeply on your back.
Leo instructed.
The aura shield will protect you from the simulated rain and keep you afloat.
The priest pulled a bangle from his pocket and clasped it onto Jamie's wrist, so he, too, had a blue, egg-shaped aura surrounding him. Jamie lay on his back, the water of the river flowing under the bridge. High Priest Leo's guards threw 4 hovering rain simulators into the air, and they sprinkled water droplets over them. Ion, Calix, and Leo all lay down as well. Jamie's aura shield blocked the simulated rain, keeping him dry, but the sound of the droplets over him and the river underneath was oddly soothing.
Now, focus on your breathing.
High Priest Leo said.
Can you breathe through your nose?
Yes.
Good, the nose is best, especially for a beginner. Inhale for 4 seconds, hold for 2, exhale for 4, and hold for another 2.
Jamie tried to follow Leo's instructions, but his breathing was erratic, his chest tightening with each attempt. It was difficult to find any sense of calm, despite the water's healing powers.
Relax, Jamie.
Ion's voice was soft, almost a whisper.
Let go of your fear. Trust in the river.
Jamie closed his eyes, trying to block out the world around him. He focused on the sound of the water. He breathed in deeply. 1, 2, 3, 4. Holding his breath for 2, he waited. He exhaled slowly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Once more he held his breath for a count of 2, his lungs empty. But the pattern kept slipping, his mind racing with thoughts of the battle against the metal monster, the death of Talis, the disappearance of Delta's mum, of his own mum and dad, and of everything that could go wrong.
It's okay,
Calix said.
You're doing fine. Just keep trying.
Jamie forced himself to focus, to let go of the fear and doubt. He concentrated on the sound of the river, the feel of the aura shield around him, his entire body relaxing and releasing and letting go against the wood of the bridge, and the steady rhythm of his breath. In. Hold. Out. Hold. In. Hold. Out. Hold. Slowly the tension in his body eased, and his breathing became more steady. The world around him faded, the sounds of the river and the rain merging into a soothing hum. As he drifted deeper into the water wayfaring state, Jamie felt a strange sense of detachment, as if he were floating above his own body. The river seemed to pulse with energy, a living force that reached out to him, guiding him along its current. He was no longer just Jamie, the boy struggling to keep his world from falling apart. He was part of something greater, something ancient and powerful, connected to the Ley River and the multiverse.
Open up your left astral hand,
Delta said. Jamie did what he said, and there was the golden map.
I have the map,
Ione said. Everyone else agreed they each had a copy, and they began discussing which vaults to go to. The golden 3D map hovered above Jamie's left hand. It displayed 4 distinct symbols, each one glowing brightly, marking the location of a vault in the realm of the celestial architects.
I'll take the first vault,
Ione said, pointing to a symbol resembling a swirling spiral of blue waves.
The spiral vault water is my element. I can handle whatever challenges it presents.
Calix nodded, her gaze fixed on a different symbol, a sharp, jagged glyph that looked like a mountain peak.
I'll go to the stone vault. I'm used to rough terrain and the obstacles it might throw at me.
I'll take the star vault,
Leo said.
Is it a coincidence that it's the symbol of an 8-pointed star?
Jamie scrutinized the remaining symbol, a pair of intersecting circles, one of gold and one of silver, with a smaller circle at the intersection. The Vault of Balance was the translation. His limbs tingled. This was the one he had to take. I'll go to the Vault of Balance.
Remember, Jamie,
Ione said.
The river will guide you. Trust in the flow.
Jamie took up his breathing technique again and closed his eyes, focusing on the symbol in his mind and making the intention to go to his vault. In Jamie's mind's eye, he saw the vault. It was a massive hexagonal structure inside a maze of dark corridors. Cool stone was underfoot. When he approached, chimes rang out, their delicate notes clanging in the stillness. Jamie stood before the entrance to the Vault of Balance. Its pillars were good and silver. The air was cool and still, the only sound being the wind chimes. Wind chimes without wind. Breathing deeply, Jamie faltered under the dark archway that seemed to stretch into infinity. He hesitated for a moment, before remembering the words of Priest Leo, the confidence in Ione's voice, and the quiet determination of Calix. They were counting on him, and he couldn't let them down. He took another step forward, crossing the threshold into the Vault of Balance. The air inside smelled like a cave of earth and stone. Carvings of 6-pointed stars, one triangle up and one triangle down, covered the inner walls. The ground beneath him was firm, yet it seemed to shift slightly with each step. He continued forward. Then the temperature dropped, but he kept moving, trusting in the guidance of the Ley River, Delta, and the unborn dragon. When he reached the center of the vault, the air smelled of mushrooms and mildew. The ground beneath him stopped shifting. It solidified. The low light faded until it was almost pitch black. The celestial architects hid some of the dragon eggs in the heart of the Vault of Balance. The hairs on the back of Jamie's neck prickled. He steeled himself. He'd need all his courage to retrieve them. After it went completely black, the vault lit up again, much brighter than before, and everything was different. A massive, tiled yin-yang symbol covered the floor, with its black and white halves perfectly balanced. The tiles were super shiny, reflecting the soft light from the lanterns on the ceiling. On the surrounding stone floor, there was a concentric circle of 8 symbols around the outside of the yin-yang. Someone had etched those symbols into the stone. At first they looked like identical squares containing 6 lines each. But when he looked closer, Jamie observed that some of those lines were broken, with a gap in the middle, whereas other lines were solid. As Jamie peered at them, those squares of lines shifted about until they multiplied and were composed of tiles too. Swallowing hard, he took his time to slowly count the total of 64. Each square of lines was embedded within its own small circle of tiles, their dark and light tones contrasting. The tiles surrounding the squares of lines were arranged in geometric patterns, some resembling the elemental symbols of fire, water, earth, metal, and wood, while others hinted at more esoteric designs, like a pentacle, keys, and intertwining serpents. At the cardinal points of the vault, there were statues of animals. To the north stood a powerful white buffalo. To the east, an eagle perched with its wings half spread, as if ready to take flight. A black panther crouched in the west, while in the south, a coiled serpent rested. In the center of the yin-yang, where the two halves met, there was a smooth, circular pedestal. When Jamie approached it, the symbols on the floor and walls glowed. He stood on it, and the pedestal rose and lifted Jamie with it until his head almost brushed the ceiling. He wobbled, and his heart rate picked up, for he knew he'd break a leg or worse if he fell. The air crackled with energy, and he felt a strange pull, as if the vault was testing him, challenging him to prove his worth. As he stood there, the surrounding squares began to shift and change again. Their lines rearranged themselves into new patterns. The guardian animals at the cardinal points came to life. The eagle spread its wings, the panther's tail flicked, the buffalo's head lowered, and the serpent uncoiled. Jamie tried to make sense of the patterns, the symbols, the movements of the animals. He could feel the energy of the vault flowing through him. It was a deep, primal force. He closed his eyes, letting go of his doubts and his fears. He focused on his breathing, the steady rhythm of his heart, the feel of gravity on his head and shoulders. As he grounded himself, the baby dragon whispered in his heart, telling him the ancient squares with lines were called hexagrams and represented the elements and the energies of the masculine and feminine. The hexagrams' meanings revealed themselves to him in flashes of insight. The yin-yang beneath him spun faster, the light from the symbols pulsing in time with his heartbeat. The guardian animals stalked around him. It was as if they were judging him and assessing his worth. But Jamie pushed away anxiety by breathing deeply, like how High Priest Leo had taught him to breathe. Inhaling fully, Jamie squatted on the pedestal and stroked its surface. The light from the symbols intensified, and the yin-yang beneath him spun faster. The pedestal descended again, bringing him back down to the floor. Jamie felt a bit taller, bigger and stronger. It was like he'd passed a test. He grounded himself again, the soles of his feet at ground level with the yin-yang. Dragon eggs were in the place of the hexagrams. He gathered them up, and his instinct, or the dragon in the egg, or a blend of the two told him to kiss each one 8 times before placing them on the yin and yang. It took him a long time, and by the 30th egg, his arms were aching and sweat beaded over his entire body, but he gathered all the eggs and placed them in the center, and then they vanished. He stared, wide-eyed. I need to see where the eggs went. Images flashed through his mind. Those images were clearer than life, though they flashed past quickly. They depicted unfamiliar landscapes. Sometimes they were images of one or more eggs inside a gigantic nest or in a cave. Sometimes the egg was at the feet of an almighty dragon. Some landscapes were so alien, while others looked like home. After all the images flashed through Jamie's mind, he swiped his hand over his sweaty forehead and swept his gaze around the circle again. There were 64 fresh eggs on 64 hexagrams this time. His chest tightened. More had appeared.
Chapter 26. The Unseen Guide.
Seer's dragon form glided through cold space, her wings barely needing to beat as she propelled herself forward with the ease of an ancient being born to the stars. Yet beneath the majestic, almost serene exterior, her mind was a storm of confusion and fear. Seer, the once brave pirate of the oceans, turned space mercenary, was used to strange magic, but this was the strangest magic she'd ever encountered. Not in her wildest dreams could she survive the vacuum of space without an astronaut suit. She had transformed into a being of immense power, a water dragon capable of traversing space, as well. But the circumstances that led her here still haunted her. Brenna's lifeless form in the boiling tank, the fury that had driven her transformation, the massacre of the spell masters. She must have murdered over 200. And now this inexplicable pull she felt deep in her core, guiding her somewhere unknown. As she flew, a strange sensation crept over her. It was subtle at first, a slight pressure in her mind, like a whisper just out of earshot. She tried to ignore it and focus on the stars ahead, but the sensation grew more insistent. Her body lurched uncontrollably to the side, veering off her intended course. She screamed, but her wings continued to flap rhythmically, her body obeying something unseen. Was it the elders? Had they found a way to control her, even in this form? But no. This was different. The possession wasn't evil. It was firm but not hostile, guiding her with purpose rather than malevolence. As the stars shifted around her, she saw a small planet on the outer rim of a distant galaxy. With superhuman vision, it looked barren and lifeless, at least at first glance, but as Seer approached, she felt something else. An energy pulsing beneath the surface, ancient and powerful. Her dragon instincts told her there were dragons here, enslaved and hidden away, their eggs stolen and used for dark purposes. Her throat became dry from rushed breathing, and she wanted to change her course and take back her control. But before she could act on it, the sensation in her mind tightened, forcing her to focus. "Who are you?" she asked the entity controlling her, but there was no answer. Her claws stretched out to create a shimmering portal in the fabric of space. She watched in awe as the portal expanded. She dived through it, feeling the familiar tug of teleportation, as if she were in the QD. She emerged on the surface of the barren planet. Her heightened senses picked up the faint traces of life deep within the planet's crust. Before Seer could fully grasp what was happening, her powerful claws plunged into the earth, slicing through rock and stone with effortless precision. It was as if the earth yielded to her touch, crumbling and shifting to accommodate her passage. The vibrations of the ground pulsed through her massive body, each tremor resonating in her bones as she dug deeper, the pressure of the subterranean world pressing in around her. The scents of minerals filled her nostrils. Every scrape of her claws against stone sent a cascade of dust and tiny fragments showering over her scales, yet she barely noticed, her senses attuned to the deeper, darker recesses of Earth. She wondered if she was not just a water and space dragon, but an earth dragon. Usually claustrophobic, she felt no fear. She could breathe in this suffocating environment. The darkness did not hinder her. She saw through the blackness as clearly as if she were in the light of day. The textures and patterns of the stone, the layers of sediment and veins of metal, all appeared vivid. Her hearing, too, sharpened, picking up echoes of movement in the rock, the distant groans of shifting earth. A low, rumbling growl escaped her throat as she sensed the pull of an invisible thread guiding her forward, deeper into the earth. It felt as if some primal force within her was drawn to a hidden power buried far beneath the surface. The tunnel she created closed behind her, sealing her off from the world above. She followed the path to a hidden cavern. What she saw made her freeze to the spot. The hollowness in her chest made her feel somehow heavy, and she sobbed. She didn't know dragons could sob, but she was sobbing, nonetheless. She hadn't even known that there were such things as dragons before the celestial architects had forced them into carrying out their mission. Was it her crying? Or was it the spirit controlling her? Something in her intuition told her it was both of them. Dragons, chained and bound by dark magic, their scales dull. Glowing orbs encased countless eggs around them, siphoning the life force of the unborn dragons within. Seer's heart ached at the sight, but she couldn't act on her own. The entity guiding her had a plan, and it forced her to follow it. She growled, and the noise stirred the chained dragons. All eyes were on her. Her claws cut through the chains, dismantling the dark magic with ease. Dragons stretched their wings and their power returned. The dragons looked at her with gratitude, and their spirits lifted as she freed them. She released the eggs from their orbs, and the cavern filled with golden light, causing the dark magic to dissipate. Seer wanted to cry out in relief, but she was still trapped in her own body, unable to act of her own will. The entity guided her to the center of the cavern, where she felt energy building within her. Her body glowed, the light intensifying until it enveloped the entire cavern. The dragons gathered around her. Their bodies radiated with the same light. One by one they ascended, their forms merging with the light as they were lifted out of the cavern and into the portal that Seer had created. The eggs followed, floating gently through the air to their rightful places. Seer's head tipped back, and her mouth opened slightly as the dragons disappeared into the portal. The entity within her seemed to relax, its hold on her loosening slightly as the task was completed. "Why are you doing this?" Seer asked again. This time she heard a soft whisper in the back of her mind.
"I'm a guardian, a protector of dragons. I've been searching for one who could carry out this mission, and I found you."
"But why me?"
"Because you have the heart of a dragon. You are driven by love and fury, by a desire to protect those you care about. I chose you because you are strong enough to do what must be done."
"What happens now?"
"We'll continue,"
the entity said.
"There are more dragons to be freed, more eggs to be returned, but know this, Seer Lacroix. I will guide you."
As the last of the dragons disappeared into the portal, Seer felt the entity's presence withdraw slightly, giving her more control over her own body. She flexed her wings, feeling the power that still surged within her. Seer soared back into the stars. She would not rest until every dragon was free from slavery and imprisonment.
Chapter 27. Magic Circles.
The Ley River carried Ioni's astral body through the multiverse, her aura shield protecting her physical one on the bridge. The sensation of being part of the river spirit was exhilarating, like she was riding a current of pure energy. Every molecule in her body tingled as the Ley River meandered, warping space and time around her. The light shifted constantly, from a blinding white to a deep, otherworldly purple, casting everything in haunting, pulsating hues. The river was a dimension unto itself, a fluid boundary between worlds. As Ion E was pulled deeper into the flow, she focused on the map in her mind's eye. The spiral vault symbol was a beacon guiding her through the twisting currents. But this journey was nothing like the calm, meditative experience she had imagined. The river was alive, shifting, and unpredictable. She could sense the vault before she saw it. The Ley River carried her through a tunnel of light, spiraling downward in an endless loop that made her head spin. When she finally emerged from the river, she stood at the entrance to the spiral vault. The air here was different, almost syrupy. The ground beneath her feet wasn't solid. It felt like she was standing on a giant, glowing helix, the surface soft and yielding like a living creature. The vault's curved walls spiraled in impossible ways. There were no clear paths, just everything all twisted and bent, like the whole place was always changing. The shiny patterns on the walls shifted constantly, spiraling inward and outward, making it impossible to focus on any one thing. Ion E took a cautious step forward, her heartbeat pounding in her throat. As she ventured deeper into the vault, the light grew more intense, and the patterns on the walls shifted faster. But Ion E forced herself to stay focused, to push through the confusion and find the vault's center. She closed her eyes and let her consciousness expand, reaching out to the spiral that surrounded her. The patterns on the walls slowed as she connected with the vault's core. She stood at the heart of the spiral vault. The air here was still thick. The walls were no longer twisting and turning, but spiraling inward toward a single point. In the middle was a pedestal. The pedestal did not comprise solid material, rather, it swirled with light and energy. Hovering above it was a small, intricately carved box. She reached out with trembling hands and touched the box. The energy of the vault coursed through her. The lid opened slowly, revealing a single object inside a scroll. Ancient script covered its surface. As she unrolled the scroll, the words on its surface transformed into a language she could understand. The scroll spoke of the spiral vault and its purpose in the multiverse's evolution. It spoke of the importance of sub-souls existing in separate dimensions and the importance of death and dreams. Ion E felt a deep sense of connection to this place, to the knowledge that was contained within the scroll. She was all about learning, always trying to uncover the secrets of the universe, and in the spiral vault she found a piece of the puzzle. The scroll also spoke of the dragon eggs, of their importance in maintaining the stability of the multiverse. The eggs were not just powerful artifacts, they were living beings. As she finished reading the scroll, Ion E felt a sense of purpose and clarity that she had never felt before. She knew what she had to do. The spiral vault showed her the way, gave her the knowledge to complete her mission. Ion E rolled up the scroll and placed it back in the box. The box dissolved into light, revealing a mechanism beneath it, shaped like a conch seashell, very similar to the ones which the alien woman, Morel, wore over her ears. This one wasn't purple though, it was silver. When Ion E looked at it, the thing started spinning like the waves at the beach. The spiral turned and this amazing golden light came out of the pedestal. The light was identical to the 3D map that was still above her shoulder. The illumination grew and intensified until it filled the entire vault with a warm, golden light. Ion E watched in awe as the light coalesced into shapes, forming the outlines of dozens of dragon eggs. Each one was unique, radiating with energy. The eggs levitated above the pedestal, their surfaces emanated patterns like the spirals on the walls. Her heart settled to open like a blooming rose. These were not just any dragon eggs. These were the lifeblood of the multiverse. She sucked in a deep breath and extended her fingertips toward the eggs. As she did, the energy of the vault flowed through her, connecting her to each of the eggs. She felt their consciousness and their longing to return to their rightful places. Ion E closed her eyes and focused on the connection she had with the Ley River. Its currents flowed through her, linking her. The rivers were the conscious threads that connected all things, and through her thread, she could guide the dragon eggs to where they needed to be in the cosmic web which divided yet kept intact all the universes and dimensions. The conch shell mechanism spun faster, and its rotations created a vortex of energy that enveloped the eggs. One by one, the eggs disappeared into the vortex, their energy merging with the currents of the Ley River. Ion E felt a profound sense of peace as the last egg vanished. She had done it. The dragon eggs were now safe, scattered across the multiverse to bring balance and harmony wherever they were needed. When she finally opened her eyes, she was back on the bridge, the sound of the river flowing beneath her.
While Calyx drifted along the Ley River, it felt as though she was traversing a domain saturated with untainted and boundless energy. However, it bore no resemblance to water travel. In the moment of utterance, she effortlessly teleported to her intended destination. According to the book, the ley rivers were said to not extend to the realm of the celestial architects. However, with the assistance of Delta, the egg, and the employment of a magical incantation, they were able to reach it this time. She felt simultaneously weightless and firmly rooted, as if the river was drawing out and enhancing all the strength she possessed. The emblem of the stone vault radiated luminously within her thoughts, resembling a pointed, rugged pinnacle. Calyx permitted the vision to persist in her mind, utilizing it as a navigational aid amidst the tumultuous currents. The voyage was far from smooth as the river twisted and bucked, with unpredictable currents. Once she was finally released, Calyx tumbled onto the base of an enormous mountain. The atmosphere was icy and sparse, with a cutting wind that raced through the narrow, jagged ravine where she stood. The landscape was dominated by jagged peaks that rose like the menacing teeth of a great creature. The stone vault, with its entrance intricately fashioned to resemble a wide-open mouth, was expertly carved into the side of the mountain. Calyx advanced towards it, her breath becoming apparent in the frigid air. The wind howled through the pass and whistled in her ears. As she stepped into the vault, the light from the outside world faded, leaving her in near darkness. But Calyx was not afraid. She had always felt at home in the mountains surrounded by stone and earth. There was a sense of permanence here, of stability, that calmed her nerves and sharpened her focus. The stone vault contained an intricate system of tunnels and caves. Only the resonating footsteps she took and the distant, rhythmic droplets of water comprised the discernible noises. The direction was uncertain, but she didn't need markings. She could feel the pull of the vault deeper into the heart of the mountain. As she descended, the temperature dropped, and the walls narrowed until she had to squeeze through tight passages. Being buried deep in the earth was overwhelming, but Calyx found it oddly comforting. The stone was her ally, her protector, and she trusted it implicitly. Upon her arrival in a vast cavern, its ceiling extended far above, concealed in darkness. The floor stood out with its covering of white sand. A massive stone monolith stood in the middle. Ancient carvings covered it. Calyx approached the monolith slowly. She placed her palms on its surface, feeling the cool, rough stone. The carvings were intricate, depicting scenes of ancient battles between monsters, robots, winged beings, animals, humanoids, and fish. As she traced the lines of the carvings, a green light sparked up and flowed into her hands and upper arms. The monolith hummed, vibrating through the stone. The carvings morphed, and the scenes came to life. As the figures fought, the sounds of their clashing weapons echoed through the air, while the mountains in the background shifted and reshaped. Calyx closed her eyes, letting the energy of the vault flow through her. The monolith's light flared brighter, and a deep rumble shook the cavern. Once the rumbling ended, a small compartment became accessible at the lowermost part of the monolith, revealing a stone tablet. Calyx assumed a kneeling position and carefully raised the tablet, perceiving its substantiality. It symbolized a segment of the majestic mountain, a remnant of the time-honored recollections of the planet. The carvings on the tablet were a map, but not like any map she had ever seen. It was a map of the planet or earthy realm. It showed mountains and valleys, shifting tectonic plates, hidden places where the dragon eggs were stashed away. It showed the way to the heart of the world. Calyx placed the tablet in her pack and turned to leave the vault. The monolith's light dimmed, and the cavern was once again plunged into darkness. But Calyx could see. She was a child of the mountains, a warrior of the earth, and she would see this mission through to the end. While retracing her steps through the tunnels, she relied on the guidance of the stone, which unveiled concealed passageways and exposed shortcuts that directed her back to the entrance. The mountain served as her ally and protector, ensuring her safe passage. When she finally emerged from the vault, the cold, biting wind greeted her like an old friend. She stood for a moment, looking out over the jagged peaks that surrounded her. The tablet was heavy in her pack. Calyx set off down the mountain, her steps sure and steady. She had the strength of the earth behind her, the wisdom of the stone vault guiding her, and the ethereal connection of Delta and the dragon's egg. Upon Calyx's descent from the mountain, the rugged range gradually transitioned into more gentle terrain, and the harsh wind subsided. Occasionally, she glanced at the map inscribed on the tablet to navigate her way. Deep sorrow welled up in her soul for Talus, yet she had to suppress it, lest she inadvertently transport herself back to the Lee River on her native planet. The path led Calyx through a dense forest where the scent of pine hung heavy in the air, guiding her to a secluded glen. As she stepped into the small, circular clearing, she immediately noticed 4 natural elements arranged in a circle. In the northern part, there was a colossal crystal that stood at 10 feet, displaying a radiant glow when illuminated by the sun. The facets captured and fragmented the light, leading to the creation of rainbows that spanned across the grass and the neighboring trees. Calix's intuition recognized that the northward way was the right choice, as if the mountain and the tablet's voices were whispering their approval in her ear. To the south, a campfire burned with a steady flame, its warmth radiated outward, offering safety. The fire crackled softly, and the orange and red flames danced. The smell of burning wood mixed with the earthy scent of the pine trees made Calix feel welcomed. In the west, a fountain bubbled. The fountain had been crafted from intricate coral formations and adorned with glowing moonstones and delicate seashells. The water cascaded softly over the coral tiers, creating a soothing melody that echoed the rhythms of the sea. An ornate jade burner in the east emitted a fragrant cloud of smoldering incense sticks. The incense sticks had been meticulously arranged, and as they burned, wisps of sandalwood smoke curled gracefully into the air. She'd basically stumbled into the circle, and it was as if the elements had been waiting for her. They were ready for the ritual she was about to perform. She knelt in the center of the circle and placed the tablet before her, its carvings glowing green. Energy rushed through her as if the elements were acknowledging her actions, aligning themselves with her intent. The map on the tablet revealed the locations of the hidden dragon eggs. The fire crackled louder, the fountain bubbled more intensely, and the crystal seemed to hum with a deep resonance. But then, as the light reached its peak, something went wrong. A dark shadow flickered across the clearing, and the tablet shook violently. Calix's eyes snapped open, just in time to see the tablet being flung out of the circle by an unseen force. It skidded across the grass, coming to rest just outside the protective boundary of the magic circle. The moment the tablet left the circle, everything changed. The fire flickered out, the water in the fountain halted, and the incense smoke twisted into dark shapes. Shadows crept in from the edges, swallowing the light and warmth. Calix tried to reach for the tablet, but the shadows moved faster. They coiled around her, pulling her down, suffocating her. She gasped for breath, feeling her connection to the elements severed. Before she could even scream, the world around her dissolved. Everything was consumed by the shadows, plunging her into an abyss of darkness.
Chapter 28. Disruption. The Manticore hovered low over the Ley River, its engines humming softly as Jaxon peered out the cockpit window, his eyes narrowing as he took in the scene below. The river shimmered with a strange, otherworldly glow, its waters twisting and winding through the dense forests, reflecting the soft light of the sky above.
Do you see them?
Anika asked. Jaxon nodded, pointing toward a small wooden bridge spanning the Ley River. There, Jamie, Calix, Ion E, and High Priest Leo. They're in some kind of deep trance. Anika leaned forward, squinting as she followed his gaze.
It looks like they're astral projecting, but not quite like how we do it. They're using the river and those strange egg-shaped orbs as protection against the artificial rain. How strange.
Morel frowned as she stood behind them and observed the scene.
The Ley River,
she murmured.
It's not just water, is it? It's alive.
Jaxon gripped the controls. There's Delta with the dragon egg on their lap. Look. He pointed. Sitting down there in the lotus position. Jaxon had heart palpitations, wondering whether Seer was dead or alive or being tortured or in pain. We have to get down there. Delta needs an adult for protection.
But the Manticore's too big to land anywhere close,
Kaida said.
The clearings and fields are too small.
His Japanese lover had dark rings under her eyes. Sometimes he wondered whether she loved Seer the most, out of them all, because her heart always seemed to break into that many more pieces whenever anything bad happened to Seer. Anika bit her lip, her dark blue and indigo eyes scanning the area below for any landing spot.
If we can't land, we need to figure out another way to reach them.
Morel placed a hand on Jaxon's shoulder.
We're not leaving them,
she said firmly.
But let's be careful. Their water wayfaring looks delicate. We can't just storm in.
Jaxon nodded. We'll figure it out. As the Manticore circled above the Ley River, a surge of energy rippled through the sky. Jaxon's gaze darted toward the source. A portal tearing open the sky. The portal swirled with vibrant colors. Brace yourselves. Jaxon barked. From the heart of the portal, an angular spaceship shot out with blinding speed, its hull glinting menacingly under the light of the twin suns. Without warning, it opened fire. Evasive maneuvers. Jaxon bellowed, yanking the Manticore's controls hard to the left. The enemy ship's plasma cannons unleashed a barrage of concentrated energy beams, each one sizzling through the air with a deadly hiss. The Manticore jerked violently as one beam struck its portside engine.
Damage to portside thrusters. We've lost lateral stability.
Kaida yelled from her station as she worked furiously at the controls. The Manticore wobbled in the air, struggling to maintain its altitude. Jaxon manipulated the controls, compensating for the sudden loss of thrust, diverting power from auxiliary systems to stabilize. He could feel the ship resisting his commands, the damaged thruster throwing off their flight path. The enemy ship wasn't letting up. It swooped in for another attack, its weapons systems glowing as it prepared to fire again.
Deploying countermeasures.
Kaida activated the Manticore's defensive systems. Panels on the Manticore's hull slid open, releasing a cloud of reflective chaff and decoy drones into the air. The drones swarmed around the enemy ship, emitting electronic interference meant to disrupt its targeting systems. Jaxon gritted his teeth as he engaged the Manticore's maneuvering thrusters, jerking the ship into a tight spiral to evade the next barrage. Kaida, I need full diagnostics on the portside engine. How bad is it? Kaida's eyes scanned the data streaming across her holographic console.
We've lost 90% efficiency in the portside engine. Coolant systems are compromised and the thermal regulators are offline. We're at risk of an overload if we push it too hard.
Damn it. Jaxon activated the Manticore's weapons systems, his cyborg arm interfacing directly with the ship's targeting array. The heads-up display in front of him lit up with targeting data, locking onto the enemy ship as it banked for another pass. Engaging plasma cannons, Jaxon announced, his voice cold and focused. He fired. The Manticore's dual plasma cannons lit up the sky as they unleashed superheated energy toward the enemy ship. The enemy ship swerved, narrowly avoiding the plasma blasts, but Jaxon wasn't done. Launching kinetic torpedoes. His cyborg arm worked in tandem with the Manticore's targeting AI. A pair of torpedoes shot out from the Manticore's underbelly, their thrusters igniting as they homed in on the enemy ship. The enemy ship's shields flared as it attempted to dodge, but one torpedo struck home, detonating against the ship's starboard wing. The explosion rocked the enemy ship, sending it spinning out of control.
Direct hit,
Kaida exclaimed, but her relief was short-lived. The Manticore's HUD flashed with warning lights, and an alarm blared through the cockpit.
We've got a breach in the portside hull. The energy blast must have ruptured the coolant lines.
Kaida tapped and pulled at mechanical and holographic controls. Seal off that section and reroute power to the containment fields. Jaxon glanced at the fuel gauges, which were rapidly dropping. Kaida, we need a workaround on that engine. We can't keep this up much longer. Kaida bit her lip, her mind working furiously.
I'm diverting power from non-essential systems to reinforce the containment fields. We'll have to rely on the starboard thrusters for maneuvering, but we'll lose a lot of speed and agility.
It'll have to do. Jaxon twisted the Manticore into a tight loop, bringing the ship around for another attack run. Let's finish this. With the portside engine barely functional, the Manticore's movements were sluggish, but Jaxon pushed the ship to its limits. The enemy ship, still reeling from the torpedo strike, struggled to regain its composure, its own systems flickering with damage. Jaxon aimed the Manticore's plasma cannons at the enemy ship's weakened shields. Fire, he commanded, and the cannons unleashed a concentrated blast. The plasma beams pierced through the enemy ship's defenses. The enemy ship shuddered as its shields collapsed, the plasma energy tearing through its hull. Explosions rippled along its length, and with a final, fiery burst, the enemy ship disintegrated, pieces of debris scattering across the sky. Jaxon exhaled, his grip on the controls relaxing slightly. Kaida, status report. Kaida's voice was strained, but there was a note of triumph in it.
Portside engine is still critical, but containment fields are holding. We're running on limited maneuverability, but we're out of immediate danger.
Jaxon nodded, his mind already racing ahead to their next move. Good work. Let's get out of here before more of those bastards show up. The Manticore limped away from the battlefield, its engine sputtering as it headed back toward the Ley River. As the Manticore struggled through the sky, Kaida pushed the engines to their limits. Jaxon, still tense from the battle, glanced at her, his face tight with worry. "We must find somewhere safe to set down and make repairs." Kaida nodded as she scanned the terrain below. The forests around the Ley River were dense, the clearings too small for the manticore to land safely. But they needed to disappear from the skies. Now.
"There's a gorge to the east,"
she said.
"It's narrow, but the walls are high. We can hide the manticore there."
Jaxon peered through the cockpit window, spotting the gorge she had mentioned. It was a natural trench, cutting through the landscape like a deep scar. The steep walls were lined with thick foliage, offering the cover they needed. "Do it," he said. Kaida angled the manticore towards the gorge, the damaged port side engine sputtering as she eased the ship into a gentle descent. The trees below seemed to reach out, their branches brushing against the hull as they dipped lower. As they neared the gorge, the manticore shuddered, and Kaida fought to keep the ship steady. The walls of the gorge closed in around them, but she navigated the narrow space and finally brought the ship to a hover just above the ground.
"This is as good as it's going to get."
Kaida shut down the engines with a series of quick commands. The manticore settled with a thud, its hull scraping against the rocky ground. Jaxon exhaled slowly, the tension in his shoulders easing just slightly. "Let's not stay grounded for too long," he said, unbuckling his harness and standing up. "We've got work to do." Anika and Morel joined him at the cockpit door with worried expressions.
"You're going to find Delta and Seer, aren't you?"
Morel asked, her tone indicating she already knew the answer. Jaxon nodded. "We need to know what happened. Anika, Morel, we're going to astral travel. But remember, Anika and I can only observe, while Morel can interact." The two women nodded, and the trio quickly headed to the manticore's meditation chamber. Soft cushions lined the small room, designed to help them focus their minds on astral projection. Jaxon sank onto the mattress, closing his eyes as he steadied his breathing, feeling the familiar tug of his consciousness leaving his body. As they projected their astral forms, the world around them blurred and shifted until they were standing on the banks of the Ley River, near the small bridge where they had seen Jamie, Delta, Ion E, and the others. But the scene before them was not what Jaxon had expected. Delta, Jamie, and Ion E were awake, their faces twisted in anger. The protective orbs that had shielded them were gone. Jaxon tensed as he took in the sight of Leo, Calix, and Talus, lifeless on the grass. The realization hit him like a blow to the chest. They had died. Morel's astral form flickered as she moved closer to the group. She approached Delta cautiously, her ghostly form barely making a sound. Delta looked up at Morel, their eyes blazing with fury.
"You're too late,"
they said, their voice shaking with barely contained emotion.
"It's all gone wrong."
Jamie's fists clenched at his sides as he turned to face Morel.
"The ritual was ruined."
He spat.
"Those ships, the manticore, that fight. It destroyed everything. The noise, the disruption. Delta and the baby dragon's meditations were shattered, and the rain simulators stopped working because of your drones."
Morel pulled a long face as she listened to their accusations.
I'm so sorry,"
she whispered.
It's not just that.
Ion E added, her voice hoarse.
Leo, Calix, and Talus. They're dead. Only Jamie and I sent our dragon eggs back, but we don't know what happened to the others, or where their spirits went.
Jaxon's chest ached as he watched the scene unfold, guilty and helpless. He wanted to speak, to reach out and comfort them, but he couldn't. He and Anika were only silent witnesses to the devastation they had inadvertently caused. Anika placed a hand on Jaxon's shoulder, her touch grounding him even in this ghostly state.
"We have to fix this,"
she mumbled. Jaxon could only nod, his thoughts swirling with the enormity of their task. They had come so far, fought so hard, and now they faced the consequences of their actions. But as he looked into the eyes of his fallen comrades, he knew they couldn't give up. Let's look for Seer. Jaxon, Anika, and his most recent acquisition to his harem, Morel, projected their astral forms, searching for Seer. Morel's form shimmered against the backdrop of stars as she took on her astral shape.
"If Seer's out here, we'll find her."
And then they saw it. A fleet of dragons, hundreds of them, soaring through space like a living river of scales and wings. The sight was awe-inspiring, their bodies glowing in different colors as they moved in perfect harmony. Jaxon's breathing tensed, and his consciousness returned to his resting body, but he managed to steady it again and return to the scene. How can dragons fly out here? Anika's mouth was gaping open.
"The ether conch is whispering to me,"
Morel said.
It says that your love, Seer Lacroix, is now not only a space dragon, but a dragon of air and water too.
Which one is she?
Anika's mouth continued to gape.
The leader,
Morel said. It was a scene out of a myth, an ancient force brought to life. Jaxon's breath caught in his throat when he saw Seer as a dragon at the head of the fleet. She was larger than the others, her scales a pale blue with a silvery sheen that reflected the light of the distant stars. Her wings were massive, each beat propelling her forward with effortless grace. It was Seer, transformed into a creature of unimaginable power.
She's leading them.
Anika echoed, her voice filled with awe and a touch of fear.
She's become something else.
Jaxon's mind, heart, and emotions were numb. Seer was no longer just the woman he loved. She was something beyond his reach. But she was still Seer, still driven by the same fierce love and unbreakable spirit that had always defined her.
The Etherconch say she's been possessed by a wonderful savior of slaves. He's a water wayfarer.
The fleet of dragons moved with a unified purpose.
What is the savior of slaves doing, though? And why is it using Seer's dragon form?
Anika asked Morel.
The voices in the Etherconch say their path is directed by the will of the entity within Seer, and that the savior of slaves also wants to return dragon eggs to their physical realms.
So could it go to the realm of the celestial architects?
Anika asked. Morel closed her eyes for a while, then opened them again.
No, it cannot. It had no access to a child for help.
Jaxon gulped. So it knows about the spell? Does it know about the book?
Yes.
Morel nodded.
But the Etherconch tells me not to let him know we know.
Him?
Anika asked. A dazed smile spread across Morel's face.
It's the cosmic spider's great-great-great-great-grandfather. He's a Mexican dream sorcerer, and he wrote the book.
Mexican? What's that? Jaxon asked.
It was a country which used to exist in Kaida's world, Earth.
Anika hovered close to the Equilorian and whispered.
He wrote the book.
Morel nodded. We need his help. Jaxon's chest caved in. I messed up the spell.
That wasn't our fault,
Anika said.
That was the foreign craft which opened fire.
We were in the wrong place at the wrong time, though, Jaxon said. The three of them continued to follow the dragons at light speed, or possibly faster. Morel's astral form rippled and shifted as she transformed into a starship, hoping to block the dragon's path and get Seer's attention. Her new form hovered in front of the fleet, lights flashing to signal Seer. But the dragons didn't even slow down. The ethereal dragons passed through her as if she were made of mist, continuing their flight without any disruption or change. Jaxon cringed. The entity controlling Seer had no intention of letting her stop. The Water Warrior, the author of the book, was too focused on its mission. Seer's gaze remained fixed ahead, her eyes glowing with the intense light of the entity's power. Morel, she can't see us. Jaxon let out an old man's sigh. She's too far gone, controlled by whatever that thing is. Morel reverted to her normal astral form, her expression stricken.
What do we do? The Etherconch thinks we should let Xenon complete his mission in Seer's form.
That's his name? Jaxon clenched his fists, his helplessness gnawing at him. It's dangerous. Jaxon, Morel, and Anika could only watch as the portal opened. The swirling vortex of energy that crackled with power. The fleet of dragons dived through the portal, one by one, disappearing into the unknown. Seer, Jaxon called out, but there was no response. Seer was gone, pulled into the portal by the cosmic spider's grandfather, who now controlled her. Anika reached out to place a hand on Jaxon's shoulder, her astral form flickering with the intensity of their emotions.
We'll find her, Jaxon.
She breathed.
When the time is right, we'll bring her back.
Jaxon nodded, his heart heavy. Chapter 29. Alternate dimension or parallel universe?
Just as suddenly as the darkness crept into the circle, the darkness lifted. The world around Calyx was completely different. She was no longer in the clearing of a pound forest in the realm of the celestial architects. Instead, she was gliding beside a large gray river in a foreign city. She stared down at her hands. They were still hers, but her surroundings were not. Something was beneath her feet, and when she looked, she saw that she was standing on a metallic hoverboard. Her body felt strange, the weight and balance different, and her hair, now a shiny black, brushed against her shoulders. Her clothes were no longer her own. Instead, she was dressed in all black, a tight-fitting outfit that seemed to be made of some futuristic fabric. Around her, the world was a dizzying mix of towering buildings, flashing neon lights, holographic advertisements, and fast-moving vehicles that hovered above the ground. It was a mixture of ancient and futuristic, though. The towering bridge which loomed nearby, for example, looked as if it was thousands of years old compared to surrounding technological marvels. A clock in a tower donged 8 times across the Grey River. Calix's breath came in short gasps as she tried to make sense of her surroundings. She didn't know where she was, or how she had gotten here, but one thing was clear. She was far from the stone vault. The only thing familiar was her hands, but even they felt different, more calloused and hardened by years of a life she didn't recognize. The hoverboard hummed beneath her, and without thinking, she willed it to move. It responded instantly, gliding around the corner and over the busy bridge. She needed to find answers, to understand what had happened, and how to get back to the stone vault, to her mission. But as she moved through this unfamiliar futuristic landscape, one thought gnawed at the back of her mind. Had the shadows that pulled her here also taken control of her fate?
High Priest Leo stepped cautiously into the star vault, his mind alert to the presence of the ancient magic that permeated the space. The entrance to the vault was a simple archway, carved from clear quartz, and inscribed with the 8-pointed star that was the vault's symbol. As he passed under the arch, a subtle high-pitched tone met his ears, a sound that those with tinnitus might hear. It was persistent and sharp, making Leo's nerves prickle with unease. Inside, the vault was enormous, and its walls were lined with shelves that appeared to be carved from amethyst and clear quartz. The crystal structures caught the faint light that filtered down from the ceiling. The ceiling itself was a dome of interwoven clear quartz and amethyst, through which the cosmos seemed to twinkle with stars glimmering faintly above him. The shelves were filled with scrolls and books. The knowledge within these texts seemed to resonate with the crystals causing even the erythrosols. Yet, through it all, the high-pitched tone persisted, drilling into Leo's ears, making it hard to focus. In the center of the chamber stood a circular platform made of polished amethyst that gleamed deep violet. Surrounding the platform were a series of clear quartz pillars, each one inscribed with the same 8-pointed star that marked the vault's entrance. The pillars were arranged in a perfect circle, their tops connected by a web of delicate glowing lines that formed an intricate pattern in the air above the platform and resembled the ley rivers on the 3D map which had floated above the blue-skinned child and which now floated in Leo's right palm. As Leo ascended the platform, the high-pitched tone grew slightly louder. The noise grated on his nerves, making it difficult to concentrate. The 8-pointed star that was the symbol of the vault began to glow brighter. The light was intense, almost blinding, forcing Leo to squint. The constant tone in his ears seemed to sync with the light's pulsations, creating a disorienting effect that left him feeling on edge. He tried to block it out, but it gnawed at him. The vault seemed to react to Leo's growing discomfort. The amethyst walls hummed louder, the clear quartz pillars vibrated with energy, and the oppressive tone became sharper, almost piercing. Leo's fingernails dug into his palms. He'd faced many trials in his lifetime, but this relentless noise was something else entirely, burrowing into his mind like a parasite. The patterns above him suddenly solidified into a blinding flash of light. Leo staggered, momentarily disoriented, as the vault responded to his presence with an overwhelming surge of energy. The high-pitched tone reached a fever pitch, and Leo felt a searing pain in his temples. He pressed a hand to his forehead, struggling to maintain his focus as the room spun around him. A deep rumble began to emanate from the very core of the vault, and Leo felt a shift beneath his feet. The amethyst platform trembled, the pillars around him vibrating violently. The light from the 8-pointed star flared once more, and suddenly everything went dark. Leo's heart pounded in the silence that followed. He stood frozen, waiting for his eyes to adjust to the blackness. The high-pitched tone had vanished, but in its place was an eerie stillness that was almost worse. Without warning, the ground beneath him gave way. Leo tumbled through a chasm. He reached out desperately, trying to grab hold of anything, but there was nothing. Only the sensation of freefall and the deafening silence that filled his ears. Just as suddenly as it began, the fall ended. Leo gasped as he hit solid ground, the impact jarring his bones. He was surprised he was still alive and his bones were not even broken. He had been falling so long. He lay there for a moment, trying to catch his breath. When he finally managed to sit up, he realized he was no longer in the star vault. The world around him was different. Alien. Leo almost hyperventilated as he took in his surroundings. He was standing on a wide metallic platform, high above a sprawling cityscape that glittered with neon lights. The sky was a dark, oppressive gray, and towering structures loomed around him, their surfaces reflecting the harsh light of the artificial sun. He looked down at his hands, which were the same, but everything else had changed. He still had brown skin but was much, much plumper. He wheezed. He must have had a bad heart or bad lungs. The air smelled different, tinged with an acrid scent that reminded him of burnt metal. Far below, a river, if it could still be called that, snaked through the city, its waters dark and sluggish. Strange vehicles zipped along the streets and hovered above the river's surface, their engines humming with a strange frequency. Leo's mind struggled to comprehend what had happened. How had he ended up here? Who was he? His hands looked like his own. Hell, he still had the same crocodile-shaped birthmark on the inside of his left wrist. It must have been a parallel universe or other dimension. He could feel the echoes of the Leo from this place within him, but they were faint, distant memories which he couldn't access, buried beneath layers of his imposter identity. The Eldorethian high priest's identity who wanted to help return the dragon eggs to their rightful homes. As he stumbled to his feet, the sound of the high-pitched tone returned, faint but persistent, refusing to be forgotten. Leo gritted his teeth against the noise, feeling the unease creeping back into his bones. For whatever had happened, it was clear that his mission had taken a dark turn. The dragon eggs were still out there waiting to be found and returned, but now he was lost in a world he didn't understand, in an obese body in a polluted environment.
Chapter 30. The Call of the Ether Conch. The Manticore was well hidden in the gorge on the planet of Eldorath. The crew and starship couldn't afford another attack from the enemies of the neighboring planet. Jaxon was alone on the bridge, wrestling with the uncertainty of their mission.
Jaxon.
Morel's voice broke through his thoughts, soft yet urgent. He turned to see her standing in the doorway, her neon blue hair glowing faintly in the dim light. Her eyes, usually bright with curiosity, were shadowed with worry. "What is it?" Jaxon asked. She stepped closer, holding one ether conch in her hands. The large, spiraled shell pulsed with an ultraviolet light, its ancient power undeniable. Morel had always been attuned to its messages, but there was something different in her demeanor tonight.
"I've received another message,"
she said, her voice tinged with an emotion Jaxon couldn't quite place.
"From the ether conch."
Jaxon straightened. What did it say? Morel hesitated, as if searching for the right words.
"It wants you to go alone, Jaxon. It said that those in the Star Vault and the Earth Vault failed. They're trapped in a parallel universe. The only way to complete the mission now is if you do it alone."
The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. Jaxon tensed as he processed what she was saying. Leo and Calix had failed. They were lost, and now it was up to him to succeed where they could not. "I have to go back to the river," he said.
"Let's make sure Jamie and Delta are there first,"
Morel said. Before Jaxon could respond, she closed her eyes briefly and opened them again.
"They're still there,"
she said.
"I told them your plan."
He took 2 steps back. "You astral projected that quickly."
"Yes."
"Wow, I have to lie down to do that? You're really so much better at everything than anyone else, aren't you?" She smirked and pulled her silver pendant out from her jumpsuit.
"Thank my Sirius Cypress oil, not me, which reminds me.
"Yes?"
I'll need a top-up soon. I'm running out."
He swallowed and nodded. They had so much more to achieve before they could even dream about returning to their universe, let alone the Milky Way, and they'd need the QD to do that. Jaxon didn't like to think too far ahead into the future. The present and near future was stressful enough, and he'd soon enough become a father. "I'll take the buggy and head to the river." Morel nodded, though the worry in her eyes deepened. "I won't fail," he said. "This is something I have to do. For them. For all of us." She searched his face for a moment, then gave a small nod of understanding.
"Then you should go. But be careful. The other conch wouldn't ask this of you if it wasn't absolutely necessary."
Jaxon placed a hand on her slender waist and kissed her forehead. "Thank you, Morel, for everything." When he pulled away, she tilted her chin back, tiptoed, and puckered her lips. He kissed her for a long time on her cherry-pink mouth. Without another word, he turned and made his way to the hangar. The Manticore was quiet as he passed through its corridors. When he arrived at the hangar, he found Dean and Robert packing up the last of the supplies.
"Where are you going?"
Dean asked, looking up from his work. "I have to go back to the river," Jaxon replied, not slowing his pace. "Alone." Robert paused, his eyes narrowing.
"Why alone?"
"This time, it's different," he said, stopping to meet his gaze. "The ether conch says that those who went before us are trapped. I have to do this on my own." Dean exchanged a worried glance with Robert but nodded.
"Then go. We'll be here when you get back."
Jaxon mounted the buggy, its engine humming to life beneath him. He cast one last look at his friends, then sped out of the hangar and into the gorge. The path ahead was treacherous, but Jaxon knew what he had to do. The Ley River shimmered in the moon's waning light as he approached the wooden bridge, its waters whispering secrets of the worlds beyond. Jaxon dismounted the buggy and made his way towards Jamie, Delta, and Ion E, who waited by the edge. The guards had set up a small camp, and after a brief discussion with everyone about his plan, he listened to Ion E's water wayfaring instructions. As soon as Delta meditated on the bridge with the egg in their lap, 2 identical maps floated in the air, casting light akin to gold dust. One map floated above the dragon egg, and one in Jackson's right palm. He followed Ion E's instruction and imagined the symbol of the mountain for that earth vault. Jaxon felt the pull of the map as he ascended through a swirling portal. The gurgle of the Ley River was replaced by the eerie silence of the realm of the celestial architects. As the portal closed behind him, he found himself standing on the edge of a dense forest. The trees towered above, their branches entwined like the hands of ancient beings guarding something sacred. He sucked in a deep breath and filled the path beneath his feet, which led him deeper into the woods. The scent of pine was heavy in the air, guiding him like an invisible hand. The map in his palm glowed softly as it zoomed into a bird's eye view of the forest, with him as a dense golden speck on the path. Every step brought him closer to the glen. The voice of Delta or the unborn dragon, or perhaps a combination of the two, told him the glen would be where the ritual had to be completed. Soon the trees thinned, and Jaxon emerged into a small circular clearing. The glen was cold, the air still, as if waiting for something, or someone. Jackson's gaze was drawn to a stone tablet, lying just outside the circle. The dragon's consciousness, watching him, told him that's what he needed to gather and deliver the hidden dragon's eggs from the earth vault. Carvings faintly glowed on the tablet with a sickly green light. He knew this was the tablet that had been dashed from Kalex's hands during her failed ritual. That had broken the circle and halted her protection. He approached it cautiously, aware of the dark shadows lurking at the edges of the glen. The tablet felt heavy in his hands as he lifted it. It vibrated with a faint, discordant energy. The moment he picked it up, the shadows seemed to stir. Jaxon turned toward the circle of elements. The crystal in the north stood tall, but its facets were dull. The campfire in the south was nothing more than a pile of cold ashes. The fountain in the west was dry, and the sticks in the incense burner, in the east, had burned out long ago. He knew what he had to do. Stepping into the circle, Jaxon knelt and carefully placed the tablet on the ground before him. The moment it touched the earth, the carvings flared to life, glowing with a renewed intensity. The elements around him began to stir as if responding to the tablet's presence. The crystal hummed softly, the fire pit crackled as a spark ignited within the ashes, the fountain gurgled as water began to flow, and a wisp of smoke curled up from the incense burner. The circle was reawakening. This was the moment Kalex had been denied because of the peace which had been shattered in Delta's meditation. He focused on the map in his palm, willing it to guide the ritual to its rightful completion. He willed the tablet to complete its function as well. The shadows recoiled, hissing as they were forced back. The glen was filled with light, warmth, and the soothing sounds of the elements in harmony. Jaxon felt the tension ease, the oppressive presence of the darkness lifting as the ritual reached its conclusion. He watched as the tablet's glow softened, the carvings now steady and clear. The map in his hand dimmed, its purpose fulfilled. 8 dragon eggs appeared around his seated body. He touched each and they vanished. 8 more eggs appeared, and he kissed them too, sending them on their way. Again and again they kept appearing, and again he blessed them with his love and intent. After what felt like hours, no more eggs appeared. He didn't see where they went, but he felt peaceful. The glen was calm once more, the elements in their rightful places, and the shadows banished. Jaxon rose to his feet, the tablet now a mere stone in his hands. He placed it gently on the ground in the center of the circle, leaving it where it belonged. The mission in the Earth Vault was a success. He focused on the Star Vault. Jaxon stood at the entrance of the Star Vault, the archway of clear quartz looming before him, inscribed with the 8-pointed star that marked this sacred place. It reminded him, somehow, of the amethyst pyramid which had recently crumbled. As he stepped beneath the arch, a high-pitched tone greeted him, sharp and never-ending, burrowing into his ears like a persistent insect. Inside, the vault was a vast chamber, its walls lined with shelves of amethyst and clear quartz. The ceiling above was a dome of interwoven crystals, through which the cosmos shimmered faintly, like 1,000 distant eyes watching him. Jaxon pressed forward with his nerves on edge. The tone in his ears grew louder, drilling into his mind. It was obvious the vault wanted to push him to the edge of his mental endurance. In the middle stood a circular platform of polished amethyst, surrounded by clear quartz pillars, each inscribed with the 8-pointed star. The pillars were connected by glowing lines of energy, forming a pattern that mimicked the Ley rivers on the map that now floated in his right palm. Jaxon ascended the platform, the tone becoming almost unbearable, and the light from the 8-pointed star above blazed its ultraviolet light all around him. He squinted. The light was incredibly bright, but he forced himself to concentrate on the ritual. He would have to align the elements, but as he reached out with his will, something went wrong. The pattern of the ley rivers above him flickered, the lines of energy wavered, and one of the pillars emitted a sharp crack, sending a shiver of uncertainty through the room. The map in his palm faded as if the vault was draining its energy faster than he could control. Panic threatened to take hold, but Jaxon couldn't afford to falter. He assessed his options. The energy flow needed to be stabilized, but the ritual required more than just his focus. It needed a sacrifice. Jaxon considered what he could offer. Time was running out, and the cracking pillar threatened to shatter, which would destroy any chance of completing or even repeating the ritual. Then he made a decision. Jaxon closed his eyes and channeled a piece of himself into the ritual. It was a memory, a cherished one, something that had always grounded him. It was the memory of his late mother. He offered it up willingly, knowing that once it was gone, he could never get it back. The map in his hand flared briefly, its light surging as it absorbed the memory, stabilizing the energy flow just in time. The cracked pillar shuddered but held, the lines of energy solidifying into a steady glow. Jaxon felt a part of himself slip away as the memory faded, leaving behind a hollow space in his heart. But the ritual had succeeded. The high-pitched tone in his ears began to ease, the oppressive presence lifting as the vault recognized his sacrifice. The 8-pointed star above dimmed to a gentle glow, and the pillars settled into a calm, steady rhythm. The vault was at peace, but Jaxon knew the cost of this success. He had given up a part of himself to make it happen. Why had he offered up the memory of his mother when he'd lost both parents at the age of 12? What? Who? He forgot. As he stepped down from the platform, the map in his hand dimmed, its purpose fulfilled. Each star above turned into a tiny egg, and then they vanished too, and he knew they had returned to their rightful homes. The vault was silent now, its power at rest. But Jaxon couldn't shake the feeling of loss that accompanied his victory. He left the vault, knowing he had succeeded where Leo had failed, but the triumph was bittersweet. The mission was complete, but the cost was greater than he had anticipated. His heart was broken, and he didn't know why. Jaxon returned to the Ley River, where the moon's waning light shimmered on the water's surface. The wooden bridge creaked when he strolled over it towards the small camp that the guards had set up near a hedgerow on the bank. The campfire crackled softly, casting a warm glow over Jamie, Delta, and Ion E, who were gathered around it, while the 3 royal guards stood to attention close by. When Jaxon approached, Ion E looked up and raised her eyebrows expectantly.
"You're back,"
Jamie said, relief evident in his voice.
"How did it go?"
Jaxon took a seat by the fire. The rituals are done. The dragon eggs have been returned. Delta seemed so much older than a preschooler when they leaned forward, their eyes sharp with concern.
You don't look like it was easy.
It wasn't. Jaxon stared into the flames. I had to sacrifice something important, but the mission is complete. The fire crackled as if in response. Jamie reached out to place a comforting hand on his shoulder, but he hesitated, probably sensing Jackson's heart ache.
"What did you have to give up?"
He asked softly. Jaxon shook his head. All memories of my mother. I can never get them back. The silence around the campfire grew heavier, each of them lost in their thoughts. Ion E finally broke the quiet.
I am so sorry, Captain Orion. Can you go home and see her again?
No. I know she's dead, and I know how she died. That's it. I can't remember her face, her voice, her touch. He sniffed back to tears that were threatening to spill.
Can't your father remind you?
She asked. They both died in a terrorist attack. I was their only child.
"That's so sad,"
Jamie said. I have those who love me. He thought of Annika, Kaida, Seer, and Morel. He thought of his unborn child. His voice trembled. And I'm going to be a dad.
That's amazing,
Ion E said. I'm going to try to get your friends back, Jaxon said. We need to locate the Quantum Dreamweaver.
"And we need to go to our enemy's dragon farm,"
Jamie said.
Don't worry.
Delta rubbed their nose.
My mom will sort that out.
You know she's alive.
We know.
Delta peered down at the dragon egg just as it started cracking open. Jaxon stared at the egg in awe as it ever so slowly cracked, though the hollow feeling in his chest remained. So let's try to get the QD back. And let's try to get your water wayfarers and emperor's head priest back.
They're corpses,
Delta said.
It's too late.
Did they pass away? Jaxon squeezed the nape of his neck and cringed.
They've possessed other versions of themselves in a parallel universe,
Delta said, as if they were the wisest person in the multiverse. Well, can we see them? Jaxon said, thinking about astral projection and water wayfaring all at once.
No.
Echoed a grating voice from above, which coincided with a loud flapping. It made his skin prickle, and he and Ione and Jamie all shot to their feet, eyes on the sky. Seer descended in Thalassian form but with gigantic dragon wings. Marina and River were dragon shifters too, and the three of them landed beside Delta and the egg. In silence, they all watched as a silver baby dragon climbed out of the broken shell and latched onto Sia's breast.
All the dragon eggs are in their rightful places,
Seer said affectionately as she cradled the suckling dragon in her arms.
The celestial architects are powerless without them.
But what about the spellmasters, the interstellar synergy node, the chronomold stone, and the eye of the ancients? Jaxon asked.
Yes, safely locked away.
Seer stroked the space between the dragon's brows and down the ridge of its snout. It closed its eyes as it continued to suckle, half asleep.
Leo, Calix, and Talis can never return,
Seer said.
If they did, the spell would be undone.
So you're psychic, too, now? Jaxon asked.
We all are.
River replied.
Just like the Nomo.
Marina frowned.
Even more. We're like Na Mungu now.
No,
Seer said.
We have dragon wisdom.
Jamie almost collapsed, then knelt and sobbed quietly into his hands.
I must take the corpses to their families.
A guard rested a hand on the boy's shoulder.
No, let that be our job.
Chapter 31. The Memorial.
Jamie stood at the entrance to the Emperor's palace, the imposing structure looming above him with its high-vaulted ceilings and shimmering crystal pillars. The air was cool and carried a faint scent of incense, mingling with the earthy aroma of fresh herbs laid at the Emperor's feet. His ribs felt too tight and his throat constricted as he prepared himself for the ceremony ahead. Mourners had already filled the grand hall. The Emperor wore his deep blue robes with silver embroidery, and his long brown beard had been braided with silver yarn too. He stood at the front, his piercing blue eyes surveying the gathered crowd. Jamie took a deep breath and entered the hall. The mourners turned his way as he ambled to the front, where the caskets containing the corpses of Priest Leo, Calix, Lyran, and Talis were laid out. The grieving families gathered around two of the caskets. Lyran's parents were there, their faces drawn with grief as they clung to each other for support. His mother's eyes were red from crying, and his father's shoulders hunched over with the weight of loss. They had been so proud of their son. Now, they had to mourn the loss of their only child. Calix's sisters stood beside her casket. There were no parents. They were orphans. The tallest shared Calix's bronze skin, though her hair was raven black. A frown line cut between her brow, and her gaze darted around the room. The shorter one had golden hair like Calix, but her skin was as white as bone. She looked sorrowful, not angry. They were assassins, and Jamie hoped they wouldn't blame him for Calix's death. Calix had often spoken about her sisters. The bond between the three had been strong, forged in the fires of countless battles and training sessions. Now they were two instead of three. Jamie saw the tightness in their jaws, the way their hands clenched into fists as they struggled to contain their emotions. And then there was Talis. His casket stood alone, with no grieving family beside it. Jamie felt a pang of sorrow as he realized that there was no one but him and Ione to mourn him, no loved ones to remember him. Talis had lived a solitary life, his only companions the memories of battles fought and victories won. Now he was alone in death, just as he had been in life. Near High Priest Leo's casket stood a group of his fellow priests and acolytes in dark robes. They were a somber assembly, their heads bowed in silent prayer. High Priest Leo had been a mentor and a guide to many of them. Now, they mourned not just the loss of their leader, but of the man who had shaped their paths and guided them through the trials of their faith. The new High Priest nodded, then waved his hands and led them in a quiet chant, the rhythmic cadence of their voices echoing softly through the grand hall. Jamie swallowed hard, forcing himself to focus as the Emperor spoke. His voice was deep and resonant.
Today we gather to honor the lives of those who gave everything to protect our world and the multiverse.
The Emperor's gaze swept over the crowd.
High Priest Leo, Calix, Lyran, and Talis were among the finest of our people. They died on their mission to return the dragon eggs to their rightful places and prevent Armageddon. Their sacrifice has ensured the safety of all that we hold dear.
As the Emperor paused, a lump rose in Jamie's throat. His skin turned to gooseflesh as he scanned the caskets before him. These were not just names, not just heroes. They were people he had known, people he'd befriended, and now he mourned them.
We will remember them as heroes.
The Emperor continued.
Their names will be etched into the annals of our history, and their deeds will be recounted for generations to come. But today we mourn the loss of our friends, our comrades, and our loved ones.
Jamie glanced at Lyran's parents, who were holding each other tightly, and then he looked at Talis's casket, the one that stood alone. Jamie's heart ached for the man who had lived and died without anyone to grieve him. He promised himself that Talus's sacrifice would not be forgotten, that he would carry the memory of his fallen comrade with him always. As the Emperor finished speaking, the mourners bowed their heads in respect, then they paid their final tributes to the fallen heroes. After the ceremony, Jamie stood alone by Talus's casket. The tightness in Jamie's chest would not loosen. He reached out, placing a hand on the smooth surface of the casket, and whispered, "You weren't alone, Talus. You had us. Eye on E, and I will make sure you're remembered." As he turned to leave, Jamie noticed the Emperor watching him with a look of understanding in his blue eyes. The Emperor gave a slight nod and bid him farewell. When Jamie left the Grand Hall, the cool night air of the palace gardens hit his face. He strolled to the stables, the cool night air still clinging to his skin as he approached Umbra. The black dragon's eyes glowed faintly in the dark, and Jamie felt a sense of comfort in the creature's presence. Umbra was massive and powerful, but there was a gentleness in his gaze that Jamie had always found reassuring. The baby dragon, newly hatched from the egg, was nestled safely in Umbra's protective embrace. For a second, Jamie's limbs felt light, and heat radiated through his chest. Jamie couldn't help but smile at the sight. A stable boy followed prior instructions and tucked the baby dragon inside a leather satchel of hay, which Jamie carefully attached to his stomach. "Did you feed him?" Jamie asked.
"Yes."
The stable boy handed him a skin containing the dragon woman's milk. As he climbed onto Umbra's back, Jamie settled in and patted the dragon's side. "Ready to go home, old man?" Umbra let out a low rumble. His wings unfolded as he prepared to take flight. As they bounded into the air, Jamie took a deep breath, feeling the wind rush past him. The ground below became a blur as they ascended higher, and soon the palace was just a distant memory. The open sky stretched out before them, limitless. "Umbra," Jamie began, his voice carrying over the wind. "Have you heard any mention of Mauve and Aetherfang?" Umbra's wings beat steadily as they glided through the night, and for a moment Jamie thought the dragon might not respond.
"I do not know."
Umbra finally said in his mind.
"Yet I gather they are still with our enemies, the Orothians, unless the Emperor has sent more wayfarers to rescue them. But then there could be war."
Jamie clenched his fists. "I'll bring them back. I don't know how yet, but I will." The thought of facing the Orathians made his skin crawl. They were ruthless. They had killed Lyran for no reason. How could he possibly negotiate with them? But the promise he made to himself, to Umbra, and to the baby dragon, was one he intended to keep. As they flew closer to the dragon farm, the familiar landscape took shape beneath them. The fields of lavender-coloured grass looked grey in the moon's light and swayed gently in the breeze. The stables and pastures that Jamie had known all his life came into view, but something was different. There was a sense of celebration in the air. When they landed, Jamie quickly dismounted and took in the scene around him. There were fairy lights and lanterns in the trees, as if nothing had happened. The farm was alive with activity, and Jamie could hear the sounds of laughter and music coming from the farmhouse. Then he saw the dragons, who were surrounded by people. Aetherfang's albino body reflected the light of the moons. He and his wife Mauve had returned. Umbra snorted and bent his neck around to whisper into Jamie's ear.
"Don't tell anyone I'm the father. Aetherfang is a good man, and I was not thinking with my mind when I impregnated his wife."
Jamie winced. "Did she give you her consent?"
"Of course."
He snorted more angrily this time.
"It was she who seduced me."
Jamie wrinkled his nose. It seemed unfair. Maybe he'd have a word with her in private and make sure she didn't go behind Aetherfang's back again. Mauve and Aetherfang moved leisurely among party-goers who were busy around the barbecue. Jamie headed toward the house, curiosity and confusion tugging at him. As he approached, he saw a fire pit crackling in the courtyard. The Manticore crew was there, mingling with his family and other guests. The atmosphere was light, almost festive. Jamie entered the farmhouse. The scent of roasted meat and fresh bread made his mouth water instantly. He spotted his parents sitting at the long table with his brothers, and two familiar faces. Sira and Lyra were there too, their brown skin glowing in the firelight, their long black braids cascaded over their shoulders. Jamie grabbed a plate of food and took a seat beside his father, who was talking animatedly with Callum. His mother, with her glossy black hair, grinned as he sat, her dark eyes twinkling with affection. "So what's going on?" Jamie asked. "How did the dragons get back?" Sira, who had clearly been enjoying the festivities, leaned over and chuckled.
"You won't believe it,"
she said, her voice slightly slurred.
"Seer hypnotized the Orothians."
Jamie blinked, stunned. Hypnotized them? How?
"She made them think that being kind to us was in their best interest,"
Lyra added, giggling.
"She convinced them that there's so much you can trade, so much you can learn from each other."
Jamie shook his head, trying to process the information. So they just gave the dragons back. Sarah nodded enthusiastically.
Yeah. And now we're all friends. Well, sort of.
Lyra laughed.
At least for now.
Jamie struggled to speak, to find the right words. He was relieved but also deeply surprised. The Orathians were notorious for their stubbornness, yet Seer had turned them into allies, or at least into something less hostile. As the night wore on, Jamie watched the celebrations unfold around him. The music played, and everyone danced under the stars. His father, with his blonde hair and commanding presence, talked to the Manticore crew, while his mother engaged in animated conversation with the twins. But Jamie suddenly realized that he had been missing something all along, and no one had mentioned what had happened to the pyramid or Mauve's 4 other eggs which had been hibernating in its basement. He rushed to the stables, where he found Mauve nestled with a baby dragon. "Are you okay?" he asked.
"Yes."
She mind-spoke. "Are your other eggs hatched yet?"
No. They're still hibernating under the pyramid. The one under the altar is ready to hatch soon. You'll be needed there tomorrow.
"So the eggs are okay?"
"Yes. The basement wasn't damaged. Dear, didn't you know that?"
"I've just been thinking about the deaths of the Wayfarers."
"I know. Such terrible news."
Jamie blew out a tight breath between pursed lips.
"I have some good news, though, if that will make you feel better."
"Yes, please."
"The cat woman brought other cat people to the pyramid. That's what all the other dragons are saying. Anyway, the pyramid has been rebuilt around the altar."
"Amazing." Jamie swallowed. It was good news. But how did they come here? Did the Emperor use a Wayfarer?
"No. Your starship friends got their other craft back. The golden one. Apparently the Catwoman used it to fetch a crew of other cat people. Apparently one of them had the head of a dog."
Wow. Jamie gazed at the baby dragon, curled up in the hay and dreamily suckling at one of Mauve's teats. "What are you calling him?" He questioned her mind.
"I think I'll name him after my hero,"
she said. He winced as he reflected on the fact that she'd had a one-night stand with Umbra. Then he wondered if the father was Umbra, and why the baby was blue and not black or white. Had she been with another male dragon too? Her voice in his mind pulled him back to the moment.
"Aren't you going to ask who?"
"Huh? Sorry?"
"Who my hero is."
"Oh, sorry, yes. Who?"
"Jamie. It's you."
Mauve stretched her neck and kissed him on the cheek.
"Jamie. Meet Jamie."
"But who is the father?" he asked in her mind, blocking other dragons and anyone else from hearing.
"I don't know."
"Umbra thinks it's him."
"Look, I was going through a rough patch with Aetherfang, but being on that dragon farm together on Odyssey brought us closer together. Promise not to tell him if I promise you I'll never look at another man."
Jamie let out a slow breath through puffed cheeks, which he hadn't known he'd been holding. "Okay, I promise." The little dragon called Jamie became awkward, and Mauve's purple teats slipped out of its mouth. Milk started squirting all over the hay. Jamie squatted to help the baby dragon latch back on again.
"Thank you, Jamie. My other 4 eggs are hibernating in the pyramid. Like I said before, one is ready to go under the altar, but it'll need your whispers to carry out the ritual."
"It looks like I'll be back to work tomorrow then." Jamie stood and slipped his thumbs under his belt.
"Now you get back to the party. But don't stay up too late."
"I'm not sure that'll be possible with all the noise." He smirked and left the barn. Over by the house, Jamie noticed that the starship captain was surrounded by a group of women on the side of the courtyard, with each woman competing for his attention. The captain laughed, kissing one woman on the cheek before turning to embrace another. Jamie felt a pang of jealousy. He was still young, but he couldn't help wondering if he would ever have that kind of charm, that kind of attention. He sighed, his thoughts drifting to Mirelle. She was beautiful, confident, and smart. Everything he admired. He wished he could be older, wiser. Someone who could catch the eye of someone like her. But for now, he was just Jamie, still figuring things out, still searching for his place in this complicated world. The mission was over, but there were still so many questions left unanswered. As he sat there, surrounded by family and friends, Jamie knew that his journey was far from finished.
Chapter 32. Around the campfire.
The warmth of the campfire soaked into Seer's skin as she leaned back in her chair. She had transformed back into her original Thalassian form and wouldn't need to breastfeed the baby dragon anymore. A smile played on her lips. It had been good to let down her milk again. Breastfeeding was even better than sex. The flickering flames cast a golden glow over the group gathered around. Jaxon, Delta, Annika, Kaida, and Mirelle, all sharing in the moment of triumph. River and Marina had gone to bed early because shifting into dragons to join their mum on her return had exhausted them. Apparently Delta was not tired at all. despite meditating for so many hours and not having any sleep. Their recent struggles felt a little lighter with each sip of their drinks. They'd been talking about how the quantum dreamweaver was safely in their possession, locked away in the manticore's belly. Jaxon chuckled as he raised his glass.
I still can't believe we actually got it back.
Annika took a long drink and sighed.
It's just sad that 4 people died because of it.
Sia felt a pang of sorrow at the mention of the fallen Elderathians, but she quickly reminded herself of the bigger picture. 2 died, she corrected gently. 2 merged into other versions of themselves in another dimension. Mirelle, sitting close by with her neon blue hair catching the light of the fire, tilted her head.
Don't you mean a parallel universe?
Sia shrugged, unconcerned with the technicalities. Maybe. What do the voices call it, Mirelle? She asked, turning to Jaxon's new lover with an expectant look. Mirelle closed her eyes. She took a deep breath, probably letting the subtle hum of the universe filter through her ether conch to her mind.
Ziathria,
she murmured, the word rolling off her tongue, as if it were a delicate secret. Sia let the word sink in, appreciating the mystery of it. It didn't matter what they called it, what mattered was that they could return home and their universe was no longer in danger.
We should leave the Celestra system soon,
Jaxon said.
When Mafditi and her crew return from the pyramid, tonight we can return to Macroxus.
I'm not looking forward to seeing my mother again,
Kaida said.
I'm not looking forward to telling Damien's family that he died.
Jaxon rubbed his knees. An overall feeling of numbness took over Sia's body at being reminded of the terrible news. Annika shifted on the low wooden bench.
Robert will be glad to return, though. He wants to see Kelly and his parents. Apparently she has postnatal depression while also grieving her late husband.
Dean wants to see if he can get a job with the scientific community,
Jaxon said.
The Mafditi wants to get back to the Sirius system too.
Kaida lowered her voice.
She's ready to resume her work as an agent.
Jaxon shook his head and curled an arm around Kaida. He glanced at her belly, which was still as flat as a pancake.
I'll be pleased to teach again. I need something more stable for our baby.
That sounds perfect.
Kaida puckered her lips, and he landed her one.
I'll work less at the hospital,
Annika said.
We can share the work.
Yes,
Kaida said, blowing the doctor a kiss.
I will be very grateful for that.
And the babe will have the rest of us to help too, Sia said, except Mirelle, of course. In a flurry of feathers, a white bird flew down, making everyone jump. He landed on Mirelle's shoulder, and she scowled at him.
Tweety, where have you been all this time?
I had to fly away and hide during the fight with that metal monster.
That metal monster was Damien.
Mirelle broke down into tears.
It wasn't, I tell you.
Tweety said.
It was some kind of demon. It scared me. Damien is dead. And no one thought to ask how I felt about it. He was my friend too.
Mirelle picked the tears out of her eyes.
So where have you been all of this time?
Before anyone could respond, the low hum of engines filled the night sky above them. Sia looked up and recognized the distinct shape of the flying saucers descending toward them, the Emperor's royal guard.
Looks like we're not done here yet,
Annika muttered, glancing at Sia. The saucers touched down softly, and the doors hissed open as the royal guard emerged, their armor gleaming under the moonlight. The commander stepped forward, his expression unreadable as he addressed the group.
The Emperor commands your presence at the palace.
Sia exchanged a quick glance with Jaxon, who gave a slight nod. There was no point in arguing. They knew better than to refuse a summons from the Emperor. Looks like the party's over, Sia said with a small, resigned smile as she stood, dusting off her clothes. Let's go see what the Emperor wants. The group gathered their things, and the mood shifted from light-hearted to tense as they prepared to leave. Sia took one last look at the campfire and farmhouse and Jamie's friends and neighbors around the barbecue. The grand hall of the Emperor's palace was imposing with high ceilings. As the light streamed in from the windows, its crystal pillars cast shimmering reflections across the polished floor. Sia, along with Jaxon, Delta, Annika, Kaida, and Mirelle, stood before the Emperor, who regarded them with a mixture of curiosity and expectation. The royal guard stood at attention, reminding Sia of the authority that surrounded them. The Emperor sat back on his throne, his blue-eyed gaze focused on Sia.
I've heard whispers you turned the Orathians to our side, Sia LaCroix.
He began, his tone calm but edged with interest.
I'd like to hear the story from you.
Sia took a deep breath and glanced at Jaxon, who gave her an encouraging nod. But now that I'm a dragon shifter, I know I have certain powers. The Orathian Emperor is stubborn and has great military might. But he also has a deep respect for power, especially power they don't fully understand. The Emperor leaned forward slightly, clearly interested.
And how did you convince them to cooperate?
Sia allowed herself a small smile. I didn't use force or threats. I used their own fears against them. She hesitated. When I met with the Orathian Emperor and the Army Major General, I could see that they were expecting a confrontation. They had prepared themselves for a battle of wills. But instead, I approached them calmly. I looked into the eyes of the Orathian Emperor. Sia said, meeting the Emperor's gaze directly. Meeting the Emperor's gaze directly. And I began to speak. Not with words, but with intention. I projected into his mind the image of his empire in flames, destroyed by forces beyond his control. I showed him the consequences of continuing down the path of conflict. The hall was silent as everyone listened intently to Sia's story. The Emperor was powerful, but he wasn't immune to fear, Sia continued. And as I spoke, I layered my voice with a suggestion. A simple, irresistible command that settled deep into his subconscious. I told him that peace with the Elderathians was necessary, that it was in his best interest to stop the dragon farm, return the dragons, and forge an alliance instead of a war. Army Major General was harder to crack, but when he saw his emperor hesitate, he weakened as well. I didn't let up. I showed him visions of his forces overwhelmed, his soldiers falling in battle, his legacy in ruins. The emperor's expression remained inscrutable, but Sia could sense that he was impressed.
And they listened.
Sia nodded. The Orathian Emperor agreed to release the dragons and return the eggs. He ordered the Army Major General to comply. It wasn't a straightforward process, and it took time to ensure their compliance, but in the end they followed through. The new head priest chimed in.
You never took your dragon form.
Sia shook her head. No, this was about psychological dominance, not physical. They needed to believe that I had power over them. Power that went beyond what they could see or understand. Showing them my dragon form would have given them something tangible to fight against. I needed them to fear the unknown. The Emperor ran fingertips down his braided beard, his gaze thoughtful.
You've done well, Sia. The Orathians were a significant threat, and you've neutralized it, without shedding a drop of blood.
And Sia inclined her head in acknowledgement. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Emperor's lips curled into a small, approving smile.
We have much to be grateful for, but, for now, know that your actions have secured the future of our people.
Sia drew in a deep breath through her nose. Despite the deaths and losing Damien Black, they had won a significant victory for the Elderathians, for their own universe, and for the multiverse. As the Emperor dismissed them, Sia exchanged a glance with her companions. He hadn't asked how they'd got back their quantum Dreamweaver. But that was a good thing, because if he knew how powerful it was, he might want it for himself.
Chapter 33. Return to Microxus. The Manticore emerged from the swirling depths of the wormhole, gliding smoothly into the Triangulum galaxy. Jaxon stood at the helm, his eyes fixed on the view before him. The familiar star patterns of the galaxy twinkled like distant diamonds, and there, orbiting in the vastness of space, was their destination, Microxus. But as they descended through the atmosphere and located what had once been Hope's Crossing, he witnessed it was not the colony they had left behind. Jaxon's breath caught in his throat as he took in the sight of the planet. What had once been a world ravaged by apocalyptic destruction had been transformed into something otherworldly, almost dreamlike. It had expanded, too. The entire surface of the planet shimmered with an ethereal glow, and it wasn't the trees in the crystal jungles, for their branches were bare in the late fall. The planet looked as if it was made of glass, though Jaxon knew it was something far more advanced.
It's beautiful,
Muriel whispered, standing beside him, her neon blue hair reflecting the soft light of the planet below. Jaxon nodded, mouth still gaping open as his gaze swept over the landscape. Microxus had been rebuilt with an incredible material called reinforced cryglass. Medeti had told him that the Seraphis and Anubak whispered that it may have come from another universe. Before they'd left Eldorath, 10 Seraphis engineers and 1 Anubak project manager had rebuilt the Amethyst Pyramid. They told Mofdeti that an agent from their moons of Siriath had extracted the information from the labs of Ort 45, along with other inventions. Moff Daddy had been raging about the material before they'd even begun their Dragon Eggs quest. Microxus looked like glass, but possessed qualities beyond anything he could comprehend. The surface was a network of glass sky structures, domes, pods, and towering spires, all interconnected over forests and oceans, with no sign of habitat fragmentation.
Look at that.
Qaida murmured, pointing to the vast glass pyramids that dotted the planet's surface. They were ancient-looking, yet gleamed with a modern brilliance, their edges sharp and precise.
The Seraphis and Anubak really outdid themselves.
Annika leaned forward, her eyes wide with wonder and her bosom spilling onto the dashboard.
They've integrated everything so seamlessly. Base-based solar panels, underground communities. It's like a vision of the future.
As the manticore descended lower into the planet's atmosphere, the details of Microxus became even more apparent. Jaxon could see the Namo indulging on algae around the banks of lagoons that dotted the surface. The canals, which twisted through the colonies, held the same pristine water, and Jaxon caught sight of quaint canal boats drifting lazily along. "It's a new world," Jaxon said softly, feeling a sense of peace settle over him. A better world. But even as he spoke, a pang of grief tugged at his heart. He had lost 2 members of his crew, Brenna and Damien. The weight of their absence was heavy, a reminder of the sacrifices they had all made to get here. He knew they had died for something greater, but that didn't lessen the pain. If only he had never made them go to that volcanic planet, Pyranus. He was ashamed to feel relieved Brenna had died, though Saya seemed traumatized by witnessing the fellow Thalashan's death. But the beautiful queen was a dangerous woman, willing to risk entire civilizations for her own selfish life. She hadn't deserved to be part of his crew. Mirel stood quietly beside him, her expression unreadable, but Jaxon knew she was grieving too. Damien had been like a brother to her. The bond between them was strong and unbreakable. Now, that bond had been severed, and Mirel's sorrow was palpable.
Damien would have loved to see this,
Mirel said, her voice thick with emotion. The Manticore flew over the rebuilt cities, the sunlight catching on the glass structures. Below them, life thrived. The combined efforts of the Seraphis and Anubak had healed communities and the scars of the past. Jaxon felt a deep sense of gratitude, not just for the beauty of the world before him, but for the beings who had rebuilt it. Microxus had risen from the ashes. As they continued their flight, the Manticore's crew and Sirius engineers fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts, contemplating the journey that had brought them here and the future that lay ahead. For Jaxon, there was a sense of closure. He was ready to teach again, and he was ready for fatherhood. Qaida placed his hand on her still flat belly and smiled. He wrapped an arm around her waist and hugged her close. As he arched over to kiss her forehead, he caught a whiff of jasmine. He wouldn't let her mother bully them. Perhaps Sia's hypnosis might help build a more accepting and harmonious relationship. They had made it home.
Thank you so much for listening to Space Dragons and the whole of the Orion's Odyssey series. John doesn't want to say that this is his last book about Captain Orion and his crew, in case he decides to write more in the future. However, John is taking a break from Orion's Odyssey, so he can make his Cyberstars series and then a Vampire Portal fantasy. Cyberstars Book 1 is called Star Gems, and you can listen to it here. Because you have stayed until the end, you deserve to know the true person behind the male pen names of John and Johns. See the blonde woman? That's the true person. Click on Raina's link to find out more about her books and stories. Those Cyberstars is a rewrite of Raina's original Euphrates Run series. However, if you like her sci-fi, then please subscribe, like and comment. Raina is sorry for pretending to be a bearded man and hopes you will understand.